Little Diet Coke in the morning. Morning, y'all. Y'all get to wake up with me. How unfortunate. How unfortunate, man. Is anybody home? Is anybody here? What's good? All right, it's going to be a slow morning. What day is it today? Today's Saturday. It's going to be a little bit slow to get into today's stream. Welcome to y'all. I'm going to watch an interview for about like 10 minutes or so. There's no intro today. I was on late last night. Tried to hit the night shift about an hour and a half, and I'm like, yo, man, get off stream. I was a little bit tired and a little bit inebriated. So, I'm gonna start with a Jamaican breakfast while I'm watching Dame Dash, who did an interview recently, and he's breaking down a lot of things. So if you do catch me eating on camera, I apologize. I woke up, make sure my dogs are good, and then instantly I got on stream. But I do got my Jamaican breakfast. You know what that is? I got some rice and peas and oxtail. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's what we eating for breakfast, okay? I drink in the morning and eat oxtail. Ain't that a healthy lifestyle? Anyway, so you're probably going to catch me. I'm trying to catch some of this Dame Dash interview. I see a lot of people talking about it, but they're talking about it for his opinions and reactions to certain stuff, which some people feel like he's in full Jay-Z hate mode, okay? Like full Jay-Z hate mode. But some people also think he's keeping it honest. So he spoke about a couple things. Kevin Hart, Cameron, Jay-Z. Obviously, if you don't know, Jay-Z just did a whole interview, and I think the world is kind of like, reacting to that, right? He did 2 interviews recently, right? He did one with GQ, and then he did one subsequently with New York Times. Interestingly enough, right? Like, he's going for these big platforms. GQ, New York Times, yeah. Regardless, hip-hop media, they won't stop their relentless sucking of his penis. Like, this guy's like, he could do no wrong. We'll get to some of the criticisms. I've seen some people kind of like try to put some challenge up about maybe the criticisms I have of him. So we'll get to that in a little bit. Updates on NBA Ben 10. I didn't like how we didn't fully delve into. We kind of watched the Long Crimes video, but there's much more to be covered on the front of the David story. So we'll try to get into that as well. And, just kind of work our way around. Today's a Saturday, so, it's going to be a slow start. I know some of y'all, probably just rolling up out of bed, but we'll get to it, all right? So let me just hear what Dame Dash got to say. This is him doing a breakdown of Jay-Z and also what he feels reasonable doubt meant. By the way, I do want to address this before we go. I don't feel like I need to address it anyway. I saw, like, all the... I feel like I'm a boomer myself, right? So, like, it's kind of interesting in the media landscape of all the big dogs. I'm still seen as the young guy. I'm not the young guy anymore, right? I'm kind of like middle-aged right now. But the thing is, there's still a gatekeeper. So the younger people than me, the new 23-year-old Ack, hasn't gotten his necessary clout yet, and I can't wait for that guy to get his clout. So these days I'm like competing with these dinosaurs, right? Like Ebro's like 70, you know what I mean? Like these guys, so Jay-Z's like sacrilegious to them. They're like, oh my God, Jay-Z, like they're sucking the fucking blood out of this nigga's dick. And I knew it would do exactly what it did, but tell me how the most viral content, I've spoke about Jay-Z incessantly for about few months. I've exposed every deep, dark secret that seems to boil up that everybody's ignoring. Nobody wants to talk about his association with Harvey Weinstein. Nobody wants to talk about a clear pattern that I could recognize where he is using this cultural currency to sell people down the river. Title, NFL deal. I've brought out about 50 things. I'm not just throwing shit at the wall to see if it sticks. I'm talking about things that if people wanted to have honest, conversation about Jay-Z, his legacy, and how he's moved, not only just as a rapper, but as a CEO and executive and somebody who's a cultural leader, we could have these conversations. Also, some of the underhanded things from, we see Bobby Shmurda, shit, feels like Meek Mill is now kind of trying to say some, Nicki Minaj, of course, myself. Other people who have accused Rock Nation of all type of things, nobody wants to talk about that. You know what everybody wanted to talk about? This was the most viral clip. Hip-hop, top-rated hip-hop personality did not know Jay-Z wrote finds out on stream that Jay-Z wrote Still Dre. Now, rather than even sit here and actually defend anything with my hip-hop history, nigga, fuck Still Dre. I've been talking about a little bit more important things. If that's the thing y'all want to go viral with, fuck off. Straight up. Right? So I don't even feel the need to be like, oh no, like, you know, I've really been studying. Man, fuck out of here. When y'all ready to talk about Jay-Z, holla at me. Right? Don't try to cherry pick and be like, oh, look, see, get out of here. Let's talk Jay-Z. And none of them want to talk about the things I want to talk about. So they talking about, I don't give a fuck what song he wrote. Nigga, he could write the Bible. Fuck what that nigga said. Everybody's so, yo, let's talk about Jay-Z writing Still Dre. Well, let's talk about Jay-Z be naming the Epstein file. Let's talk about why he was running around buddy like Batman and Robin with Harvey Weinstein. Let's talk about all these goddamn accusations. When was he with Foxy Brown? When was he with Aaliyah? When did he meet his wife? Nobody want to talk about none of that bullshit. All we want to talk about is I found out that he wrote Still Dre. Man, if y'all niggas don't stop, the propaganda, you know, let me tell you this. Jay-Z is the Israel of, he's the Israel of hip hop. You see all of the, like, there's a clown show of, like, just protect him. And I told you, this was going to be the dick sucking year of Jay-Z. I told you. It's the 30th anniversary of Reasonable Doubt. 30th anniversary. I'm well aware of that. I told you this before it got announced. They're going to make a big spectacle. They're going to be like, why don't we appreciate him? He's going to come out to top every fucking list. Aren't we seeing it in real time? They're going to, you know, Kendrick is like damn near, he's baby Jay-Z, except I don't know if he has the, you know, the business capacity to make that next leap. But this is a year you're going to hear all type of things. They're just going to give Jay-Z awards just to give him awards. He's the oldest rapper that could spit like triple entendres with dreads. They're going to make up anything. You see them doing it with Kendrick Lamar. Kendrick Lamar is the best rapper under 6 foot. Huh? Kendrick Lamar is the best vocalist that could run a sub 5 mile. What are we talking about? So we're going to see this. What I do like about the current landscape, that's why I don't want to respond to media personalities no more. Y'all can't fool the people. When y'all are saying, I don't know what Ack is talking about. I don't know why he keeps the focus. Don't worry. That's why you're irrelevant. The people see it clear as day. That's why I told you my job with Jay-Z is done. My job with this Rock Nation Jay-Z thing was always to make people know and be aware of things that are being put in front of their face, and people are acting like you didn't see it, like you're dumb. That's it. People have been awoken. It's like Israel. Now everybody is mad woke to Israel. Yo, why the fuck are we in war, bro? Why the fuck when these Israeli niggas want something, we do it? Why we that bitch? It's clear now. Once it's clear, you let the people who are smart, you let them do the job. And again, it's not like a hatred towards like Jay or somebody like that, but it's just kind of like, you know, all of these guys who they have some type of allegiance to Jay, you know, their bread is buttered because they're cool with somebody. You know what I mean? Yo, Tata hit my phone. Like, what the fuck? Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? You know what I mean? Like, Tata hit my phone. I hear these stupid ass things. This is why I'm glad I'm the youngest media personality that's popping out here. Because all of these things they mentioned, I don't give a fuck about. You know what I mean? They'll be like, OG Juan. Who the fuck is that? I don't know. Nor do I care. I'm sorry. Media is a little bit new now. We don't care. Okay? We don't care. Okay? Sorry. So we know after getting, you know what I mean, your fucking stimulus check up in the Rock Nation office, y'all come with the talking points. But hear he. Academics don't know, don't care, and will continue to enlighten the people about what is being clearly put in front of our faces. My thing is, which I've told people from the get-go, just trust your gut. Don't even trust me. Anyway, good morning, chat. I got my oxtail popping on the side. Y'all want to see? Oh, man. We're about to watch some Dame Dash. Look, chat. I'm not going to eat the whole thing. I don't even eat the rice, man. I just eat the oxtail. I don't know why. Fuck it. Okay, we're going to watch a little bit of Dame Dash. Are we we reacted to the Jay interview already. We did that already. So we'll just kind of go into Dame Dash and we'll kind of work our way around slowly. All right? And I'm going to call a spade a spade. If Dame Dash is just fucking hating, I'm going to just say it. You know what I mean?
They'll be like,
oh my God. Here we go. Yo, Morden, look at y'all. No, listen, Jay-Z is a very iconic nigga in his culture. Like, you see, that's the thing. There's no middle line. This is the last thing I wanted to say. Everything that people are accusing me of, they'll be like, yo, you and Drake, right? Like, you know, like I watch these guys. These guys act like, yo, I go to sleep sometimes mentally masturbating. I'm like, am I this fucking powerful? All of these niggas, when they now talk about Drake or how Drake is this, like, yo, you know, like, you know, even with all due respect, with all due respect to even my comrade Joe Budden. Joe Budden's on his podcast reading a fucking lawsuit that is so frivolous that if he looked at on face value, it's retarded. The lawsuit says that Stake is botting streams. Like Stake is running some fake program to bot streams, and that Drake has a gambling deal to get fake streams. Huh? Like, they actually read that shit like the shit was legit. No, that's just something else. They're trying to take Drake down a notch. There's 8 other lawsuits, 8 other fucking states that they have filed the same thing in. Do you think that Stake is like sitting here like, oh, let's get Drake some streams? How? So Stake figured out how to bot streams, but not the record labels. Why would Stake want to do it? Not only that, they read the fucking lawsuit. The lawsuit has so much inaccuracies, they can't even spell the nigga name right. I actually went to look at the lawsuit. Even the courts are saying, who the fuck are these people? Okay, beyond that, I don't expect the Joe Budden podcast who hires Mona to fucking do their due diligence. They're just reading off the paper. Got you. All right, bet. So now I'm watching the whole thing, and it's clearly inaccurate. It's mentions in a lawsuit this elaborate conspiracy theory that they're saying is a civil RICO, and they said supposedly academics, Stake, Kick are all doing this scheme using fake money to inflate Drake streams? Huh? What? It mentions clear inaccuracies. It says Aiden Ross is with Stake. A quick Google search would tell you Aiden Ross hasn't been with Stake in about a year. Aiden Ross is with another gambling company. He's actually with a gambling company called Rainbet. But the facts don't matter when it comes to like throwing darts at like, you know, the Drakes and the whoever's of the world. Let it have been Jay-Z. Nigga, we skimmed through that Jay-Z shit with a fine-tooth comb, and everybody and their mama pointed out every inaccuracy of any claim made against him. Hey, how the fuck did you get from one state to another saying you met the nigga at 13, you were outside of the fucking award show? Everybody made sure they were on their due diligence. But when it comes to some other shit, niggas is just reporting all type of bullshit. No, this is a frivolous make-believe bullshit. You get what I'm saying? Anyway. Iceman's still on the way. You know. Iceman's still on the way, brother. Iceman's still on the way. I am Jamaican, so it's hard to eat this clean. So you got to get your hands in there a little bit. It's oxtails. Come on now. You got to do it. Anyway, let me hear my man Dame Dash. Or, not my man. Okay? Because one thing I also don't do, I don't align with niggas that don't like niggas that maybe I don't like. I don't have a problem with Jay, but not because other people are talking bad about him. It means I'm a blanketly cosign. Here we go. So I'm gonna be the facts
Who
machine.
got a better catalog, Jay or Kanye?
Kanye. Kanye destroys Jay. Kanye destroys Jay.
This shit hurt all these little hip hop. You know, it's not even just hip hop media. It's the 40 plus hip hop niggas. Everybody over 40, 45. They're so hurt. They're trying to have Jay-Z be Michael Jordan so bad. And when somebody says, no, Jay-Z's not fucking Michael Jordan, nigga. What 6 rings are you talking about? Kanye is greater than him. Drake raps better than him. And you name a bunch of things and it just hits them. They just get delusional. So now, usually they're like, nah, you just wasn't there. You wasn't outside. That's why they try to make a big deal like, well, how come Act didn't know this one random fact? Cool. when Dame Dash, the nigga that was in tow with him, that was in the trenches with Jay, the guy who was there, the 1-2 combo, when he comes out, it's like when Scotty comes out and speaks against Michael Jordan. Niggas don't want to hear that, right? They want to hear from everybody, like, yeah, oh, you were in the era you played versus Mike. Tell us how good he was. Tell us how good. When Scottie Pippen comes out and be like, yeah, Michael was good, but nah, this nigga LeBron, he different. Nah, Scotty hating. Shut him up. Shut up, Scotty. Shut up. They're trying to make Jay-Z Michael Jordan, but nobody that ain't getting a colonoscopy every 6 months is buying it. We're not buying it. You feel what I'm saying? Like, we're not buying that Jay-Z is Michael Jordan of rap. He is maybe the Michael Jordan of the business of rap, because I do think he's an amazing mogul. He knows how to finesse. But if you try to tell me, you know, they're trying to like crystallize him as like the greatest hip hop artist. Fuck no. Anyway, Ye beats him on the catalog level. I agree.
It's not even the same class. You know what I mean? As far as artistry goes and being creative and all the verticals that are stimulated and the people, no one wants to dress like Jay can't do a clothing line. Kanye has a movement, you know, he's unstoppable. You know, like Kanye don't need nobody to fill an arena. You know, homeboy needs friends. This thing just stands up there and he don't even have to rap. He just does listen.
All right, we're not liars. It's Facts Machine Act. We're here. We're just going to hit it with a straight shooting. Dame, you're hating now. Jay-Z is sold out. I don't know if he put friends on the flyer, but we expect just Jay-Z at these stadiums. Jay-Z does not need, like, he's still one of the guys. He doesn't need, it's not Meek Mill who can't, like, no disrespect to Meek Mill. I don't think Meek could sell out an arena without the friends aspect, right? He could only do like one arena. Maybe, you know, definitely Philly, maybe New York City, but he's not going to fucking Houston and doing a sold out arena show, right? You could say that about someone like that. You can't say it about Jay. Like, because of Jay's immortalized status, he could go, I think he could go on a small stadium tour. 5 dates, 10 dates. I think he could do 10 dates. So we're not going to say that Jay needs to be carried. He's still a huge figure in hip hop. It's just that there's a couple other figures that are just bigger. That's just what it is.
Sessions in a stadium. Kanye is different, and he's bipolar. You know what I mean? He's paused. He's pure art. The world should be so grateful for Kanye's presence because he keeps things so interesting. The world would be so boring without Kanye.
Okay, it's facts.
It's like Van Gogh. Like any minute he could cut his ear off while he's painting, but it's always art. Kanye is an artist. Jay's not an artist. Jay's a comic. Well, I'm not gonna say that. Allegedly, I would say Jay's just more of he's cunning, and he doesn't mind playing with the devil.
What you mean by cunning?
He's cunning, like, you know.
Hater alert. Jay's an artist. There's levels to this artistry. I don't think anyone meets Ye in terms of artistry, and I'm even including my GOAT. I just think Ye is levels above anyone that comes from a rap background when it comes to artistry. I've said that from the get-go. I've always said that. And not because Jay would most likely be seen as a rapper and an MC means he's not an artist. He's just not a greater artist than Ye, in my opinion.
It's cunning to me. He knows how to smile when he's mad. He knows how to laugh when something's not funny. He plays his position very well, and they pay him well for it. He doesn't make them scared. I'd be curious if they say no in front of him.
Yeah, I hate this for Dame Dash. Dame, I rock with you, bro, but yo, let me tell you this. Every time when I hear Dame talk like this, and he's describing Jay-Z's personality, I believe it all, by the way. I've always said Jay-Z's like my favorite snake. You know what I mean? You got the anaconda paws, you got the cobra, you got the rattletail snake, and then you have the Hove snake. Like, this, you know what I mean? That's my favorite species of snake, Jay-Z, right? The guy who will sell you poison in pill form. He'll tell you this is for you, but you take it, you feel a little woozy, you go to sleep, you're dead in the morning. Jay-Z's my favorite type of snake, 100%, okay? Puts this woman to run Rock Nation. She's a snitch for the cartel. Everybody, Mexico hates her and fucking Tijuana and all that bullshit. And she basically comes in trying to misappropriate funds to like bully like whoever her daughter's gonna marry. She's over here trying to like, you know, harass artists who are in sign deals. Listen, it's a lot of snake shit. Rock Nation to me is synonymous with all of it. It starts from the, you know, all pun intended, it begins at the head of the snake. And the head of the snake is Jay-Z. Okay? Smile, yo, Colin, I heard you. You know what I mean? Does all that bullshit. Colin Kaepernick, who basically probably can't say a word without reading off a paper. He said, all right, at least I get the rapper who's going to represent my points with talking and maybe rapping. Jay gets a meeting with Roger Goodell. He basically says, fuck that nigga Colin Kaepernick, man. We're past kneeling, man. Give me the contract. $25 million later, Colin Kaepernick's at home. He's throwing the football in his backyard talking about he want to make it back to the league. No, nigga, it's over. All right? So I do think Jay is cunning. But I'm going to be honest with you. Like, most great businessmen are cunning. You know, the idea that there's no, like, nice guy that makes it to a billionaire status. You know, they always say you got to fuck someone over. Not necessarily fuck someone over, but you got to not get taken advantage of. Right? You got to be able to stand on your 2 feet in all negotiations. And when things are offered or in places where you could go left or right, you always, or for the most part, you make the best choice. Jay-Z is for self. What I've always said is like the snake, like kind of interesting part, but it's still capitalism, is that Jay-Z, like put it like this. Jay-Z could buy a pack of condoms for $1 billion and convince black people to think, and he's buying the condoms to fuck his bitch. And he'll convince the world that buying the condoms was for the culture. You get what I'm saying? He could do something completely selfish. And the culture will think he's doing it for us. Nigga did the title play. Great play to level up, descent third. What did he turn that shit into? Oh, I was doing it for artists. No, he wasn't. He does the thing with the whole Ace of Spades thing, and, you know, he has this whole deal with Bacardi, and he basically says, has this whole elaborate story. Yo, when I was doing, what was the liquor that basically, he had some liquor company that he was putting in his videos, and he said the company told him they didn't really want to fuck with him, and he's like, you know what? No, it's Douce. He got Douce. I think Ace of Spades was the brand. Like, some brand basically supposedly told him that they didn't give a fuck about rappers, so he went to make his own shit. Now he's, like, making liquor that, you know, kind of seemingly is for black folks that loves black culture. And as soon as, you know what I mean, he gets to the point, all right, sell us back to white people, I'm out of here. Peace. So he's always been that cultural peddler. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not knocking it. You know what I mean? It's kind of smart, right? But for the people who don't see that and they still buy into it, I'm just here to wake people up. But yeah, that's cunning. You know what I mean? That's why he's worth, I think at this point, it should be worth like $2 billion plus, right? And yeah, so I don't see a problem necessarily with that once you see through it. You know what I mean? What do you want him to do? Not, you know, like, the guy's not no saint. He's not no fucking superhero. He's out here getting his bread. So Dame Dash is mentioning shit, though. And I always said, I feel like Dame Dash got an unfair shake. Dame Dash, Summer Jam. Even though I know people have actually described this moment and they said, nah, you know, Jay was just in one of those moods where he wanted people to speak for him. Dame Dash, when he's speaking on these podcasts, he sounds like the hurt bitch. Like, I'm not calling him a bitch, but he sounds like a hurt woman that never knew her man had a wife on the side. You know what I mean? Like, had a whole family. Because this lack of awareness, or now he's like, nah, Jay's really slick. He know how to, like, hide shit. Yeah. For, like, the last 2 years before he broke up Rockefeller, he probably hid his feelings about you, right? So you were like bragging and boasting, popping champagne, thinking everything is sweet. The whole time Jay's saying, yo, I can't wait to get away from these bitch ass niggas. And that's kind of what it was. You know, some people point to this video here. Look at this.
Crazy. This is live. We the champions. You heard Michael Jackson.
Jay-Z at this point was realizing that Memphis Bleak should be somewhere on a podcast or just doing something, some menial task, DoorDasher. You get what I'm saying? And at this point, he was realizing, I can't believe I'm splitting money with this bald-headed fuck who thinks he could compete with me for women and he can't rap a lick. At this moment, Jay-Z was planning to exit. You know when you ever seen like That's So Raven, when she looks over and she just goes into like this, you know, this dream or this vision? That's what Jay-Z was doing. Let's get this nigga out the booth, put him in a podcast studio. That's Memphis Bleak. That I don't have to pay him out of my will. And then let's get this other guy to lose all of his teeth and be going on these podcasts where he's complained about me for 20 years. Jay-Z's kind of cunning. What I'm saying is, I think Dame recognizes it now, but nigga, you should have recognized back then. Because if I was you and I started seeing the signs on the wall or the writing on the wall, I'd start moving a little bit different anyway.
I'd be curious if they say in front of him and how you would react. Just because that interaction with Harvey Weinstein, I was like, I never let Harvey talk to me like that. That was always my little man. Like, it was like he was showing him around and shit. And like, Harvey's was my little man to me.
How was he talking to him?
I'm just saying the way I'm looking at the clipped up shit, it's just the dynamic, our dynamic was completely different. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was like, I looked at Harvey like my son. You know what I mean? Not like, he's showing me around. Like, I didn't look up to him. I thought he was a clown. I teased Harvey. Like, the guys that people look up to, I was teasing, you know? Like, he was like easy work for me. I was never impressed with him enough for him to act like that. Just different dynamic, that's all.
Yeah, one thing I will say about Dame is like, Dame has like this boss complex. It's like, yeah, you know, he was always a clown to me. He was always like a little guy to me. It's like, yo, Dame, you know, you have zero musical talent. You couldn't even properly manage the musical staff that you had under your wing. You eventually pretty much lost it, or they all flipped on you. And yes, Harvey Weinstein is a fucking creep. All things considered, the dude was pretty much a big shot when it came to the film industry. This idea of wanting to be the biggest boss when you walk into every room is probably why you're sitting there. The only person you're going to be the boss of are your kids, maybe his cookie company. Like, you know, at the end of the day, most billionaires didn't make their first billion with their first business, right? Go look at Elon Musk. Elon Musk, you know, in one of his early ventures, he was from what's called the PayPal Mafia. The PayPal, just Google it, PayPal Mafia. It's the term that signifies so many early investors and founders that eventually went on to have great careers. So we're talking about Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, David O. Sachs. We have Max Levchin, all these other people. But the point is this. All of these people, they were kind of involved in PayPal early on, and then they all liquidated or they all got bought out, and they made a couple million, right? That was the beginning of their journey. The reason why the PayPal Mafia is like so iconic is that wasn't their last lick. Elon Musk went on to have several other licks. That's why he's great. The thing with the thing with like Dame, and I hate to like give this criticism, is like, I've been secretly waiting for Dame to have another like really successful business that he could pop his shit. But these days, you know, he's like Adrian Broner. Like, yo, love him, right? Love him, but like, you know, one of them ones? And that's the sad part. Now, I'm pretty sure, I want to give him a fair shake. I'm pretty sure he would say, Ak, what are you talking about? You know, he probably mentioned like some of the successes or what he would consider success in the film industry. He probably say his son has some cookies. And after that, he would probably go on to say, what else? Rachel Roy, which is, the brand that he helped like his ex-wife get. But I'm going to be honest with you, like, he's never been successful in music ever again. And that's one of the things that's really defining of how much did you matter to the thing. If an NBA player goes to the championship, wins the championship, then gets traded and never ever sniffs the playoffs, at a certain point, we could probably have the conversation that this nigga was getting carried. right? Like you can't. So you can't be that great then. That's my thing with Dame. Dame has not had any more success in the music industry. You get what I'm saying? Never. Don't throw KD's name in there. Don't throw KD's name in there. Yeah, that's not KD. That's not KD. KD might have linked up to win the championship. He might have linked up to win the championship, but at least he's been on a few competitors afterwards. Yes, he didn't win another championship, but he's been on a few competitors. Dame Dash literally went from like one of the most iconic labels in the world, and we've never had another music discussion about him. This is why I feel it's sad, because when they interview him, he's still talking about that one moment, Jay-Z. Like, respectfully, Rockefeller was like 30 years ago. We don't give a fuck about no damn Rockefeller. Like, well, the old head dude, let me say that. I got to calm it down before they try to jump me again. The old head niggas dumb. I don't give a fuck about no Rockefeller. It's 30 years ago, nigga. Fuck, like, you know what I mean? So when I be watching Dame on here, I'm like, damn, my boy so told my 30 years ago, man. Like, 30 years ago, back in my day. You get what I'm saying? Like, you know who I want to start doing podcasts? Bring P from QC up here. These are like the legends. Like, you know what I mean? Even just also to put in perspective, all the dick suck with Rockefeller and shit like that. Rockefeller was not even as successful as it's not like one of the most successful labels. QC is more successful than Rockefeller. Facts. Overall, cumulatively, way more successful. You get what I'm saying? People are just on Jay-Z's dick. You know what I mean? It's just like they just they kind of like make this era like the golden era. Like, bruv, half of the niggas on Rockefeller is working DoorDash, and half of the chicks are probably they're probably like in LA selling box. Like, we don't know where they at. It's not like, outside of like Kanye and a few of them, you know what I mean? Like, these niggas is not doing great, bro. Okay? So when people try to do that, and by the way, Rockefeller is not even like, Rockefeller ain't no damn Cash Money. It's Rockefeller, man. I don't know why people are so like, they're just on Rockefeller's dick. It's like, bruv, cool movement. But 30 years ago, let's move on. Let's move on, bruv. Let's move on. Anyway.
Like, I want you to do me right now, Google Dame Dash and Harvey Weinstein, and look at the shit that you hear. Like, I'd be like, that. And he'd be like, oh, Dame is just playing. Like, I'd be like, no, I'm not. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're a clown.
And by the way, I'd probably argue that if you want, because I do separate them. Rock Nation, again, Rockefeller, we get yay. But Rock Nation gave us, or Rock Nation, when they kind of like transitioned over, gave us J. Cole and fucking Rihanna. Okay, I'll do that. Like, those are good. Those are big successes. Even though I'm pretty sure, the Jay-Z loyalists will be like, nah, you got to combine both eras. Nah. We got to do from when they had PD Crack and all the way to when they have Rihanna. I don't look at it like that. Not me.
You're a clammy clown, and don't you be acting tough with weak people. He was a bully.
Okay.
He never put that money up for Socialista. That was like 60, 70 grand. Like, I'm mad at, I'm like, you never put the money up for that's my relationship. Like, where your 70,000 at? That's how I'm talking to Harvey. You feel me? Like, I just put up 70. Where's your 70,000? You jerking off in the bathroom. That's a whole pause. It's different. He was like a little nigga to me. You feel me? That's why I be laughing at this shit. Like,
yo, Dame got to do an interview in front of a mirror. Like, Dame be talking the boss talk with nothing to show for it, bro. That was a little nigga to me.
I'll be looking up to these dudes and they clowns. That's what I'm like, I wish I only knew. Just corny.
Yeah, I don't know about that, man. I don't know. You taking Kanye catalog over Reasonable Doubt, Blueprint, the Black Album?
Reasonable Doubt doesn't sell shit. Why you think I gave it away? Nobody made no money off that shit. Barely went gold.
Ye's catalog cannot be fucked with. Point blank, period. I said it before, I'll say it again. Ye's catalog cannot be fucked with. This is why nobody want to see him on that Verzuz stage. This is why, like, He could basically go against the most, the craziest groups of people and still have a chance to come back. Not none of you niggas. Nobody catalog fucks with Jay. No, not Jay. I mean, Ye. And I think it's sacrilegious to even have a conversation otherwise. Like, Reasonable Doubt is a good rap album. It's a classic rap album. Now, I'm not taking nothing away from it. But have you seen what Kanye did? Like, not only that album, but his entire career, he changed music.
Nobody gives a fuck about Reasonable Doubt other than people that were there. Nobody gives a fuck about Reasonable Doubt. Ask some kid about Reasonable Doubt. They'll be like, nobody cares about Jay-Z as a rapper. No kid gives a fuck about Jay-Z at all. They not jacking his hairstyle, his gear. No one's fucking with Jay-Z. No one's listening to them fucking raps. None of that shit. That's all. You know that. When's the last time this nigga made a record? Like, he's an old man. Why the fuck should he be making records? But ain't nobody jacking Jay-Z. He's not. No one, I'm going to tell you what killed Jay-Z, them fucking dress shirts. That put him out of business. He wasn't fly after that. No one, he couldn't recover for them dress shirts. Show me a picture of me and a Yankee in a dress shirt with cufflinks, please. Let me know. Or some Van Dutch and all that. Like, show me any picture of me in any of that clown shit. I'm the coolest. I'll be like, yo, think about how I'm looking. Like, what the fuck is you doing? Like, my homeboys used to still got these fucking motorcycle boots on. My homeboy used to give me.
Yo, damn, I rock with you, man. But listen, I'm critical of Jay, but this is too much hate, bro. This is too much hate. Jay-Z's 60. How are you talking about his fashion sense at 60? Like, we got to cut it out. Jay-Z's 60. We don't expect him to be a fashion icon. I don't think culturally, and this is where I think Jay-Z supporters, they're trying to rewrite the narrative this year. I don't think culturally anyone below the age of 30 looks at Jay-Z remotely close to how people look at him over the age of like 40. They just look at him as he was a good rapper. That's it. This idea of him being a GOAT, I don't think younger folks look at him like that. I think it's kind of like the conversation, except I don't believe that Jay ever really got immortalized like how Michael Jordan got immortalized as number one, right? For example, there's still people that are going to be like, nah, I was there when Kobe did this. Kobe's the greatest, right? And then you have the Kobe versus Mike debate. Then some people are going to be like, nah, man, it was, they're going to throw the LeBron in there. I don't think anybody feels Jay-Z is the bar. Sorry, this is Diet Coke I drank. I don't think nobody feels Jay-Z is the bar that you compare every other rapper to. That's the difference between him and people wanting to make him Michael Jordan of rap. He's not the bar. You get what I'm saying? It depends on what era you grew up in. Like, we've had this conversation about Wayne. My thing with Wayne is that after his era ended, seemingly, nobody goes back to compare. The only comparison that ever happened where people compared to Wayne was like, is so-and-so having a run equivalent to what Wayne did in 2005 to 2009? And I think people said that Drake basically either met him there or eclipsed him. Or people would compare Wayne's run and be like, yo, who's ever had like, some of the best runs? Maybe they compare it to the 50 run. But generally speaking, that's where all the Jay-Z loyalists, they kind of lose footing. Because Jay-Z isn't the standard that we compare musicians to. There is no standard. There is no Kareem Abdul-Jabbar of rap. There is no Michael Jordan of rap. Now, and I'm talking about rapper-esque, I believe who's more immortalized as an artist and embodying hip-hop, where people could say there's a standard, I think Pac, in an artist perspective, is that. Where people, it's constantly, he's a barometer of a certain type of embodiment of hip-hop where people be like, yo, this nigga moving like he's Pac. I've never seen niggas say you're moving like Jay-Z. What the fuck does that mean? Like, think about it. That's what it means. Yo, he's trying to be like Mike. That's the standard. The standard is Mike. Yo, be like Mike. It's actually a fucking movie. It's a fucking phrase. Right? Is it a movie? I might be tripping on that. But like, that was a profound phrase. Be like Mike. Mike, the standard. Everybody should try to adopt to the standard. Right? When it comes to hip hop, I've never heard be like Jay. Ever. Never in life. You get what I'm saying? And that's why these people trying to rewrite history to make this guy Michael Jordan of rap, it kind of rings hollow. Like, no. He had an era. He's a great businessman and mogul. But he's not synonymous with the standard of the greatest ever. No, he's just not. You know, and I see some of these guys like, you know, they're like fighting, they're like swimming upstream these days. They're like, nah, Jay would be like, in what world does Jay beat Kanye in a versus? In what fucking world? In what world does Jay-Z even beat Drake in a versus? Like, in what goddamn world? But they're trying to make Jay-Z somebody that, honestly, again, I don't think Jay-Z's legacy is disrespected. Wayne's legacy is way more disrespected. Wayne's legacy is way more disrespected. A kid right now who's 17, who's into hip-hop, you have to realize it's been over a decade since Wayne was really in his bag or whatever the case is. That kid was 7 then. Probably like around 5 or something like that. Like when they talk about how dope hip-hop is and whatever, they skip over Wayne. They didn't grow up on Wayne. And there's only a few artists that you didn't grow up on, but like you, like as a young kid, and if you're into hip-hop, you kind of learn everything about him. Like Pac is one of those. It doesn't matter what age, a kid born right now, in 10 years, when he's getting into his music bag, he's going to go do his own research and get into Tupac. Facts. He's that big of a prolific figure of an artist. Wayne, I don't think they're going to go back to because, like, you know, and Wayne fans keep, like, posting me, and I hope they know I'm not hating. Wayne's style of rap, which was, like, you know, really definitive, those, like, punchline, like, you know, clever bars or whatever. It's like Allen Iverson with the crossover. Like, when you first seen it, it's like, oh, man, that's crazy. But at the end of the day, you realize that shit didn't win not one championship. No matter how much you crossed the nigga up, you broke his ankles, like, it was like, the crowd loved it. But it lacked the appreciation when later on, many people start adopting certain styles of it, but they packaged it with other shit. Right? Allen Iverson, the best of the crossover. Right? But then when you see Kyrie, who is just as good as a ball handler, but he could shoot better and he could win a championship, you're like, I don't know. It made it feel a little bit less important what AI did. I'm an AI fan. I could never hate on my boy. I'm telling you the truth. That's where Wayne's shit is lacking. Wayne was good at these little remixes. Wayne was like, he made some good records too, but never really put things together. If you're going to say his best album, I would hope you don't say Carter 3. Maybe Carter 2. Maybe that could be it. But I keep saying Wayne doesn't have them championships. Wayne was on a hell of a run. Most of the work that defined the run was on features. He stole every feature. These mixtape remixes and these other records that are just leaked. And I think also, you know, I think people now when Wayne is like, yo, they don't invite me to this, they don't invite me to that, and people always post up a video, they're like, yo, check this out. They're like, yo, Wayne, this is why they don't want you to perform at the fucking Super Bowl. Nigga, you can't remember your lyrics. We don't give Wayne enough critique for not being overly dedicated. It's like, LeBron is in this game for 25 years. You know what LeBron is always going to beat Mike and all these other guys at? LeBron spent every year working on his craft, working on his body to be able to last this long and be this great. Michael Jordan was fucking bitches and gambling all night and smoking cigars. He would show up to the game, bloodshot eyes red. He was talented, still got it done. But the reason why he didn't play into his 40s or, probably his body probably started giving some way is because he didn't put that time into it. Wayne always came across that he just had that gift. And yes, he rapped a lot. But Wayne never put together the other things outside of rapping that needed for him to set up to be consistently mentioned and to be heralded as, again, I keep telling y'all, for anybody who disagrees with me, why is Wayne complaining? I'm giving a solution. You tell me why. If my solution ain't it, well, you give me a solution. I give solutions. I don't talk about problems. I give solutions. My thing is that Wayne's legacy out of everybody, Jay-Z, the old fuck he is announcing 2 fucking stadium nights or 3 nights back to back to back. They're celebrating him like he's going out of style. They are throwing the biggest parade for this motherfucker the year after he comes off all type of allegations. You know why? Because his legacy has been set up to be appreciated. Wayne's legacy has not. That's the point I've been telling y'all. It's a reason why all these things are, who should be at the Super Bowl? Let's keep it a bean. Other than the Wayne guys, which I think I'm a Wayne guy, nobody with a brain said, let's bring Lil Wayne on here. Of course, we want to hear a Millie. 6 foot, 7 foot. We want to hear Fireman, of course. But in reality, after Wayne's run, it just hasn't looked the same. It just hasn't looked the same. I'm sorry to tell you. But back to my original point. They're trying their best. And I'm here to tell y'all, and this is like, there's a Twitter crowd. Like, they're like 40 plus. Like, they love reminiscing. It's okay. I'm going to get there too. I hope I'm not the guy who's like still, when the new guy comes around, I'm still defending Drake, saying, nah, man, y'all had to be there. Maybe I will. But I'm just here to tell y'all that Jay-Z is not nowhere. Let me see. Who would I say Jay-Z is like in hip hop history? He's like Magic Johnson. That's it. It's Magic Johnson. Yeah, he's a GOAT. It's not the greatest nigga who ever played this shit. Come on now. Come on now. It's not Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Like, come on. He wasn't the most dominant like Shaquille O'Neal. Come on, bruv. He's not LeBron. So gifted like you're like, Jesus Christ, it's a once in a lifetime. Nah, not that. It's not Kobe. Model his game after another great and he's a great. Nah. It's like Magic Johnson. Nah, actually, he's like, you know what Jay-Z is? I got you one better. He's like John Stockton. There you go. He's one of the GOATs. No, actually, I take it back. This is the last one I'll say. Jay-Z, he's none of those. And I apologize to Magic Johnson. Jay-Z is Jerry West. He's Jerry West. Ain't Jerry West the logo? Am I tripping? Yeah. Jerry West, he was a good player. He is one of the GOATs. But they basically just whitewashed the whole shit and made the nigga the logo. So now, business-wise, he has a over-inflated importance in the fucking league like he was the guy. But he's not Mike. He's not Mike. He's not Wilt. He's not Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He's not Akeem. He's none of that. That's what Jay-Z is. Jay-Z is not Mike. Jay-Z is Jerry West. Most of Jerry West, if you ask me, not most, but a lot of what he's known for is what he did after he left the court. Some of the ambassador moves. Him as a GM or whatever the hell he was doing in the front office. That's Jay. Jay's legacy is not only music. It's what he's done with Rock Nation, Rihanna, J. Cole utilizing Rock Nation to take over the NFL. That's part of his legacy. Title. He's a businessman. Yes, he was a player. So you know who we got to say he is? He's Jerry West. It's cool. But he's not Michael Jordan. He's not Michael Jordan. He's not Michael Jordan. We got to figure out who Michael Jordan is. And all these little, look, I hope all y'all channels that love clip shit, clip up this one. I want to see the conversation on X. Your boy Hove is nothing near Mike. He's Jerry West. If we're talking about the Mikes of the world, Jay-Z ain't even in that convo. His ass is Jerry West. Get him out of here. Who would be Jordan? I would say Drake is LeBron. I know they don't like each other right now. It's all good. But Drake is LeBron. Why don't I say Mike? Well, Mike is synonymous with being the standard. Mike is the standard. It's hard for me to put Drake as the standard while he's still on the field dropping 45 like LeBron. How much points LeBron dropped last night? Oh, man. LeBron is out there on the field at 43 throwing alley-oops to his pre-cum. Bronny, catch this nigga. Bang! Crazy. Shit's kind of disrespectful almost. LeBron is having his way. The funny thing is, even though we are actively trying to call or gauge his legacy, we got to admit that his legacy is still being written. So maybe at some point, LeBron becomes a standard, but right now the standard is still Mike. So I want to say Drake is Braun. Drake is Braun. You know, I'm going to say Wayne is Iverson. Wayne is Iverson. Now, we got to go Kobe. Who's Kobe and who's Mike? Who's Kobe? Who's Mike? And if I'm being honest with y'all, I don't know if hip-hop has that. There isn't that quintessential person that has dominated so well, had such a nice career on all fronts. Dominated all the competition. You know why Jay-Z could never be Michael Jordan? Because Jay-Z was always a number 2 nigga. Mike was never number 2. Mike was never number 2. Jay-Z was in the league for 15 years, and he was like LeBron at the beginning of his career. Remember when LeBron went to like 10 straight finals? But he ain't win the ring. It's all about the ring. You go back to 2000, Eminem was the man. Jay-Z's like number 3. DMX was the man. Jay-Z's like number 3 or number 4. So the thing with Jay-Z fans, they want to rewrite history. The nigga never ran no year. Remember I told you Drake ran the last like 13 years, and Kendrick might have took 2 years out of it. I've given Kendrick 2024, and I've given Kendrick 2024 and 2017. Since 2010, 16 years. Drake. 2 fucking years, he wasn't the guy. 2017, Kendrick drops Damn. 2024, Kendrick in the battle, Not Like Us. Every other year, he's 14-2. Jay-Z, he can't be Jordan because he's never had the year that he ran. Ever. He's had a 20-year career. He's 0-20. He's 0-20. Every fucking year. He's losing to somebody else. Every year. He's never been that dominant. You can't be Jordan. You've never dominated like that. Jordan dominated. No game 7s in a fucking final. That's how Jordan gave it up. This guy can't be Jordan. That's not Jordan-esque shit. He admitted out of his own mouth. Yo, I told everybody on the label, yo, the tidal wave coming through because G-Unit is coming, huh? Jordan, imagine Jordan in the locker room with Pippen and, you know what I mean, Rodman and, you know what I mean, all these guys. And he's like, yo, listen, we can't win no more championships, man. You know who's coming through? You know who's coming through? Isaiah Thomas. Fuck out of here. Nobody give a fuck. When Michael came through, everybody said, well, it's his time. That's Jordan. That's Jordan. That's Jordan. Jordan got niggas out the way. He didn't make way for niggas. Once I heard him say this, said Jay told his whole label, like, yeah, we gonna have to fall back because 52 popping. That's no Jordan shit. That's Jerry West. Think about it. I'm giving y'all realistic shit you could think about. Like, if I'm capping, it's like, nah, Ack, you don't got it right. The nigga never had a moment that he was number one. Go back to Reasonable Doubt. You know why people keep talking about, well, when it dropped this and third, it was appreciated mostly in post. Great album. Definitely classic. I love Reasonable Doubt. I'm not going to lie to you. But the reason why, when that shit dropped, niggas was talking about Pac and Big. Niggas was not talking about no fucking Jay-Z, my nigga. Straight up. You keep doing the math on everything, you get to realize, like, Jay was always the guy who was, you know, I'll give you an example. Jay-Z's like Austin Reeves. He'll put up 20, 25. It looks good. But then when you see Luka drop 37, you're like, okay, makes sense. He's a good number two guy. Let's keep it a B. It's a good number two guy. It's a good number two guy. That's it. That's it. But when I'm trying to think about who is the Michael Jordan of rap, again, we're not just talking about the ability to rap. We're talking about kind of having the whole package. I've told you Jay-Z is eliminated. He's Jerry West. I gave Drake LeBron. Allen Iverson is Wayne. But I'm trying to figure out who's Kobe and who's Mike. Who's Kobe? Who's Mike? I'm seeing people say, well, Kobe should be Kendrick. What do you think about that one? What I'm going to say to y'all is, so Mike, I'm going to give Kanye, maybe not Mike. Kanye to me is going to be, well, Kanye's either Mike, Kareem, or Wilt. Undoubtedly, Ye is the guy, but do we want to look at Ye's career? Because Mike is the standard. I keep telling y'all. For anybody who would ever say that fuck nigga Jay is Michael Jordan, remember, Mike is the standard. Jay-Z has never been the standard of shit. Never. Ever. You feel what I'm saying? Like, never. So whoever gets the Mike placement gotta be the standard of rap. Damn, look how clean this nigga did it. Look how when he came through, niggas couldn't fuck with him. Look at how every time he was placed up against niggas, he basically ate their lunch. Pause. I don't know if we could do that. I'm trying to figure out the person. Somebody said Pac is Jordan. I kind of want to do, I kind of want to bring in a different sport to put Pac in there. I want to say Pac is Barry Sanders. Barry Sanders was this football player who retired early, and obviously we know Pac passed away. But he retired early, but in the short time he was playing, he was like one of the fucking GOATs. You know what I mean? Like, he played 10 seasons. And he just fucking dominated, you know? Like, he's just one of the best on how short he played. But then again, Michael, how long did Mike play for? Did Mike play in the late 80s? But Mike did retire, you know, he retired after the second run, right? Yeah, 10 years doesn't seem short. I felt like, I thought his career was like always seen as short. Wayne can't, no, Jordan can't be Wayne. I'm using the same crap. I'm not making up some shit for Jay-Z. I got to use it for everybody. Wayne is not the standard. They don't even want to call the nigga to go to, they don't even want to call the nigga to perform at the pre-BET Awards show. You know the ones they be having a little twist at? They don't even want Wayne to do that. Because, like, respectfully, they don't even want that. So it's like, he can't be the standard. He can't be the standard of a rap career of, like, really doing his thing. Like, nah. Like, yeah, he had a great run. But the nigga is basically saying that, yo, Coachella don't even want him. Coachella? What the fuck? Jay-Z is not MJ. MJ of what? Now, I'm not asking no chat GPT. We could think. Somebody said, who's a Steph Curry? Okay. Yeah. All right, now we're kind of getting into the weeds here now. There's a Tupac is Deion Sanders. Okay. Pac is Magic? Okay. Pac is Emmitt Smith. Okay. All right. This is a good conversation, though. You know, we're not here to, like, solve it all, but do y'all understand my premise, though, right? And it's not an anti-Jay-Z premise. It's just a fair premise. It's to say that, listen, you know, in having this hip-hop conversation, and I see they're running to give Jay-Z every award, right? Like, yo, these are the greatest, you know, rappers, and you're sort of looking at it like, yo, bro, just pat Jay-Z on the back if you want to, my nigga. Like, you don't have to try to, like, throw all this other extra stuff into it. But if we were going to compare it to sports, I just don't believe that Jay-Z would be seen as the Michael Jordan. And I'm really asking the question out loud. Who is the guy that has had the Michael Jordan run where people are like, yo, this is fucking amazing. This guy's been the best guy in the league, dominating, right? Not the second best guy, right? Remember, Marshall Mathers, like 2000, 2001. We had DMX from like 98 or whatever going into that. Right after that, we pretty much, some niggas would probably even say like maybe Ja Rule with 2002. Then we get to 50 Cent from 2003 to 2005. Then we get to 2006. Now we got Kanye in the building. Jay announcing a retirement already. Then we get Kanye, who's kind of running shit. Then Wayne jumps on, and Wayne is like, yo, he's popping his shit. And then Drake comes in at the beginning of 2010 or late 2000 and 2000s to 2008 to 2000 whatever. And then it's always been Drake. It's been Drake, and then Kendrick got 2 years. When the fuck was the Jay-Z era? Like, yo, you can't be the number 2 guy your whole career and then everybody calls you the GOAT. Like, it's like, I love LeBron, but when niggas come with you know why LeBron's the GOAT? It's because he scored the most amount of points. Well, nigga, if you played the most seasons and you sit around and just fucking keep going and going and going and going and going and going, of course you're going to break every record. That doesn't mean you're the greatest. It means you have the most longevity. So I've always rejected that. Like, I don't give a fuck. LeBron could score 1 million points. Okay. You are, longevity-wise, you're good. But doesn't make you the best. Hey, if I'm hating, tell me the year. Tell me the year. In the 90s, they're not talking about Jay. It's a Biggie and Pac situation. Right? We have DMX, who basically drops like 3 albums like in a year, around 99 to like around 2001. Then we also get Marshall Mathers, so it's the Eminem time period. Then we quickly jump onto the 50 Cent train. And once 50 starts, nothing ends. I just don't see it, but you guys can let me know. Anyway, all right, so Dame is kind of hating a little bit. Dame, we're no Jay-Z defenders here, but I kind of feel bad that 30 years later you're sitting on like, this interview and it comes across like it's not, I won't call it bitterness, but when you're like, man, Jay is cunning this and third, and I'm like, bro, if you only knew that when the nigga was plotting to take you out, right? Like Jay-Z was sitting there probably smiling in your face. You were popping mad bottles, fucking 20 bitches, and you didn't realize that the nigga was planning a version of this that didn't include you. So now when you're on podcasts like 30 years later saying, yo, this is what Jay did, I'm like, yeah, he definitely did do that. But rather than actually, we might have to give him credit and call you the dummy. Because how the hell did you let this nigga run this play in front of your eyes? Like, there's this one clip that, Dame Dash goes off on Def Jam, right? And he's in there popping it. And supposedly, come to find out, Jay-Z set up a meeting and didn't include him. That was writing on the wall. Jay-Z was cutting you out to play. They allowed you to kick and scream, but Jay-Z was plotting for you to get out of there, and he didn't realize it. So we got to, like, Dame Dash got to start taking accountability. Jay wrote you out the script, and he did it in a clever way where you thought it was everybody else's fault but his. But at some point, Jay said, I don't want to be around this fuck nigga no more.
Why shit is fucked up? Because y'all stay trying to do that. Y'all should have called Damon Dash and said, and you want the whole fucking thing to hear it?
Whole time they're sitting here like, why would we call you when the real boss Jay-Z told us don't call you?
Keep the door open. I don't give a fuck. Y'all should have called Damon Dash, make sure I was privy to it, and make sure I was CC'd or whatever. You don't send an email randomly at 10:30 at night or whatever it is at night, the day we all had awake. That shit don't fly right. That shit is fucked up. And on another level, it's not for y'all to go. Y'all do not control any of my artists.
Interesting.
That's why I'm asking questions. Everybody's looking dumb in the face. So what was we doing? What was we talking about in terms of Jay? Let me know.
You see, as smart as Dame puts himself to be, or, you know, everybody's a dweeb and he's cool, there was a board meeting happening. We're not board meeting, but like, you know, meeting about Jay-Z's projects. And everybody stayed there and let you have the ego moment because they all probably were locking eyes with each other to say, oh, he's not part of the other group chat. The one where Jay says, don't invite him, have this meeting without him. I'm going to co-sign whatever y'all say in the meeting. And that's when they're realizing, oh, Dame not in the loop no more. Subsequently, he got out of there. So I think, you know, in these interviews that Dame Dash is doing, I don't know why he doesn't take that accountability. Yes, Jay-Z's a known snake. I keep telling you, they got rattlesnakes, they got anacondas, they got the cobra, and then you got the motherfucking Hove snake. That's it. It's a fact. You know, so yeah, you know, but once you know a snake's a snake, it's like, what are you going to do? But you can't blame that if you thought you were that much of a big boss. Like, you should have seen this coming from a mile away. You're a pooch, he said. He's like, yo, you can't outsnake a snake. He said he's seen that coming from a mile away, right? Anyway, if there's no other clip that's engaging, okay. It says DMX didn't respect. Let me hear this.
I was already checked out by then. You know, I don't think DMX ever respected Jay. They used to battle. You gotta remember, man, we was battling before we made money. So we was battling in the pool hall. We was battling, you know, show for show on you know, the Hard Knock Life. You know, it's always a good competitive thing. It's respectful. But I never, like, I've had a long conversation with DMX only because it would be like, pause. He had these, like, he just had these moments in the dressing room, or when he was shooting, while I was shooting Paid in Full, he was shooting a movie in Canada. And I remember, you know, we hung out and talked for a long time, very deep. But I don't think he respected Jay.
Really?
That's what I don't think. Like the Rough Riders and us, we had a lot of respect for each other. We have a lot of respect. I consider DNY like almost like blood brothers at this point. Even though, again, I ain't got to never see him or whatever. But it was like, yo, they understand that mentality of like, thorough niggas don't fight thorough niggas. Thorough niggas stick together. We don't, you know? So like, if Jay's or Beanie's beefing with Jada Kiss, we would go be like, that's dead, all that. We don't do war amongst friends. So I really look at them as brothers. You know what I mean? So they respect Jay. But I don't think the people that were on that label, I don't think none of them respect Jay. I don't think none of them. It was two kind of hustlers. They were different. Hey, Nick, you tell them to give me another drink? Another beer?
Okay.
I don't think they respect. I mean, you could ask them. Look at the interviews.
All right. Anyway,
you know,
I think we'll move on from here. Anyway, top of the morning. It's a nice Saturday today. It's 11 a.m. I do know y'all like these early morning streams, so welcome. And if you, I applaud people who could get up before noon on Saturday. I know a lot of you guys work 9 to 5s during the week. And at times when you could, still have fun on Friday night and still be able to get up and function like a normal human, I really respect it. So thank you guys for being here. Okay, let's see what else is going on. I do know I touched on a few business things last night. Oh, NBA Ben 10. He's officially been released from the hospital. Okay? He's been officially released from the hospital. And a lot of people are saying they want Ben 10 to do the Wiggle Your Toes challenge. So they want to see, you know what I mean? They want to see if this thing could do the woo walk. They want to see if he could do the crip walk. They want to see some type of walk. I don't know the status of his mobility. What I took away from him getting out of the hospital is that I'm surprised that he's allowed to walk free. All pun intended. Well, no pun intended. Because police have locked up All-Star JR, right? So All-Star JR got locked up. And a lot of people feel that's, it's definitely in connection to the shooting of Ben 10. But people actually believe, well, he's getting locked up because the charges are going to eventually fall on Ben 10. Because if the story goes as how people think it went, Ben 10 was trying to rob All-Star JR, which usually police would charge for that. Let me just play what Ben 10 said after leaving the hospital, though.
I ain't ever do y'all nothing. Everybody want me paralyzed. I ain't ever do y'all nothing. Bitch, I'm well and I'm good. I ain't ever do y'all nothing. Everybody want me paralyzed. I ain't ever do y'all.
Okay. So, he's been discharged. He's in the car. I kind of want to believe that, I don't know if this is an educated guess. I don't know if he's permanently, paralyzed, but I do believe him leaving the hospital, he's probably starting some physical therapy. So, we did look up if you're paralyzed initially, or if maybe you can't walk initially after maybe a spinal injury, could you gain back either the feeling in your legs or walk later on? And, people are split on it. Some people feel like, usually it doesn't get better. And some people feel like, yes, you could, through physical therapy, just a lot of it, kind of rehab your legs or rehab those muscles, or, hopefully some of the sensitivity with the nerve damage that probably happened will try to heal your body. Now, I will say, and Dogface called me. And yes, remember, if you don't know who Dogface is, Dogface has been the spokesperson for All-Star JR, who's now locked up, but All-Star JR specifically told me that I should go through Dogface for any official information about him. Dogface has now came out with some new info, and he called me about this. He said, Ak, a lot of what you're hearing isn't true. Now, I want to put my, be very open. Obviously, when I speak to rappers or whatever, sometimes they'll give me, they're not going to give me a non-favorable part, right? It's not like we're talking secret, but I told you what Ben 10 told me. Ben 10 admitted, yeah, he did stand over me. He had no bullets. He admitted he got shot. He had said, according to what he said, I felt like he said it once or twice. He didn't really say a number, but he did say he didn't get shot on his body. He showed me. And, so his version of the story was hey, we don't know the guy. We didn't know the guy. But, he clearly had an issue with somebody who we were around. And whatever happened. Apparently, All-Star JR is saying that's not entirely true. Right? And they're saying that supposedly Jay Prince, who is the central figure, and by the way, I told you Jay Prince reached out to me because his name was cleared by the 4K Trey guys. So I spoke directly to Ben 10, I spoke directly to OG3, and they said this was not a situation where I was sent off by Jay Prince Jr. Things occurred, but we weren't instructed by Jay Prince Jr. to do anything, which absolved Jay Prince Jr. in my opinion. Now we're hearing from All-Star JR's side through Dogface, they're saying that everything we've been told that absolves Jay Prince Jr. is actually not real. So the story was Jay Prince Jr. shows up late to this dinner. Everybody was already there. And they were there, and there was no issues with All-Star JR because they don't know All-Star JR. When Jay Prince shows up, that's when he kind of locks eyes with them, and things start going left. Now we're hearing from All-Star JR that, through Dogface, there's security footage that shows that the 4K Trey guys were outside with Jay Prince Jr. and seemingly almost having these conversations that may have included, hey, we know that nigga in there. Yo, let's pull up on him. Now, that would be very, very different and going against everything I've heard even from these guys, right? Because I hear he shows up late. It's not like basically nobody knew he was going to be there. We're hearing that supposedly there's evidence, video evidence of them being in a parking lot all together, supposedly before they walk into the spot, supposedly together. So he didn't show up late. Dogface, Jay Prince. This is, let me see if I could get, here we go. Okay, is this the story here? And he did want to get on here to clarify, but we didn't get a chance to call him. Okay, I think this is it. Is it that or no? Give me a second. I'm trying to. He did an interview recently, and that's what people have been reacting to. Is it this? That's 12 days ago.
Black people.
It's some recent developments. Let me see. Okay, those are old. Give me 1 second. Maybe it's the one with Tony Yayo and Uncle Murda. Let's look from this week. Okay, maybe that's what it is. Hold on.
You the most controversial nigga. The Instagram post wearing which he said that
Here we go.
he arrived late
Okay, here we
at
go.
OG33's party, who was like second, third in command of Never Broke Again, the extra
NBA
labor.
YoungBoy people.
Yeah, he said he made a statement and put it on Instagram, and his daddy made him take it down because all you did was just give him a chronological timeline. All you did is really explain from your perspective what happened, and you finna nail yourself because that shit ain't what happened. And it don't take much. The footage itself contradicts what Junior's original statement was.
Right.
And his statement is that he was moving around throughout the course of his day. He had no idea this was gonna happen. He had no idea he was gonna see JR. And that he arrived late to a party that was already taking place at Confessions.
Right.
That's a lie. You know what I'm saying? The NBA OG3's birthday party with him and his family, NBA Ron, Dead End, nigga, all them niggas, it was at a restaurant in Houston called Atlantic Ocean, right? They were all there. Well,
And by the way, some of this actually matches with what I was told. So apparently there was another event before. So there was another place that OG3 and family and everybody came from before they got to Confessions. But I was just being told that Jay Prince wasn't with them until the ultimate part where he comes in late, and that's when they spot the guy. So the previous venue they were at, supposedly Jay Prince Jr. weren't there, but Dogface is saying that's not true, and maybe that they're kind of concealing the fact that Jay Prince Jr. knew this guy was going to be there and actually plotted this, right? So he's given some scenarios that would kind of allude to Jay Prince Jr. actually plotting this with these guys.
Junior wasn't there, they were there. When they pulled up the Confessions, they all pulled up together. So when Junior said, hey, I arrived late because I had to go to my aunt's birthday party, which was a family affair, and I had to go to physical therapy. So that's why I arrived late with no jury on, and I didn't have regular mob ties, figures, or security with me because Junior never goes anywhere without security because he ain't going nowhere without no security because he ain't like that. He needs somebody to help him out. He needs a helping hand. He ain't just bopping around that bitch, even though he's born and raised in Houston. He ain't bopping around that motherfucker by himself because he can't. So that was the statement that he made on Instagram. When you look at the overall footage, especially the parking lot footage, you see them all pull up together. And he said that he came late because he had his aunt's birthday party and because he had physical therapy. The whole incident transpired at 11:30 on April 8th. April 8th was a Wednesday. The restaurant closed at 12 at midnight. Y'all all got there at 11:30. The footage show y'all all getting there together at 11:30. So there was no party that Junior was late for because Junior and the NBA camp came together. And as JR was leaving at 11:30, that's when they were coming. So the whole theory and the whole story, he put his foot in his mouth by telling that whole shit like that. And then when the NBA camp talked to academics said he retold the story about he pulled up, Junior pulled up to a party that was already going. They wasn't even there, right? When the footage of the whole situation, they wasn't there. They Junior All-Star JR was leaving and they were coming, and the confrontation happened right at the elevator.
Oh, now now again, I'm open to being wrong because my the way how I deal with it is that if someone lies to me or misleads me, I tell who told me. Like, I'm not making shit up. I was told by Ben 10 and OG3 specifically, hey, this guy showed up late. So if Dogface is telling the truth, I don't know who's telling the truth, but if he's telling the truth, that means they lied to me, right? Or maybe they just didn't want to tell me that. I don't know, right?
Elevator. You know what I'm saying? So it was an orchestrated measure, man.
And he claims it's all on camera. I don't know how he's verified this, but he claims it's on camera.
Jay Prince Jr. is a despicable piece of shit. He's a horrible. Can I cuss? No.
Yeah, you can say.
Okay, he a horrible cocksucking ass nigga. He is not his father. He is not his father. He's tarnishing the entire image of the whole Rap-A-Lot dynasty empire. That nigga is not his daddy. He had a trust fund, baby.
Hey, chat, are we, I don't want to take credit for other people's whatever, but chat, ever since we gave him the alley-oop to have that debate with Wack, Dogface is everywhere. Dogface is like a new street nigga character unlocked. Did the chat niggas help create the new street nigga? He has a different little bop from Wack. He's wearing chains. He kind of looked like the cool uncle, like he's a little player to it. He got the chains, got the, what is that Cartier? I don't know what type of glasses is that. But remember, there's been a bunch of people that's going against Wack, but we gave a good alley-oop to have that verbal argument on here. And essentially that turned into making him like a favorite of people thinking, you know what, he comes from the street, he has a certain perspective, but he definitely, watching him kind of going back and forth with Wack, which probably was one of the only times people have seen Wack a little bit stunned, it's kind of worked for him. He's doing good. I'm looking at, he did 110K views. Like he's kind of moving around. He's able to fly on his own now.
Trying to be something that he's not. And that's why he constantly and consistently finds himself in situations like we have right now. It is what it is. The whole, when you look at Duke the Jeweler situation, you look at the Takeoff situation, these guys.
Yeah, so that is an important part. We're going to figure out if that is true. They're saying that there's two important pieces to the story that he claims is on surveillance video. I'm guessing he's talking to the lawyers of Jay Prince Jr., not Jay Prince Jr., All-Star JR, or he has some type of other proof because he keeps saying surveillance video. So that would significantly change this whole situation in one way. If, number one, everybody met up outside before coming into the venue, that would mean, okay, this could have been either premeditated or the idea that you guys weren't together and it was like this one guy who had a problem with y'all that came late to our party. That's out the window. Then secondly, if everything happens right when it so he also says that OG3 started the physical altercation by shoving the dude. That also would kind of like crystallize a little bit more of maybe things we don't know that I believe the police are currently investigating, because, they probably do want to figure out, can they file charges, right? Can they file charges on Jay Prince Jr., Ben 10, Ron, and probably even looking at OG3. So we'll see. Anyway, the latest on All-Star JR is that he's been denied bond, okay? He was denied bond in his federal case. He was held in Detroit, and he will be transferred to Houston. I think he'll eventually get a bond, but currently there is no bond for him to get because he is indicted in another district in another state, and since he was caught in Michigan, he has to go to Houston or go to Texas to go listen to that judge. So Detroit rapper All-Star JR will remain in custody after a federal judge ruled he will not be released while awaiting trial. Now remember, this is the magistrate judge. That's the intake judge, right? According to court documents from his detention hearing, the ruling came after the magistrate judge determined that no release conditions would adequately ensure public safety or his appearance in court. The decision stems from the judge in front of Judge Altman, where she evaluated the nature of the charges, his background, and other factors tied to the case. The decision states that the government met its burden of justifying detention, citing concerns tied to the alleged conduct prior history. Now, this is where it's going to come back to bite All-Star JR. He ran from the scene. So, like, the most ridiculous part of this all is that most people believe that was a self-defense situation. Somebody tries to rob you, they're jumping you, they did rob you, their gun falls, you grab their gun, you fucking start busting back at them, you shoot one of them or whatever the case is. However, here's the thing. The dude leaves the gun on the scene, which is good, and he runs. He never talks to the cops, ever. Okay, cool. It's one thing not talking to the cops. Maybe they got to come find you to figure out what actually happened. But he starts making songs taunting the dude who he shot, saying, do the Ben 10, do the Ben 10. So that puts the feds into a real interesting position where they're like, yo, hold on. You're quickly not looking like the victim. You're looking like maybe the antagonist. And you know what? We're going to make sure you talk to us. We're arresting you because we could technically file a charge on you, right? So he never spoke to the cops ever. He just made diss songs. And that's the thing that is also hurting him on detention hearing, because they're like, yo, if this, you know, his lawyer's going to say, nah, this is self-defense. Like, why can't he get out of jail if he was defending himself in this incident? They're going to say, well, he defended himself and he didn't wait for the cops. He ran. He operated like a criminal. And if he operated a criminal in a case that you're saying he thinks he was defending himself, why do we think he's going to actually willingly show up to court? He didn't even wait for the cops, and supposedly he was in the right. Why are we going to wait? Why is he going to wait for, why is he going to actually show up to trial? So I think that's what's happening. They're going to bring him to Dallas Houston, Texas. Say he was then ordered to be transferred to Texas where the incident happened. And he's going to go for bond again there in front of the trial judge, which is going to be the district judge. Okay. All right. So yeah, so this a conversation broke out. Several individuals approached him, leading to a struggle. Firearm fell to the ground. Authorities claim he retrieved the weapon and began firing as people fled the scene. They're saying one individual's collapsed, that's Ben 10, after being struck, while others ran for safety. The complaint further alleges additional shots were fired towards another person, and the incident continued after the initial exchange. Okay? All right. Well, so we will see what's going on with that. All right. What else? You know, top of the morning. By the way, Verzuz is going to be happening soon. We got French Montana and Rick Ross. That's a really good matchup. Really good matchup. And I can't call it. French is no slouch though. Because French is DJ Khaled and a good rapper mixed in one. You know, DJ Khaled has like all these hits that's featured or assisted by many people. Well, French has that too. Unforgettable. Pop that. He has, is Stay Scheming his record or Rick Ross? I can't remember. Whose record is that? See, but they share records too. Who plays Stay Scheming? Oh, that's Rick Ross's record. Right? So that's also like, if I'm doing a Verzuz with French, I'm gonna be like, bro, we gotta like rock, paper, scissors, shoot on who could play Stay Scheming. Because I could say, if I'm Rick Ross, I'm like, yo, I think I'm more iconic, you know, on that record than you. But then people remember Drake's part. Someone said there was a flyer with the songs that they were gonna play already. Rick Ross. I think this is the second time Rick Ross and French are doing verses. Not versus each other, but just verses in general. Let's see.
Biggest bells of Ricky Rose, midnight.
Hold up. All right, let's see. So this is what they're kind of like putting out as, is this a flyer? I don't think this is a flyer though. If you don't know, Verzuz these days is taken over by Complex. So Complex got bought, and because the company that previously bought some assets from Triller, which was Verzuz, it's folded up, and Network, I don't know if you guys know the company Network, it folded up where Complex now owns Verzuz, which I don't know if you guys knew. Okay. So we got Rick Ross. All right. What is this? The Boss, Lyrical Weight, Street Legend, Maybach Music. This Verzuz will be interesting if they can't play features. There's so much conversation to be had on what the hell they're gonna play. If I'm French or if I'm Rick Ross, I'm like, yo, you only beat me if you play a bunch of Drake songs. What are you gonna play? No Shopping, No Stylist. What are you gonna do? Play Pop That? Like, what are you gonna? You're gonna play a bunch of songs with Drake trying to win. And if I'm French, I'd be like, yo, Ross, yeah, you don't do the same. Even though I think solo record, I think Ross wins. But feature-wise, I think French might win. Nothing's going to beat Unforgettable. He's going to play the joint with Kodak. Ross could play Aston Martin Music, mad shit from Port of Miami. What's the other shit? Yeah, Ross got a bunch. He's going to play I'm a Boss. It's a good matchup, though. It's a good matchup. Pretty good matchup. He got BMF. I think I'm Big Meech. Larry Hoover, Whip and Work. Hallelujah. You know? What's that one song? Be like, yo, I know the real Noriega. He owe me 100 favors. Yeah. Hustling. French, I think, has bigger global records. And I think Ross wins if he does what I thought successfully Jadakiss did. Jadakiss won the Verzuz shit when he made it, even though it's being watched by everybody in the world, he made this shit about, yo, it's about the boroughs of New York. There's some New York shit. And he came with the New York, and that battle was, it felt like, well, I mean, shit, it was in Madison Square Garden, I think. Or Barclays, I can't remember which one. But he made it local. And he made it about, yo, nah, fuck what you talking about. Like, you know what I mean? And if Rick Ross could do like, all right, you got them international songs, but we want some street shit, some hard shit. If I'm him, I'm coming out, I think I'm Big Meech. Larry Hoover, like, you got to come with the street records that when French Montana pulls for like the little fluff records that's kind of like international, they're like, nah, bruh, it ain't that type of wave. You better go pull some shit from Mac and Cheese. That's his mixtape series, if you don't know. So, who do I have? Who did French face first? French Montana. Who did he face? French Montana first Verzuz. He did Verzuz versus someone, I believe, and he dominated him, I think. Am I tripping? Who did French Montana go against in Verzuz? In first Verzuz? Is this his first one? Oh, this is French's first one. Oh, never mind. Yeah, I've always contended that French would have beat Meek Mill. French would have even beat Meek Mill in a Verzuz. But yeah, him and Ross, I think that's a good battle. That's a good battle. May 7th. Damn, I can't wait for that. I can't wait for that one. Who you think is going to use more Drake records? And when I mean Drake records that Drake is a feature on. You got to play Stay Scheming, right? Let's ask ChatGPT. Which artist has more Drake features? French Montana or Rick Ross? All right, let's go to AI mode. Come on. Ross has more collaborations. Wow. Let's see. Oh, Gold Roses. You're not going to play Gold Roses. Stay Scheming got to get played. Oh, Aston Martin. Woo! Yeah. Aston. I be forgetting that Drake was on them shits, too. I don't think Money in the Grave is going to be played. Oh, they were also on a bunch of ensemble tracks like No New Friends. But French got Pop That, No Stylish, No Shopping. Okay. Ross has 15 collaborations? List all songs that Rick Ross has with Drake. Okay. Stay Scheming, Aston Martin, Dice Pineapples, but I think that's Wale's song. Gold Roses did get a Grammy nomination. You can't play Drake, Lord knows. Like that niggas will look at you crazy. You don't play Lemon Pepper Freestyle because that's just a freestyle. And let me see, are they on any of these type of records? This is French's song. No New Friends, I don't think he does that. Yeah, so pretty much there's like 2 or 3 songs that he probably would play. Okay, so Ross would only use like 2 or 3 songs. Yeah, so it's not going to be that bad. He's going to use 2 or 3 songs that got Drake on it. He has to use Stay Scheming, has to use Aston Martin music, and then maybe Dice Pineapples come out. Right? I don't think he's going to use Gold Roses. List all the songs that French Montana has with Drake. Let's see. Okay, so I say Ross is going to use 3. French he got to use Pop That. Got to use No Shopping. Got to use No Stylist. And we're going to say he can't use Stay Scheming because that's Ross's track. Okay. All right, so they're both going to use 3. So that's fair. That's fair. They both use 3. That works. All right. Top of the morning here, people. Chat, I love how you guys always show up strong in here, man. We are 11:30 a.m. on the East Coast. It's 8 a.m. on the West Coast. It's 4 p.m. in the UK. On a Saturday morning, we still got 11,500 people up in here strong. Thank you guys for showing up. I really appreciate that, all right? Okay. I guess it's time for us to get into some of the obvious melee and fuckery. Not a story that I'm particularly fond of, and I'm going to tell you why I'm not fond of it. But Boston Richey and Tatiana, they're going through their drama currently, okay? Now, I'm going to tell you why I'm not fond of the story. For much more than the obvious, there's some nastiness involved. It has many implications, which we'll get into all of those. But I'm really not fond of stories where people who are in personal relationships end up at a certain point start bringing us all in the group chat when previously they used to act like everything was cool or they used to be flexing on everybody. I don't like exposed culture. Okay? Now, granted, there's going to be some people that say, well, some people couldn't speak up when they were in relationships. And that too, I also believe. But we also do have to realize what exposed culture normally is not looking for justice. It's usually looking to hurt someone or looking for some type of retribution. And we do have to make that distinction because some of y'all might be like, who cares? Well, you have to make that distinction when the ultimate goal is trying to weaponize people to cancel someone versus actually highlighting that someone has done wrong and then looking for justice, maybe through crowdfunding support or lack thereof. Right? Because in some of these cases, we're like, well, if these other circumstances didn't happen, would we have known about this or not? Also, I still believe that in cases of domestic violence or even worse things, I wish the level of exposés were done at the police station, not on social media. What is DJ Academics and the Chat Niggas gonna do? You get what I'm saying? So oftentimes it feels like the goal is to embarrass, not the goal is to imprison. But nevertheless, let's get into it. If you guys don't know Boston Richey, a Floridian rapper, he dated a girl named Tatiana Chanel. Okay? There's always been, and I have to explain the dynamic for you to get the story. There's always been this thing about them, two things in particular. And this is where, like, even now, in me processing what's happened or the new information, I'm like, Supposedly, this young woman was either met or dated Boston Richey before she was 18. I'll Google how old he is. He's 29, and I believe they've been together for around like 3 years or so. 3 or 4 years. So when he was like 25, 26, supposedly he meets her and she's like 17 or 16. I don't know. Something we clearly don't approve of if this is true. We don't have much info about all the details except what she's saying. He's kind of like, you know, he's doing the rapper thing. Man, Shorty is, she's salty. I don't need to, you know, indulge in the back and forth explaining shit. So suppose he starts dealing with her. Now, this wasn't a secret. This is not David and Celeste. And this is why when, you know, there's an outrage machine now saying, you know, and by the way, she partially is even calling upon people to say, hey, you guys need to galvanize now and not support this guy or kind of cancel him because this whole relationship was wrong. And no one would sit here and defend a 26-year-old dating a 17 or 16-year-old. I don't think no one will do that, right? However, this is where sometimes, and I've said this before about them, sometimes I just mind my motherfucking business. I'm going to tell you why. When we all know how the Shade Room audience is. They love baby mamas. They love girlfriends. They try to see themselves in a woman who's with a successful man. When these two were together, the gals off the Shade Room and all these women, you know, platforms, they love the fact that, you know, Boston Richey, who's supposedly a known trick, was spending incessantly, buying her this, buying her cars, jewelry, spoiling this young girl with a afterthought of, well, how old is she? And that's why I'm like, you know what? Sometimes I just want to mind my business. You know why? Because at that moment, there was a bunch of scallywags in love with how she was being treated, as opposed to being outraged about how old she was or the nature of their relationship. And that seems to be the case in a lot of situations. No one has a problem with the guy when they're all posting the Birkin bags, the Louis bags, the Chanel bags, the new cars. It's all about, yeah, that's goals. But once the gifts stop, then we start talking about real shit. And I kind of look at those crowd of people and I'm like, I don't know if you guys really do care about the idea of grown men getting with little girls. Because when they're buying them Birkin bags and buying them this and buying them that, y'all don't seem to really say nothing. So that to me is a little odd, right? They were seen as one of the, like, you know how Ari gets online and basically tells us that Moneybag Yo is a trick for her? You get what I'm saying? And like the girls love it because they're like, yeah, girl, spend that money. Yeah, girl, get that bag. They did it with her. They do it with all these like popular influencer women. But trouble in paradise came quickly. Now, I don't know the ins and outs of their relationship. I want to let you know, I've never met Miss Tatiana Chanel. I have met Boston Richey. I think he is a amazing artist. I don't know how he deals with women. I can't vouch. I don't know. Okay? Every time I've dealt with him, he's been super respectful. But I can't say that means none of these things could be true. Trouble did happen in paradise when a video erupted or kind of came on social media that showed a heated altercation with supposedly, which showed supposedly him snatching his phone from her and like kind of shouting at her or something of the sort.
Oh. What the hell, Bert? That's Shorty?
And him screaming on her in front of other people.
That's the little young joint?
Okay. Now, I'll also be very honest and transparent. I remember because he eventually got locked up for something of the sort where they claimed that he had choked her. And when I spoke to him and spoke to his team, this is what they told me. And I'll be very honest. I remember hearing that and I say, you know what? This is further reason to mind my business. They basically said, hey, listen, this is the nature of these people's relationship. You have this young girl who's exposed to this lifestyle. It's addictive, but she thinks she could be controlling. You have this rapper who he wants to indulge with other women or whatever the case is. They're getting into these arguments and she always wants to be around. He'll go somewhere, she'll just pop up. And eventually they kind of get into heated arguments, right? That's how they describe it to me, right? So I said, well, there's been allegations now of abuse. And they're like, no, that's not what's really happening. I'm telling you what they told me. They said, well, they're like, listen, whether you're going to believe it or not, this is how their relationship has been. It's been like it's a 2026 norm. Toxic shit. Which means they fight, they argue, security or whoever has to separate them, and then they're both sleeping in the same bed fucking 2 hours later. She disses him online, he cusses her out, and then they're back together fucking same night. So this idea of she's being abused, she'll post something, they'll go to do a show, she'll show up, they'll kick her out because they're like, yo, stop following this nigga around. But then he ends up later that night, they back together. It's one of those things where like, it's toxic shit. You get what I'm saying? Now, I usually exit the group chat on the toxic shit because usually it's both ways. They're both doing all type of shit. And for you to give actual opinion on who's doing what, it becomes too messy. And also the person don't want to leave. The person don't want to leave. So that was their explanation. And I remember he had gotten locked up and they literally said she went to the police and said some stuff and he got locked up and she's back home waiting for him to get released. And I don't know if y'all know one of those, the girl that will get you locked up, but she goes to pick you up, or the girl that will, say whatever, but she's still here when you get out. She basically, so once I heard that, I was like, okay, this is messy shit. I don't want to get involved. Okay? Supposedly, she was down to do whatever to make sure charges got dropped. And then supposedly after she realized that he might not want to be with her anymore, she then takes that type of understanding to say, well, pay me and I'll retract my statements. And then that got into extortion because supposedly she was down to tell the cops. I think his sister or someone released messages where she's texting him to say, hey, if you want to not go to jail, give me that bread. And you give me that bread, I won't say X, Y, and Z, and you won't go to jail. Again, these are the things that tells me stay out the group chat, because I don't think being a victim should ever have to do with extorting money. That's number one. Now, granted, I haven't heard her side in these things. I haven't. I want to be honest. But when he had gotten locked up, I did speak to his team, and I was trying to get an understanding of what the fuck is going on. Because I was telling them, and you know, I'm not no stranger to a toxic relationship. I said, I think Boston Richey is really talented. But I think whatever little love triangle or whatever thing he got going on with this young woman is going to ruin his career, because it went quickly from being a good look. Like, these rappers, no disrespect, they get with these young women and they instantly realize it's an uptick. This is why you have that delusional girl from the UK saying Meg Thee Stallion or like Nene Leakes is more popular than an NBA player, because women's attention, yo, let me tell you this, India Love, there's more females who love India Love than love Dirk. And India Love is just the girlfriend of Dirk. Women love who holds the placeholder of the significant other more than the celebrity, honestly. So Boston Richey, who came off of people calling him a snitch, Future doesn't want to be seen around him. Like, the game is trying to ostracize him. He starts to make really good music. He turns to a really interesting pivot. Which, by the way, let me tell you this. Like, I'm giving y'all the cheat code. And yes, Lil Baby gonna catch some shots right here too. Anytime the streets or music starts rejecting a rapper talking tough, the ultimate pivot, like, you know what Young Thug needs to do? He needs to do what Baby's doing. Lil Baby can't make a song we believe to save his life because he's riding around with his hand on Young Thug's thigh. We're not believing it no more. Okay? You're from Atlanta. We're not believing that. Okay? However, making overt trick music or get ready with me music, which is only aimed for like the girlies, that does work. Like, it's working for Baby right now. Baby's cold as ice, making a record that you know, non-girls on TikTok would listen to. But the girls on TikTok, they're listening to Miss Trendsetter. I ain't gonna lie. I think Young Thug needs to do that too, because we don't want to hear like this other shit from Thug. We don't want to hear. But back to Boston Richey, that's what he did. Boston Richey went from making songs like Bullseye, Keep Dissing, those were fire street records. You know how after the stitching shit, how he popped back off? And by the way, Gunna did that too. Like, we gonna fuck tonight. Fuck you mean. Obviously he was already in that lane. Gunna was kind of already in that lane. But I'm telling y'all, I just gave y'all the remedy for all y'all niggas who y'all face card in the streets is not good, or people don't want to hear street music from y'all, or y'all just can't make a hot song like Let Bebe. You gotta make Get Ready With Me music. I'm telling you, it worked for all the people who made the pivot. Just give up on your gangster career. It's over. We don't want to hear you talking about you spinning blocks. It's over. You need to make some songs that when chicks is putting on their contour mascara, it could get lit. So what happened with Boston Richey, the whole game is ostracizing him. Get him out of here. He's a rat. He comes with the thing that people can't deny. He gets this girlfriend. He starts buying her a bunch of shit. And he makes a song that says, I want to get my life together, leave these hoes alone. He makes a record that's basically for the women. Can you help me? Do you love me? Can you trust me? And in the record, he's talking that trick game. I'm telling you. So it works. It works. And he realizes his career is going to be okay. Maybe he can't be rapping, like he's still going to rap like a thug or like he's a gangster, but he realizes what's going to work is these songs that is like a street nigga catering to his girl. That's the lane. Street nigga who loves his girl, who tricking on his girl. And this young woman is the physical representation. So everybody who supports her or supports their relationship is now giving him a chance, while a lot of the guys, when they, if you listen to gangster music or some shit, you might be like, man, they're still looking at him saying he has a dirty face card in the streets. So this chick is getting super popular. and they start to fight this and third. And eventually, Boston Richey gets locked up for this incident. And supposedly she makes a report to the police station saying that he choked her 50 times in one night. She claims she was pregnant, and he gets arrested. Now, he was already out on bond. And, from the conversation I had with him and his team before, I think they took it really serious because, a lot of times when you're in a toxic relationship, you're going back and forth. And then usually when most sensible people cut it off is when you realize that no matter, even if you have some toxic love with the person, this person is going to kill your career. Boston Richey had a bunch of shows that he was doing. And when he got locked up as a violation of bond, from what his girlfriend said, from what I heard, she was still around. Like, she's still, because she had gotten a car. Like, so she's still around. But I think he started realizing at that moment, this toxic love is going to cost you your career. You lost so much money because you're now in jail. You can't perform. And, this is like a rule of thumb for most guys. Once she puts you in jail, it's over. The moment you go to jail and a woman going to jail is nothing. You know what I mean? Because nobody gives a fuck about a woman's criminal history. But a man going to jail, you're now an abuser for life. So I think he probably realized that his career is just not going to prosper with her, and he made the decision to not be with her at all. And this whole toxic cycle ended supposedly after like 3 years. He just got out of jail not too long ago, and it's been clear that they're not together. By the way, she's came out and let people know she's not with him. And the confusing part, and that's why I keep saying I'm staying out the group chat, is that she goes on record and she actually says, I never even loved him. I just love the stuff he bought me. And I thought that was crazy. But listen to this. She did a live stream, and you got to hear some of the stuff she said. Where is it? She basically admits that she stayed with him for gifts. Where is it at? Okay. Don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. Okay. It's an old clip. If I can't find it, we're just going to get on to the new stuff. But she was on Twitch, I believe. Okay, can I find it? I guess probably not. I could probably find it quicker on social media. But this was his demeanor.
Oh, fuck, I'm gonna go pray. Go see the Lord. Bitch, my bitch might see a Bible and bitch, I'm out the cat. Here, go buy the Bible, ho. Get the Bible. Never know what I gotta spend the money on. My homeboy, that trick, he right here. He said he looking forward to it too. He said he ain't tricked on a while. He ain't got no pussy in a while. So he said he might spend a 10 just to lick it. He said nigga $15 just to fuck on the dime.
So remember, the street niggas were calling him a rat. So they didn't want to hear from him. But the women loved him because women love nothing more than a man who's basically saying, I want to give you all my money. So he realized this trick aspect is the thing that's kind of bringing him back. Oh, I'm a trick. Oh, he's got the money out. Yo, who wants this money? Yo, I'm gonna just give my girl some money to buy whatever. And girls will get moist to this, like, oh my God, I need a guy like this.
Yeah. Say, oh God. My nigga said he'll give her a 10 just to lick it. He's so desperate. He said he's desperate. He said it's been a while since he even felt a woman touch. Nigga like he just got out of jail. Now,
okay. So, yeah, I can't find that Twitch clip. It was her and I can't. She was doing some cooking show, and they were like, yo, why did you stay with him? And she was just like, sure, the gifts, the fuck, like, shit. And apparently he gave her $100K right before they broke up. I'm gonna try to find it here. Oh shit! All right, there's a lot of. Okay, there's so much new stuff that I can't. Oh, this is
the biggest heartbreak. How long was that long relationship? Like 2.5 years. No, Tati, I don't know how you did that hard time, baby. I can't pass 2.5. I don't know. 2.5. I don't even think I made it past 2.5. But like I said, I was just there. When you have a plan, you execute that plan. You was like,
and the plan was, let's extract as much money from this fuck nigga as I could. Like, you know what I mean? Which, you know, I hate to laugh at it, but it kind of shows that women, like, this idea, women love tricks, but don't respect them.
Like Charles bitch and I ever met black woman. I was just Christina. There. I was just there. Yeah. But, okay, I feel that. I don't know. So then what kept you in that relationship then? I'll fuck with your chain. I'll put gas around your neck.
So she said, what keeps you in that relationship? She said, the fucking jewelry, the bags. Fuck it, right?
You never change. I put gas around your neck. I'm a BB every chain. Fuck it, you talking about? Relationship.
Okay, so that kind of you know, crystallized exactly what their relationship was. Anyway, so they haven't been together for a while. Boston Richey's been out for like a couple months now, and it appears that he dropped a new song, and this got, you know, everything going crazy again because this new song, she believes, is dissing her. Now, the name of this new song is "Bitch You Weird." Okay. And by the way, while I'm covering this story, I want to give a warning, but I'm going to send this to No Cap directly. No cap. No cap. No cap. This is your future with Samaya. Those, like, these type of women, they're all the same. And I'm not trying to demonize them, but they're going to use the same angles. Tati's now coming out to say, oh, I was young. Samaya's going to say she was young too, bro. Okay? She's going to say basically the same language. If you don't either give her whatever she wants or whatever you've been doing with her behind closed doors is coming to light someday. All right? Trust and believe. So no cap. Just take note. Take note. You're probably next up. All right? No disrespect. You know, I love you, but still, it is what it is. So Boston Richey drops his song. It's called Bitch You Weird. And he's kind of dissing her a little bit. Well, not even a little bit, a lot of it. Let me actually pull up the lyrics. And this will set her off, okay? He's talking about her. He says, at a hotel with them females, lying, told a bitch I was with the bros. I'm a rich nigga, came to post. I'm checking in with real life, trapping loads. You hoe, I ain't got a cap. If you know, you know. You want to fuck shit, I suppose. If you want to leave, then you could go. Said, bitch, I hate your fucking guts. I said it's forever us. So many nights I was full of lust. I feel the real deal when I bust. And truth be told, I was only sticking with you when I was out on bond. You see what I did the same day? I beat my trap. I done did the run. Ran to another bitch house. Back to another bitch mouth. Fucking a bitch all on the couch, and that bitch got a big ass house. I ain't gotta get kicked out cause I done got some grown shit. Even if she do, I ain't tricking cause I'm a known trick. I'ma just go get another bitch, and I don't give a fuck if that pussy hit. I'll never ever love a bitch or cuff a bitch or trust a bitch. Put a little bitch on some hustler shit just for her to think that she bigger than me. Ooh, that's another thing too. I'm gonna be honest with you. I keep hearing a lot of these young women who turn into influencers because they got a bigger female audience than these guys. They do think they're richer than you. Like they start selling their waist trainers and their fucking body by whatever, and yeah, you can't sell albums. They could sell fucking tight spandex booty shorts. Like, so yes, they quickly believe that they're the program. All right. He says, put a little bitch on some hustler shit just for her to think that she bigger than you. And this kind of highlights some of the problems that is being faced though. Well, you're trying to control this young woman with a power dynamic, right? So now when she feels she's bossed up, the dynamic changes. So who you thought you were dealing with, you're not dealing with that no more. So I'm the first nigga that'll pipe her up, your car, your house. Little bitch is green. Okay. All right. Says, hey, shit done made me mad. I want to go to your condo and straight up spaz, but I ain't trying to go to jail. So I'm going to hit the trap and beat the bags. I was in love. I was spending my last. And you was outside acting bad. So he's saying she was a hoe. Truth be told, I'm ready to fire. Mama say go pray you because you can't crash. Slowed up on them shows because we be arguing when I'm on the road. So he's saying she was affecting his money. Which, by the way, every toxic relationship affects your bread. That's a fact. Right? Shit, I think even Meg Thee Stallion was affecting Klay Thompson's bread. Nigga can't make a free throw. Getting stressed out at the crib. So I can't love you no more because truth be told, you done broke the code. I was tripping on you. Bitch, I was eating the ass and eating the toes. Holy. I was cheating right after my shows. I can't even lie. I was with them hoes. Okay, so I don't know if this is that much of a diss song, but, I guess verse 2 is a little bit dissing, right? Anyway, Mrs. Tatiana Chanel, she did not like that. She hit back immediately, and she had said, listen, if you drop that diss song, I'm going to drop these nigga you gay receipts tonight. Call my bluff. The ball is in your court. And she says, you can't leave a nigga in peace. They want to send out your sex tapes and drop diss songs. Let that song drop tonight. The whole world gonna know what you like, and it ain't pussy. Now, this is my problem with this. The conversation everybody wants me to comment on is this nigga getting pegged. I'm not in niggas' bedrooms. He might be a bati boy. I don't know. Okay? I don't know. And I got no problem with him. And shit, I've talked to Boston Richey a bunch of times. I don't know. So I'm not going to say none of this lie. But you see where I'm coming back to having my biggest problem? Whether he gay or not shouldn't be the conversation. It should be this idea that he was fucking you or dating you at 16. Like, we're talking about everything but the only thing that really matters. Diddy might have been getting pegged. There's a few other niggas I hear do get pegged. Like, I'm not gonna be honest with you. I hear some of these things is freaky. But that's not the thing we should all be talking about. It shouldn't be the mic drop to tell people that he's gay. The mic drop is to be like, hey, listen, I was a child. And that's where I get lost off the plot. Because if your big reveal is to announce he's gay, that's the worst thing in the story? Even if he is? That's a problem to me. Anyway, Boston Richey announced that he was going to drop his music, and he definitely did. And before, she did like a teaser. This was like almost like the Iceman sculpture in her particular case. She says, has the disc been took down yet? Or are we posting these 65 photos of me busted up by you? All different days, by the way. I'm going to be honest with you. Again, I understand she was a child. And that's where I want to keep this conversation on. If she was a child, this is much more that we need to talk about. It's not just about abuse. But I do want to say in general, exposed culture, I'm not a fan of. If you could save 65 photos of 65 times that you got beat up, then I have to think about that scenario and wonder if that you're just keeping ammo for a rainy day, for the day he doesn't give you what you want, or he doesn't give you whatever money you demand of him because he's a trick. It kind of feels like you're trying to weaponize our care, right? That becomes a problem. If you're cataloging over time, him beating you up, you never tell us, you never tell the police, and then as soon as he's like, I'm done, or y'all finally done, now you want to present all the proof. It's like, what are we supposed to do? That's why I usually say keep him out of the group chat. For me, the most pertinent thing here was Boston Richey fucking with her at 16. That's it. If Boston Richey was 25 and she was 16, that is nasty. That's it. This other stuff we're getting, is he gay? Did he get pegged? I don't want to be thinking about a nigga buttocks being spread open and fucking penetrated by a girl with a peginator. What is that shit called? Or a strap. I don't care to know that. I don't care to know that. You know? And I'm going to be honest with you, most women, after they end a hurtful breakup, the first two things they say is, he has a small penis and he's gay. So this is something we're used to. So I'm not that shocked that much. Yes, she came with some proof. She came with the dildo, the actual receipts, the text messages. Cool. But a nigga's sexuality in 2026, gay or not, is not the thing that's going to make me be like, oh my God. I wouldn't be surprised if half of these niggas. We saw some, chat, I'm not trying to call names, but we seen some of these other gangster rappers. They look like they gay as a $2 bill, man. Half of them was hanging with Diddy. So that wouldn't surprise me. Yes, the abuse is nasty if it's true. But the first thing we should start off with, did he start dating this woman at 16? Then we talk about the abuse. And if you guys still want to talk about shit, I guess you could talk about if he's gay. But in order of importance, I don't want to talk about nigga sexuality when supposedly he may have dated you when you were young and probably beat your ass. But then I got to put it, hold it up and weigh it against, you took 65 pictures of 65 times? That's crazy. Anyway. So, and by the way, another thing that's a little bit concerning, she has a whole fucking folder. It's called Proof of Abuse. Women who catalog and keep receipts like this, unless they have a criminal case going on with you, are women who are trying to blackmail you at some point. No woman has cataloged. Because here's the thing, we don't condone abuse in any forms. We got to be very clear. Not sticking up for Boston Richey. I know Boston Richey. I do not know this young woman. But we're not co-signing abuse at all. However, I do want to say, I don't know how things went with them. I don't know if it was mutually toxic. Who cares? Still don't think a man should put his hand on a woman. Not saying that's the thing. But if y'all decide to move on, or somehow whatever happened and y'all still stay together, I get it. She's a young chick. She's damn near a child. But damn, you're making this decision to either forgive or whatever. Why the hell you still like cataloging all this shit? Right? To me, that seems like, all right, this is my leverage later on. Because I would say you should have put all of them out at the same time when it was happening. But you probably forgave the nigga time and time again, but you saved the receipts. Knowing that at some point you could leverage it to have people go back in the, you know what this tells me? If she has 65 pictures of 65 different times he beat her up, that means she forgave him 66 times. If she has 65 pictures of 65 different times, that means she forgave his ass 66. And I'm looking at that to say, why are we only hearing about one incident? Until now, obviously. Anyway. Someone says you should play the crying voicemails. Oh, apparently this is her mother. So her mother joins the group chat. So her mother is in there like, yo, girl. we live in an interesting culture. I'm trying to be very fair and impartial here. But I want to say, mama, we need to call you to the front of the congregation as well. You possibly need to be investigated. If you're the mother, why do you have your 16-year-old daughter with a 25-year-old rapper? You know, the moment we find out she's a child, we got to look at the parent. You shouldn't be laughing like, yo, play this voicemail. No. Because at that point, y'all just trying to like lavish in the fact that y'all trying to ruin his career. Fuck that. When were you being a parent? David's a piece of shit. He probably deserves a needle. He did all that shit to Celeste, who was underage. He killed her. He had a relationship with her. But the parents, where were y'all at? So to see this young girl who's basically saying she was taken on whatever, abusive trip underage, the mama coming on social media saying, nah, play that other shit. That looks incredibly odd. When did you decide not to be a parent, to overlook your daughter getting traumatized by an older man? How are you in the comments section acting like her girlfriend, egging it on for the expose. She then says this man needs to go to jail where he belongs. Well, he would have been in jail if you, knowing the whereabouts of your 16-year-old daughter, would have made it aware to the cops that there's a strange man who's overage who has my daughter without my consent, because as a parent, I would never send my daughter who's 16 with a 25-year-old man. He would probably be in jail. So this idea of he needs to go to jail, well, you're the one who spared him the first time. You're the one who spared him. And we see this behavior a lot. It even happened in the R. Kelly case. All of the parents who later said, man, this shit was crazy, they all consented to their daughter being around Kelly. They all delivered their daughter to Kelly when Kelly wanted them. But then afterwards, when the money dried up, when they stopped getting some type of benefits, now they're like, this shit was wrong. Well, when did you decide it was wrong? Parents are not being parents. I knew something was wrong already. My mama, if I'm telling, imagine, obviously this never happened, so please don't clip me out of context. Imagine if in my past, I had a Hassan Campbell past, right? Hassan Campbell, if you don't know, is a YouTuber. When he was a child, he was getting vigorously and viciously thigh'd, which means a dude was shoving his penis between his thigh and used as a makeshift butthole and getting fucked. It was a famous rapper. The famous rapper would buy his mama groceries and other things, and his mama was not up on her job of making sure her young son was getting fucked. Imagine later in life, the mama doesn't address that. Hey, listen, like instead of Tati's mom being in the comment section like that, you should see the tremendous failure as a mom you've been. Your daughter is crying out for help to the internet, to the whole world, because she was, quote unquote, taken advantage of when she was 16 on your watch. It was on your watch. It was absolutely on your watch. If Boston Richey deserves a jail cell, y'all should be bunkies. It was on your watch. Parents have to take accountability. If Boston Richey deserves a jail cell, the mama does too, because it was on your watch. What were you doing when you allowed your 16-year-old daughter to go frolicking with a rapper? So this to me is a moot point. So somebody else said, so you thought it was okay? She says, well, he's having me do it. Now, this is also, I got nothing against, I want to tell you, I'm calling this straight. Right? I'm calling this straight as possible. I am a little bit disturbed that she believes the biggest issue here is that she was fucking him in the butt instead of she was underage. I'm gonna stick on that point. So somebody said, and you thought this was okay. She says, he's been having me do it since I was 17. Somebody says, this all makes sense. She liked this post, by the way. Men who are on the cover are very abusive to the women that they are with because they are suppressing the demons of denying that they like men. By the way, I want to say this is a crock of shit right here. Hey, women, I know in y'all world, and it's kind of interesting because all these women have a gay friend, but when they want to try to shame a guy who doesn't follow their program or who doesn't accept their bullshit, they call him gay. Like, did y'all see the recent, push from everyone who we basically said, after we gave our opinion on Meg Thee Stallion and Klay Thompson, for the people who couldn't dispute my point, this is what they all said to me and a couple of men who had the same opinion. Oh, y'all must want to fuck him. Y'all niggas gay. No, shorty. I'm going to stick to the point while you try to do ad hominems. We're happy that Klay Thompson is not with Meg Thee Stallion because we don't believe you whores in society should ever get rewarded with a successful, happy relationship. We think you should be back on the streets. Street meat should never be confused for filet mignon. We don't care how much money you done made. If you done been giving away the pussy like government cheese, you're never supposed to be in a happy relationship. Hoes and happy households do not go together. And when we see some nigga fuck it up and start to make people think that's what's going on, we be hating. You're right. So once we see the natural order of things come back, the chick that her nickname in the industry is double cup. 2 of them things, double cups, 2 cups of Henny. We don't want to see no successful relationship with shorty. I'm sorry to tell you. Because you know why? The rest of you scallywags tell us when we tell y'all we don't want to wife you because you got 30 bodies by the age of 23. We tell you that, yo, hey, all of this, you've been outside, you fucking 10 niggas, 5 of them promoters, 3 scammers. You're not eligible for a relationship. You know what y'all tell us? Look at Klay Thompson. Look at Russell Wilson. Those niggas are not real. So when the natural order of things, you know, people like, have you seen them like all the men who are hating on Meg, they want to fuck Klay. What are you talking about? We're just saying you whores only deserve dick and to be left lonely. And the moment y'all get exact, this is what y'all said y'all love anyway. Y'all said y'all love this. Y'all say y'all got wet ass pussy. Y'all got this and that. Y'all fuck all these niggas and y'all having fun. Y'all hot girls. Why ain't y'all? We're happy with it. So when a nigga pump and dump y'all, yeah, we're happy. Let me tell you this. I've never been a guy who's into trains. I'm not into trains. Listen, if blood is rushing to more than one man's phallus and they're in the same room, that's a problem. I don't think it's cool. I'm Jamaican, so I think it's gay to watch porno with your homies. I think it's gay. If you're dicking another man dick in the same room hard, I don't care for what reason, nigga. Gay. I don't like that. That's not my type of wave. This idea that y'all are running a train, I ain't with that. However, there is train culture. So let me say this. The reason why we celebrate Klay finally restoring order to what this shit is that it's like niggas. Let me remove the train part. Everybody know that one chick that there was this one girl in college. In a span of a week, I lived in a house with with 2 roommates. All of us fucked her on separate nights. My nigga went over there first, he hit it. My other nigga went over there, he hit it. I went over there, I hit it. Yo, you want to know the fourth man? The fourth man went over there, he started taking her serious. Yo, what's up with this nigga? That's why we mad. The hoes, don't fuck up the order. Leave the hoes as the hoes. Don't start trying to turn the hoes into housewives. We were kind of mad at Party too. Yo, Party, yo, brother, get your turn and dip, gang. But I get it. He was leveraging, probably trying to be in a relationship with her, because she's a musician. The point is, a Meg Thee Stallion nigga's supposed to beat and dip. You feel what I'm saying? Until she finds a true Russell Wilson, which usually they don't find them type of niggas. Or she just dates a fucking loser. So when we were looking at Klay, we like, damn, bro, you supposed to hit and dip, bro, or at least hit and don't take it too serious. You always tight at the nigga who everybody was fucking doing their thing, and this one nigga, there was this one joke. I can't remember which comedian said it. They're like, yo, I think, anybody remember BT Comedy, Comic View? I remember this joke from back then. There was like, yo, it was like niggas say he's in a train, and he said they all fucking this one bitch. He's like, yo, my man goes, he's fucking. My other man goes, he fucking. My other man goes, he fucking. He's like, yo, you say he's like the 5th in line. He says, this 4th nigga, he go in the room, and he ain't come out in mad long. He said, yo, we bust open the door. Now, it wasn't a comedian. I think it was my friends that told me that. He said, yo, this nigga up in the room feeding this bitch grapes. He feeding her grapes. He's sucking on her titties. Every nigga that nutted on her titties, he's sucking on her titties, feeding her grapes. Niggas like, what you doing, bro? What are you doing? Yo, we all coming through beating, we all dipping. What you, nigga up in there feeding the whole grapes? That's the problem. That's the nigga who fuck up the train. That's the nigga who fuck up the community pussy. Shorty's, yo, you ever see a nigga remove community pussy from the pot? She's a chick that anytime, she's a chick Any random nigga hit her after like 3 o'clock, whoever in her phone first, she gonna fuck that night, right? Bet. And then this one fucking simp ass nigga take her too serious. Now when you hit her at 3 a.m., she like, yo, don't text me no more like after midnight. Huh? What you mean don't text you after midnight? Yo, what? That's why, for all y'all women, and y'all got to print this and send it to them. For all y'all women who've been trying to call us men gay, for our opinion on Meg Thee Stallion and Clay, let me make it abundantly clear. We don't like when hoes are getting removed from the pool of hoes. And that's what this nigga was trying to do. You ain't turning her into a wife, nigga. She's the 2 cup of Henny, late night special, booty call, press 9. That's it. You feel what I'm saying? And niggas like that fuck up the game for everybody. When a nigga wifes up a hoe, it fucks up the whole game, bro. Fuck up the whole game. Like, in life, this is how men think. We got the good girls, that's the wifeable versions, wifeable chicks. Then we got the straight up hoes. The hoes is for everybody's community pussy. If you catch her one night, that's you. You're not supposed to try to recruit the hoes to the wifey pool. It don't work like that. Once they're in the hoe pool, it's for everybody. You get what I'm saying? It's like a rental bike. Don't take the rental bike home, dummy. It's like a city bike. Are you fucking dumb? Nigga, why you got a city bike at your crib? Nigga, this is community pussy. Fuck is you doing? So for all the chicks who said we were gay for that, no. I'm telling you what it is. We know that what's been said about Shorty is that's community P. That's community. That's street meat. Y'all leave it over there. Street meat. You feel me? It fucks up the dynamic when y'all trying to bring Shorty over here like she on some like wifey shit. And it's not even like we think we gonna be with her because I'm good. It fucks up y'all chicks mentality because they got hoes acting like housewives. Like they think they gonna get taken serious. You know what I mean? It's like bench players talking like starters. I hate it. Hoes, y'all are in a separate bucket. This is what, like, we've been waiting for shit to go back to its original form. You hoes, all y'all supposed to get is a fucking wet rag and a fucking sore throat. Y'all are hoes. Nobody's supposed to wife y'all. Period. You feel me? Y'all enjoy hot girl summer and we'll enjoy getting our nut off. And then the girlfriends over here, oh, we love y'all. Low body count. Not outside. Know how to actually cook without us having food poisoning. Listen, not ratchet. Could be great mothers. Nurturing. These other bitches over here, no, leave the hoes as the hoes. Trust me, I get upset every time I see a nigga wife a hoe. Like, bro, come on, bro. No, especially because, I mean, there's a lot of chicks that's hoes. Especially the hoe that nobody needed to wife to fuck. Because there's hoes that you need to wife, right? Like, if you want to fuck her, you got to, like, fake wife her. I think that's what Meg is. You got to fake wife her just to get the pussy, but she a hoe still, you know what I mean? Like, but I hate when niggas wife the hoe that you don't gotta, like, put it like this. Blueface caught some top off GP. He ain't had to wife her. The baby was beating, yo, the baby is 5'6". Meg Thee Stallion is 7 foot. You feel what I'm saying? Like, yo, that nigga beating her back and nigga, like, nobody had to wife her. Tori was fucking her and her friend. Nobody had to wife her to get the box. It's not like she on some like, nah, if you want to get this pussy, you got to wife me. No, she was just like, it's community P. Street meat right there. You feel me? Don't start packaging the street meat on a plate like it's filet mignon. You fucking up the game. That's all I was saying, bro. All I was saying. Anyway, let's get back to this Boston Richey and Tati shit. So this idea that women love to say men are undercover gay, maybe the niggas y'all fuck with is undercover gay, but like, I don't know what y'all talking about. They said who are undercover are very abusive. Oh, okay. And I'm not sticking up for abusive niggas. Bruv, a nigga beating his bitch or being abusive, it's not an indicator of being gay. It's an indicator of lack of emotional intelligence and an abuser. That's just it. Like, you don't have to make it some gay shit. Because, put it like this. I hate when women they use a negative trait and be like, yeah, that's why I know he was undercover gay. So if y'all are telling me that abuse is a symptom of being gay, isn't that homophobic? Because you're basically saying gay niggas is abusive, right? And y'all wouldn't say that. But I'm saying being abusive doesn't mean you're gay. It just means you're an abuser. But y'all are saying niggas are abusing chicks because they're gay. So y'all must think that gay niggas are abusers. Or they're more prone to be abusers. I don't think so. But I could be wrong. I don't know gay niggas like that. Anyway. He says, well, I guess they're saying DL dudes. Okay. Because they're suppressing the demons of denying that they like men. They use women that they're with as a cover-up. Men who are sexual likes to have multiple women. Wait, what? Men who are very sexual like to have Yo, women are a trip. Yo, if you like to fuck too many bitches, you're probably gay. What? Yo, women will say anything to try to shame you into what they want. Yo, you want to fuck a different bitch every day. You don't even like women. You're gay. Like, who's buying this shit? I want y'all to read this. Men who are very sexual and like to have multiple women, they use the women to wash away the fact of feeling they want a man. Yo, this is so stupid right here. So wait, because I want to fuck all the bitches in the world, that means I want men. Wait, what? Yo, chat. What? Okay. But that feeling never goes away. So they become very resentful. And they still crave a man. His G-spot is in his ass. And that feeling is better to him than pussy. So he will always take his anger out on a woman. So he can't pop out with a man like he wants to, because people will judge him. The Down Low Whisperer talks about this. There's a Down Low Whisperer. There are women right now with queer men that will never know. Sadly, they hide it so well, but it could be very dangerous if they find out. Yeah, I've heard some girls say some dumb shit like that. The mere fact that you can't stop fucking other bitches while with me is no way you like women. You're suppressing your gay tendencies. What? You got it. Then she likes another thing that says, who is doing the bending? Okay, I don't know what video this is. Okay. All right. Now, she then posts up this thing. She said, nigga, you gay. I told you don't speak on me knowing you had me cosplaying as a man in a bed. Must have thought I was joking this time. Keep my name out your fucking mouth or I'm going to drop the rest. Now, this shit's called the Piccolo Pegging Kit. Yo, Drill, blur all this fuckery out. Please, blur this out. The Piccolo Pegging Kit is crazy. Now, she's insinuating that she would use this apparatus to fuck Boston Richey in his butthole. And then she posts some receipts. She says to him, can't be talking shit when blah, 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 blah. I think she was saying something about his asshole. And she says, I'm the one fucking you. And you, fucking you, sucking your nipples, playing with your ass, all type of shit, all type of weird shit. And you talking to me like blah, blah. Go have another hoe do it. So it seems like she's saying she's eating his ass. She's fucking him with a strap on or whatever. And she's like, yo, I'm doing a lot. I'm fulfilling your earthly desires. If you should have some respect for me. If you don't, go let another girl do it. And then he says, I take care of you. It's a difference. And I'm not cap. He says, what I talk about on Instagram, okay, we can't see the rest. Now she says, shaking my head, I was doing anything to please my man. So she took a picture of her buying this strap on, and it came to $142. Now, the mere fact that she took a picture of this means that she was planning to expose it all along. Okay? So she had to do the tap or whatever. And then she sends, never mind. She took the picture to send to him, and she put it in the little vanish mode thingy. And she said, I just got it. And he says, which number? Zelle. All right. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Now, the song is out. It's doing good. And again, Drill, blur all this out. She puts up another post. This time she blurs over her titties, and I think her face was blurred a little bit, but she made this post saying this. The song is still up, which also is a little bit concerning because it feels like she only wants to bring this to light because the song is up. Like, so if the song wasn't up, you would just not say nothing. That becomes a little bit manipulative a little bit, right? Remember, even Meg Thee Stallion said, I only went to the police because you said something in the media. Huh? Why not just make up your mind, go to the police or not? So she said the song is still up, so let me start with this thing. When you kidnapped me, butt naked in a truck full of men while I was bleeding on my cycle, I was freely bleeding the whole ride. And you took me from Orlando all the way to Alabama. I couldn't even call the police because your friends were patrolling me. And I was only able to take these photos quick because you fell asleep. Every gas station stop, you would hold me down because I'd try to bang on the windows and scream to get help. Posting the rest soon, 8-hour drive, naked in a car full of men. Here's a picture of supposedly them in the car. Now, some people did try to make some mention like, well, if you were trying to bang on the window and you had enough time to take the pictures and they were sleeping, why didn't you just call the cops? And so she says, I have a whole file of stuff too I've been saving. This might be him to her. He says, let's pop it. You go to the media, I'm going to make a fake page and send them your videos. I got over 10. Okay. And she says, y'all call me dumb for responding to women who dealt with him while I was with him. Listen, I'm grown. Everyone needs justice. Enough is enough. People saying, why only say this now? She says, I was too scared to out him to anybody. Someone said, I'm telling y'all, he's sending everyone videos around to one another. I went through his phone and seen it, y'all. I feel bad for all you ladies. Oh, I guess this is another girl saying these things. But she's posting it. She asked another girl, he sent you my videos too? And the person says, on some me and her want you. Whole time, it was probably just him. She says, I never wanted no bitch. That's sick. So I guess Boston Richey would send videos of him fucking, his girl and saying, yo, I want you to join. He says, I remember seeing your face in his phone too. So how many videos did he send you of me? It says, when I was off work, I'll check my iPad, but I think it was like 5 videos, 3 pictures. She says, y'all don't see nothing wrong sending out tapes to someone who you was with for years to get cool points. Can someone help him, please? Real help. This isn't okay. The person says, shaking my head. He sent me messages, the blog page, but to expose him, not you. What? How many? Was a video or you on FaceTime? Okay. What we do in the video? And he sends me everything in vanish mode. It was an oral video. So a video of her giving head. He says, I know he does it to all girls. So wow, a video of me giving head, great. Says over 50 women getting exposed against their will. I pray you all get justice. Nobody deserves to be getting exposed without consent. What he's doing is beyond a fetish. It's sickness. God bless him. All right. Now, this is some other women testimony. When I first met him, I was 16 as well. I'm 20. In the beginning, I was just really excited to get attention from a rapper, but he's literally the rudest person I ever met. I would go to Orlando when he would be at an Airbnb to link with him, and he even pulled up on me with Vert one time in my city, and we had sexual encounters while I was still underage. Before he went to jail this last recent time, we linked. Really made me see him for the weird-ass nigga he is. Me and one of my friends went to Orlando to Airbnb with him and a few of his friends. Vert was there, a stud girl, and a few other guys. Me and him had sex, which while doing it, he introduced me to eating his ass, which was weird to me. But since it was him, I just went along with it. After me and him were finished, he took me into the theater room upstairs where my friend was waiting for me. He had one of the guys bring us our phones back. They were taken at the door and proceeded to ask to leave us alone. In the next room, our phone was dying, and I kept texting him, asking where he was. And before my phone died, he texted back saying something about his girl pulling up to the house. You guys were dating at the time, so I thought you were there. I didn't want him to get caught or anything. I asked him, should me and my friend leave? And he told us, no, just stay put. So we did. We were left and forgotten in that room upstairs for 9 hours. No phones, no water, no food. Nobody checked on us, nothing. My friend left the room and went to a room next to the theater. Got a charger to charge our phone. House was quiet, so we thought everyone left. I kept texting him, and he was cussing me out, saying I made him miss his flight to Miami. I'm guessing I was confused. He told me to stay. I didn't even have a way to leave the Airbnb because Vert picked us up from the front entrance because of the security gate. He also sent me videos of him engaged in sexual acts with other women. Okay. All right. She said, speak on me again. I'm dropping on the DV receipts. Keep my name out your mouth. Matter of fact, you still got till tomorrow to delete the disc or I'm posting the other shit. Wow. Well, okay. Then supposedly she goes and does an interview last night. Where's the interview page? All right, I got it here. So listen to this stuff, chat.
Didn't like the fact that I said I was leaving him.
So Tati, let me ask you this. Would you say that you were in love with him?
Of course I was. That was my first love.
And I think that I'm gonna be 1,000% real with you. Outside of the social media shit, just 1,000% real with you. I'm gonna say the same thing that I said earlier when I was on live. That's not love. It could never be love. If an individual is willing to harm you in the most slightest way, I don't even give a fuck if it's a pinch. It's not love.
Yes, I know.
That man had you in a car.
I didn't know it then though. And
Tati, because I know a lot of people, I've witnessed this a billion times doing this job. People will go right back. Don't.
Yeah, people don't. I want to clear this up too. Because a lot of people always ask, why did you stay? Why didn't you leave? When you have somebody, when you're with somebody and you're being threatened to either be killed or being threatened that they're going to kill themselves, it's not easy to leave. A person who knows where you lay your head at, where your family lays their head at, it's not easy to leave. It's always going to be hard leaving.
She has an accent. Does anyone know? Is she from an island or something? She has slightly an accent. Like a Caribbean accent. I don't know.
And that's true. I could definitely say that's true. And if he's willing to hurt you like that, just imagine what else he's willing to do.
Correct.
Okay, so bypass the situation when you drove and you made it to Alabama. How did things look legally once you dismissed yourself from him while leaving Alabama? How did things led to legally?
I flew from Alabama to Miami. I went to the police station, did the report, spoke to the police, and they said they're able to do the report for me just so we have it, so they know a report was done, but they couldn't really do anything legally because it didn't happen in Miami, which is where I stay.
So basically it was just thrown out.
Yeah, but every single incident, I made sure to do a report. Whether it was out of town, in town, I always did a report.
Okay.
Always.
All right, so that's had it done. So we got that part situated. Did you press charges on him?
Yes, I did press charges on him for sure.
Okay.
Never dropped charges either.
Okay, that's understood. So now we got that whole situation out. Do you think that there's anything else that you might want to inform us on, especially with the drive to Alabama, that anything that we should know if he do proceed to probably go on social media, do another diss or anything like that?
I was basically just held against my will. Imagine finding out your partner sleeps with your best friend and then you can't even escape and just leave and not even catch a breath, you know?
Yeah.
I had to just sit there and sit in an 8-hour fucking drive. No clothes on, just sit there and just think.
Horrible situation. I would have pressed charges on everybody that was in that car, by the way.
Right.
So let's bypass that. We all know that situation. A lot of people really want to know about the foreplay. I don't know if you're comfortable about talking about it, but my first question is, how old were you when the whole foreplay even came about?
17.
And how old were you when you were sent to the store to go purchase those items allegedly for the foreplay?
The photo I posted was not long ago. That was last year, but I've been sent to the store at 17 years old. So I've been getting those items.
What would you say the first item was that you went to go purchase when
The
you were
same one I
17?
posted, but it's just a different, it's kind of the same thing I posted, just a different kind.
So what was your thoughts when you were introduced to...
Didn't like the...
Seen somebody type this, yo, can you peg me? Do you love me? Yo, this is, they done remix a nigga's song and
18th
put pegging in
birthday,
it.
and I found out he slept with my best friend of 7 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
What?
And a friend of her had told me. And then I confronted him about it. I confronted her about it. She admitted it. She said she was drunk. She walked in the room. They slept with each other on my birthday right before I got to the hotel.
On your birthday?
On my birthday, my 18th birthday, yes. And...
So, okay, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Hold on, I'm trying not to get emotional.
Don't get emotional. Stay strong. Because you are much so strong. But I'm glad that you are sharing this because there are people that went through probably worse. But just know that when you're going through shit like this, it's only to make you so much stronger than what you are currently. The fact that you are able to get up on here to share your story with almost 20,000 people makes you even way more stronger. And that's just me being so dead ass.
Right.
Take your time. That shit not cool. On her birthday, and then you held her hostage in the car. Nah.
Yeah. So, I found out. I ended up finding out a few days after, but day of my birthday, I wasn't aware. I was drunk, right? So I stopped by my aunt's house to throw up and stuff, and he basically took her back to our hotel room. They did that. I didn't know. I bought them breakfast and all when I got to the room. I wasn't aware. He put her in the room with his homeboy, so it was kind of like to throw me off. And then she was with us basically every day after that, and 18th birthday, and I found out he...
Okay, all right. So I guess you guys could kind of see what's been going on with this type of situation. This has been a messy, messy situation. The most important part of all of this, and I hope I feel like she's brought up a lot of things that he's done wrong, but the main thing would be if he pursued you when he was 10 years older than you, you're 16, and he pursued you then, and y'all been having sex since then. That's actually a crime, and that's very nasty. And that's the thing that I care about. Is he gay? Could be. I don't know. I'm not going to defend somebody else's sexuality, but I'm hoping that all of this, if she keeps saying justice, we're seeing David now get charged for having lewd acts with a minor. So these things could be still, he could still be charged with these things if that's the justice she wants, if it's true. But if she's just trying to get some petty points of, oh, I'm gonna ruin your career. I will say this though, the most people who support Boston Richey is women. And they're still gonna support him. He's just gonna get another girl. He better be of age this time. And he's gonna trick on her. They're gonna support any dude who tricks. So as long as he'll replace you, get another girl, spend all his money on her, and people are gonna eventually forget about this. So I don't think this idea of trying to cancel him is gonna work. So if she's talking about justice, if it's not with the police department, I don't know what she's talking about, honestly. So anyway, let's move on right along, chat. Let's move on right along. What else is going on? What's the Shade Room posted now? Chris Brown and somebody. 21 Savage saying he learns things about his life online. Okay. Little TJ turns 25. Damn, TJ's pretty young, huh? Halle Bailey. Okay. Evelyn Lozada and The Game. Okay, there's nothing going on there. All right, we're probably going to get back into some of the David stuff. Pearsons make me feel like I'm going to sleep dressed. Okay. Anyway. All right, so let's get into a few things. We're kind of going back on this David thing. And this is the important details that's kind of coming out. So there was a preliminary hearing that happened with David. And matter of fact, let's kind of watch this. 15 disturbing pieces of evidence in this David murder case. Check this out.
Presented by Law and Crime, I'm Jesse Weber.
There we go.
The case moved forward towards trial. That's what they're hoped to do. They'll have sexual abuse of a child under 14 and unlawful mutilation. A week, it's now been delayed. But it says, quote, tellingly, defendant subsequently purchased tools to carry out his plot to dismember a home. He made
Now, I don't know if you guys were with me last night as we kind of went over some of these things. Homie ordered a fucking chainsaw on post. No, he ordered a chainsaw, ordered 2 chainsaws on Amazon. Which, chat, I ain't gonna lie to you, Amazon is like the greatest invention. When you realize you could order anything, chat, yo, when I ordered a forklift, I didn't think it was gonna come. I thought they were gonna hit be like, yo, bro, you know we're not finna deliver the fucking forklift. Nigga, a fucking big ass truck came and dropped off a 1.5 ton forklift in front of my fucking house. Yo, you could order anything on Amazon. You could literally order a casket on Amazon. Anything, bruv. So the dude orders two chainsaws on Amazon, which, by the way, if I'm the police, if you order 2 chainsaws, I'm thinking this is like a 2-person job. So now I'm thinking, who's the helper, right? Because why would you need 2 instead of 1? All right. Then he orders a body bag. Now, if we're thinking that this guy is remotely smart, and there was a part of me thinking maybe he's a little bit smart because it's taken the police so long to make an arrest, maybe it was, he's done a good job of concealing shit. Well, the dude ordered a body bag, heavy-duty laundry bags, inflatable pool, which supposedly that's where he was going to, bleed her out to death or whatever, like on some Dexter shit, and also a chainsaw, but he did it under a fake name, Victoria Mendez, which I'm wondering, but he had to use a credit card though, right? Like, how, I'm not too sure how he thought he was going to get away with this. He also ordered a shovel from Postmates, okay? Now, keep in mind the dates on these things are weeks before. On April 24th, he ordered the shovel. And on May 5th, so I guess at first he thought, I'm just going to bury the bitch. And I'm saying the B word, trying to just act like how he was acting. I don't consider the young woman a B word at all. But he was like, I'm just going, all right, she dead. I'm about to just bury her. And then he probably realized, he doesn't know how to dig a fucking grave. And he says, yo, all right, I'm about to cut her up. Right? So look like this guy, not the smartest guy in the book, but he's he's trying to figure out how to get rid of a body. And, we got to keep thinking this is where the parents are wrong. This is where the parents, to me, got to get blamed. Your daughter is missing for 2 weeks. That means she's just dead. And there is no type of investigation. Like, what's going on? So clearly he's thinking about burying her body on the 24th. Then he's looking like, all right, bet, fuck it. I'm just going to have to cut the body up or try to drain the body of blood into this pool or whatever. And it says on May 8th, 3 days later, he returned to the same area in the county, leaving his home at 11:30, returned again at May 31st. This isolated site off where the victim's identification was subsequently discovered looked like he was starting to throw away little by little everything to do with her. Also, a burn case was brought to his home under the same fake name as part of his plan. So this guy, he's like stupid smart. So he orders something under someone else's name, but he orders it to his house. Like, I don't know why, bro. Like, if you're gonna do that, order it to like a house nearby and stalk the delivery guy. You get what I'm saying? Like, at least do that. Like, order it to like a down the street and stalk the delivery guy and don't order it to your house, but put a different name. Because when the cops investigate, they're gonna be like, there's no Victoria Mendez that lives there, motherfucker.
Purchases under the fake name Victoria Mendez. On May 8th, 2025, defendant returned to the same area in Santa Barbara County, leaving his home at around 11:30 p.m. He returned to the area again on May 31st.
I agree, or like a bando. You know what I mean? Like, don't do it to a P.O. box, but do it like to, yeah, just order it not to your house, dummy.
2025. This is an isolated site off SR 154 where the victim's identification was subsequently discovered in January 2026. Additionally, on July 7th, 2025, defendant ordered and subsequently Amazon delivered a burn cage to his home under the same fake name as part of his plan to incinerate evidence. Moreover, defendant took horrifying measures to destroy and discard the victim's body. After placing her body into the blue inflatable pool to prevent her blood from spilling onto his garage floor, defendant used a chainsaw and perhaps other tools to cut off her limbs. Small blue plastic fragments were found embedded in the victim's remains, which were collected by the Los Angeles.
Okay, so they're saying that he cut her up. He cut her up in the kiddie pool. That boy should just watch the episode of Dexter. If he's trying to bleed the body out, hang the body upside down. I learned that from Dexter. I'm going to lie. So he was trying to, like, clearly, you know, that's one of the main things you get caught for, because blood is going to, like, blood, even if you clean it up, is going to leave a trace that could be seen by certain lights. So he's trying to bleed her out or something of the sort.
County Medical Examiner's Department. The fragments were analyzed by the LAPD's forensic science.
You know when they kill goats and pigs, they hang them upside down, right? Gravity's gonna bleed the person out, bleed the thing out, you know?
Division Trace Analysis Unit, an expert was able to match a physical fit match from the blue fragments to the blue inflatable pool purchased by defendant in May 2025. In order to distance himself from the victim, he amputated her left ring and pinky fingers because her ring finger contained a tattoo of his name. Her fingers...
Chat, I grew up in Jamaica. We kill goats. Like, ain't nothing better than when we about to have a good old party, and we, like, killing a goat, it's a spectacle. Like, you kill a goat. By the way, it's the same thing with chickens. With chickens, we usually put them under a crate. The neck sticks out. You chop the neck off. The body flails for a while. Then the body dies. But then to bleed it out, you hang it upside down. All the blood comes out. So that's what happens. You feel me?
Have not been recovered. Defendant then placed her head and torso into the cadaver bag he purchased. He placed her limbs into a garbage bag, which he deposited into his front trunk, laying the cadaver bag on top. For several weeks or possibly months, defendant left the victim's body to decompose inside his Tesla. Okay, of course, there will be.
That is a question that's going to continue to happen, though. Why did he just leave it in the car? I feel like he must have gotten busy. Like, he was taking, tremendous steps. Like, I don't know why Dexter keeps popping in my mind. I'm like, yo, bro, start throwing away body part by body part in the sea, in the ocean. Nigga, book a yacht and just like throw arm. Like, I'm not laughing because it's necessarily funny, but I'm just trying to compare it. And sometimes I see some crimes and you start thinking like, damn, this kind of looks elaborate, and then you see the dumbest outcome. Right? Okay, you did all that work to chop the body up to 10:30. You left it in a car that you own in the front, in the sweltering sun, that it would get caught, and you parked the car illegally a couple blocks away. Good job, you fucking idiot. Right?
A battle of experts and questions of how the evidence
he went on tour, right? So he probably was under the kind of the assumption, like, I have to keep acting like nothing is wrong. If he canceled a date, it would seem like it's wrong, right? Like, you'd be like, yo, what's wrong with him? Is he sick? If he canceled, like, say he canceled one date. So he was probably trying to do as much as he could, but act normally. But I'm going to be honest with you. If he was trying to get away with this, you got to start getting rid of these body parts. You got that hand got to be in fucking Wichita. You know what I mean? Somewhere. It got to be in Pontiac, Michigan, bro. It got to be in Flint. You get what I'm saying? That got to be in the Hoover Dam. It got to be in Grand Rapids. It got to be. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know how he thought. I'm wondering. This is like trying to understand the brain of a psychotic human being, but I'm really wondering what he thought he was going to do to get away with this, because it feels like an unfinished plan. And then I'm wondering what his friends are saying to him about this. Because if he invited her over to his house, remember, she gets there at night, I believe. It was an 80-mile ride. She rode in like a rideshare vehicle. Are none of his friends that knows that he deals with her asking like, yo, what happened to Celeste? Where is she at? What is he telling them?
Was collected, what does it mean, how it was maintained, but potentially making the blue fragments match is huge. If you match the pool to him, you match the pool to Celeste, that's going to be critical. The alleged purchase history, this digital trail, some of the most potentially damning evidence out there. We have seen historically that has been hard for defense attorneys to argue away or explain away. You know, I saw this idea that perhaps, you know, maybe these materials were purchased for some sort of music video. That could be a tough sell, particularly you talk about the timing, right? The timing of when authorities say Celeste was killed, unless there's going to be a dispute, not only about cause of death by the defense, but also time of death. Why would you allegedly purchase those things? And if the order and delivery records
yeah, we don't have to guess why we know he did it, right? So like a lot of times with these situations, chat, when we're covering them, we kind of like have common sense, but when we get to court, it's not about what you know, it's what about you, what you could prove, right? Like even the Melly situation, like I think you guys kind of know what's up, right? But like it's not about what you know, it's what you could prove. This is what court is. Okay, we know David killed her. We don't know the circumstances. We don't know if no one helped, but we're gonna see what defense he's gonna put up, and we're gonna see more details that the police are gonna allege that happened, and see what proof they have of it happening. They clearly have connected some Postmates orders for shovels, the Amazon for the body bag. I'm gonna be honest with you, this guy just seems incredibly stupid. If you just killed somebody, why the fuck would you? It's like killing somebody and going on Amazon and typing in, I want to order a casket. Why the fuck would you do that? Like, if you're trying to, remember, we agree. He went to make his tour to not stick out as, damn, this dude was missing in action around that time. Maybe he was killing her. He wanted to show it's business as usual, that no one could have any type of suspicion because he's showing up to all his appointments. If you're that guy who's trying to be, yo, there's nothing suspicious going on, why would you go on Amazon and order a body bag? Come on, bro. Well, I guess I'm answering my own question. He must have thought that ordering it under that fake name, Victoria Mendez, was really going to protect him. But even then, it's still stupid because you ordered it to your house. You ordered it to your house. Who gives a fuck about the name?
David was renting or staying at after Celeste was identified. They reportedly found all sorts of evidence in the garage to support this claim, this argument of dismemberment, including biological evidence that tested positive for blood. They say they were able, again, to match the evidence to the victim's unique genetic profile. I mentioned that before. Talk about the pool again. This reportedly had multiple linear cuts. And on top of all that, according to the prosecution's brief, surveillance video and other evidence confirmed defendant was the last person to drive the vehicle on July 29, 2025, before he left Los Angeles on a concert tour. And remember, her body was discovered about a little over a month later. And the filing states that David lied to friends, business associates, and others about the strong smell of decay in and around the home and the car. So it could be very difficult for defense attorneys to say, you know, he was completely in the dark, he's being framed, he had no idea what was happening, what was going on. Although Is it possible someone else maybe had access to the car afterwards? Possibly, but does that negate his alleged knowledge of what was going on? So it goes to the idea of who may be a cooperating witness as well, right? What did they observe about the car? What did they smell? What did they ask David? So this all makes me wonder in terms of a defense. I wonder if defense attorneys could get to the point and say, look, yeah, he bought all this stuff. Yep, we're going to acknowledge that. He purchased all
Okay, now, when we're starting to evaluate what could be a defense, remember, he has to make no admissions. I think we all know on a common sense level where if he didn't kill her, he knows who did. It's one of those, right? If you didn't kill her, you know exactly what happened to her. But remember, because he has the right to remain silent and he could always plead the fifth, he doesn't have to make a statement. And how it goes in court is that they have to prove, the prosecutor has to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. He doesn't have to explain any of the things that make him look weird. For example, why was she dead in your trunk? He doesn't have to give an explanation. The prosecutors have to use that information to say that actually points to him doing it. Now, remember, he could get off on just providing reasonable doubt. And what could reasonable doubt be? Well, in cases like this, reasonable doubt usually ends up being, hey, listen, somebody else did the crime. So the first thing is, when you're charged with a crime, the best way or the easiest way is to be like, well, are y'all sure the crime even existed? So if they never found the body, right? Say they never found the body. In Vybz Kartel's case, they arrested him for the murder of I think it's Clive Lizard Williams. That's the guy's name. And they claim Vybz Kartel killed, dismembered, and got rid of any traces of the guy. They never found him. And, there was so many theories. Some people felt like he was butchered, like body parts sprinkled across Jamaica. Some people feel like that Vybz Kartel used his funeral home connects to cremate the guy. And they never found him. So they were trying to convict him of murder, and the murder, you don't have a body. Well, here's the first defense you're going to have as defense attorneys. Well, if we don't have a body, we don't have a murder weapon, how are we sure that a murder happened? And that's a really good defense. Why? Because it's on the defense, or it's on the prosecutors to prove that they, beyond a reasonable doubt, they could prove the murder. They could prove the person's dead, number one. Number two, prove it was a murder. And number three, after they prove those two things, they got to prove that you did it without the biggest piece of evidence, which is the body. So that gives you a really good chance. Now, in this case, they got the body. However, what I believe that he's going to do in trying to prove this case that, it ain't me, or try to defend himself, he's going to go with this defense, right? How do you know it was me? So you can't deny the person's dead. You can't deny that's in your car. But what you can make in terms of a defense is you have a theory that I bought these things. You have a theory that I cut her up with a chainsaw, but you don't have any video and you don't have anyone who could say they saw me do it. So all I'm going to do is just muddy the water. Oh, did anyone in the house have any history of using a chainsaw? Did they actually use a chainsaw for a legitimate purpose? Cut down a tree or a branch in the backyard? Did other people frequently drive his car? Remember, he's a big celebrity. Maybe the assistant drives the car to go get groceries and milk. These are things that he's going to probably throw in the air to make it seem like, and by the way, it's kind of like what YNW Melly is doing for his defense. And it worked the first time because it ended with a mistrial. It basically says, hey, we're not denying that people died. We're just saying that, without us giving any explanation or ulterior story to what could have happened, we just want y'all to tell us what y'all think. We just want to throw it out there that it could have been a drive-by. It could have been other people. It could have been anything. And yes, it could have been Melly too, but are you willing to convict him for life when the burden of proof is on the prosecutor and the standard is beyond a reasonable doubt? So I think that's going to be his defense here too.
All this stuff after prosecutors claim she died, right? They might not say she was killed, that she died. So maybe they may make the argument he wasn't responsible for her death, maybe she died in another way, and then in a panic, he was just part of the disposal, or he helped with the disposal. I don't know if they're going to say perhaps someone else is responsible for her death. I mean, I've seen cases like this before. Out in Florida, the James Scandarito case, found not guilty of murdering his father, but guilty in connection with the dismemberment. Took the stand, told us.
Okay.
We get to this. So investigators contend that April 23rd was when Celeste was allegedly killed by David. Soon after.
Now, remember, so she dies April 23rd. The nigga don't buy he doesn't buy a chainsaw till the 5th. So he was kind of panicking or trying to figure out how to get rid of this body. At that time, the body has to be still at his house. Now, that's important if you're an investigator. So he kills her, and almost 2 weeks later, he moves the body. So the body is in his house somewhere, right? He has not chopped up the body. He's not gotten rid of the body at that point. And he's trying to figure out what to do. The first thing he does is try to order a shovel because he's thinking, could I dig a hole, until people realize it's pretty hard to dig a fucking hole. So he's trying to figure out, how do I do this? Now, what I would say, and maybe he's smart enough that he kind of went around this, well, once you check his devices, laptops, computers, iPads, you're going to probably notice what these Google search hitting for. Is he searching how to get rid of a body? How to clean up blood? How to, how to stop making a body make these noises? Because yes, after you die, in the post-mortem processes, there's a lot of different bodily changes that starts happening to a corpse. Gases build up. Sometimes these things, there's a lot of things that happen. And who knows, right? So maybe he Googles how to cover the smell. Who knows? So they're going to be checking that history, right? If he's ordering stuff under other people's name, maybe he goes to a public library or something like that and does the Google search there. But he probably does some type of Google search, an AI search or something of the sort. They should probably check his phone, all his other friends' phones. And yes, doing stuff on incognito doesn't mean people can't find it, but it takes about 2 weeks to figure out what he wants to do with the body. And this is also a little bit confusing because this, in y'all saying he should get the needle. Well, part of him getting the needle is this line and wait portion, which means it's premeditated. You sat there and waited for her to come over and you killed her. Let's say he's found guilty. In sentencing, it could be used that he doesn't get the needle to say, hey, he clearly was unprepared in the event of her death because he only ordered a shovel then. It's not like he had a shovel before. Like, somebody already premeditatedly planned your death. If you show up, they got the fucking chainsaw, the shovel, and everything already locked and loaded. But if they're ordering stuff afterwards, they could have been like, oh man, we got in an argument, we got in a fight, I hit her and she just passed out, and then I panicked and I was trying to figure out how to cover the body. By the way, the difference in that is like 20, 25 years and life, right? So if that's his story, right? It says, hey, listen, yeah, me and her were arguing. I hit her with a pot. Like, she hit me with something. I hit her with a pot and then she passed out and I realized she died. And then I was covering up the body. He'll get 25 years. He won't get life. Right? Now, granted, it's a really heinous case. So like everyone wants him to get life, and maybe a DA won't be that, generous, but that would be like a 25-year sentence. Because that's not a first-degree murder. First-degree murder usually means, not only could that mean capital murder, it usually means premeditated, right? If he hit her and she passed out or died, that could be a manslaughter charge. It could be like a third-degree murder case, and that significantly would carry less time. So that might come around sentencing, but the details are going to help prove that if they ever have to finally, argue against the death penalty, is he was not prepared. He got a shovel, then he's like, well, I can't bury her, and then he got a chainsaw in a kiddie pool. So, and it took 2 weeks after the person died.
After arriving at the house in the Hollywood Hills, how do they know that? How do they establish that time frame? From the court filing by the prosecution, it says, quote, At approximately 8:40 p.m. on April 23, 2025, defendant sent an Uber to transport the victim from her Lake Elsinore home to his residence. Again, the digital records will be key here. You don't always have that in other cases. They communicated before and during her Uber ride, which dropped her off at defendant's Hollywood Hills home around 10:10 p.m. Okay, so again, the digital records, the text messages, the potential testimony of this driver. At approximately 10:30 p.m., defendant sent text messages to the victim inquiring where she was. So it might be hard for the defense to say that message wasn't sent, the time frame. So you're looking at this 20 minutes, what happened? Prosecution says the people contend this was part of defendant's premeditated plan to cover up the murder, as she was already dead by this time. It's a good point, right? I mean, like, why would he text her or allegedly text her if she was at the house? I mean, is this house so big he didn't know where she was? I don't know. Or does it go to this narrative that...
Yeah, he started making an alibi. So the reason why they believe that she's dead, that he killed her, so the body's too decomposed to have a time frame. So usually if, all right, say somebody dies here and the police pulls up tomorrow, they could kind of figure it out really almost down to the hour how long the person's been dead. The body goes through certain changes depending on the temperature, the environment that the body is in, the status of the body, and also the nature of the injury. Decomposition, rigor mortis, and other things will affect the body that a trained coroner, a medical examiner, is going to be like, okay, this person's been deceased for this amount of time. Now, there was, in the case of Celeste, severe decomposition, severe rotting. She was missing an eye. They were saying basically bugs and maggots were feeding on her. And she was missing actually amputated limbs or digits, actually. Now, because they can't determine the time of death based on that, and the way they determine the date of death is that due to the general composition, it kind of limits the area, and then they know when and they're matching that up with when she showed up. So when they're saying that they feel like she was dead before the text message, that's actually more of a narrative thing, where they're like, they believe if she showed up at 11 p.m. and 3 hours later, he texts her, "Where are you at?" She probably got killed, and he's creating an alibi. So that's when they're picking the time. Now, granted, his defense, if you ask me, is going to be it says she was dropped off, but she never came to my house. I never seen her. Now, of course, that's going to be kind of like tossed up upside down, because they're going to be like, you never seen her, but she was found dead in your car. Who else got keys to your car? Who moved your car? Why you ain't try to use the car this whole time? And how are you the last person to use the car after her death, and you didn't know she was in the trunk? So there's a lot of things he has to overcome.
You know, he's trying to cover up the tracks and trying to say something happened to her. Quote, knowing he had to silence the victim before she ruined his music career, as she had threatened very soon after her arrival at his home, defendant stabbed the victim to death multiple times and stood by while she bled out. Now, I will tell you, I don't know what evidence they have to definitively establish what happened behind closed doors. This is their narrative. This is their theory. And by the way, I will get into a little bit more about the special circumstances allegations, that this is not just a murder, according to prosecutors, but a very specific kind of murder, the motive behind it. Quote, at no time did he call law enforcement or 911 or take her to an emergency room to attempt to save her life. And that's important, because they'll say that this wasn't a case like, you know, they got into a fight, she attacked him, he panicked, you know, killed her as a result of self-defense, called 911. They're ruling that out. Quote, despite knowing she was dead and her family was trying to find her, the evidence will show defendant lied and claimed he didn't know where she was. In fact, defendant drove to Santa Barbara County immediately after the victim died, attempting to dispose of her property and destroy evidence. At approximately 11:30 p.m. on April 23rd, 2025, he drove away from his home as he texted and called the victim's phone asking where she was. Again, These were acts calculated and planned to set up his defense within a very short timeline after the victim's vicious murder. Defendant drove his Tesla north on the 101 freeway to San Marcos Pass Road, SR 154, near Lake Cachuma in Santa Barbara County. Now I'm wondering if there are potentially cameras capturing this movement. He returned home early the following morning on April 24th, 2025, before going to a radio interview for the release of his album that week. He sent 2 additional texts to the victim's phone that day, which obviously went unanswered because she was already dead. I'm going to talk about interviews in a little bit, by the way. After April 26, 2025, defendant never attempted to contact her again. That's important. That's important. If the phone records establish he didn't text her or call her.
Yeah, that's going to imply some guilt. It's going to absolutely imply some guilt that she's never contacted again. If he was genuinely concerned about her, why never contact her again?
And he's completely innocent, that would be surprising, right? Somebody, at the very least, that he knows, has a connection with. She disappears, he's not going to try to contact her. Again, this is the prosecution's narrative. We'll see what the defense says, but another piece of evidence. Quote, defendant's cellular activity and communications derived from defendant's iPhone and Tesla, which demonstrate defendant's activities from April 22nd, 2025 through April 24th, 2025, including a trip to Santa Barbara County in the middle of the night after the victim arrived at his Hollywood Hills home. Evidence, evidence. So that's the key here, that why prosecutors are going with lying in wait, silencing a witness, the special circumstances allegations to enhance the potential penalties for the murder charge, that David planned this, that it wasn't like they were arguing and something happened or she had an overdose and he panicked. They're making the argument that this was planned, this was premeditated, that he allegedly wanted her dead to keep her quiet about their alleged secret relationship, that she was a minor, prevent her from exposing this, ruining his career. Now things like the cell phone records, the rideshare records, the digital data will be crucial, which is why it's not surprising when Steve Fisher, the PI, says there are over 50 search warrants in this case. That's the kind of evidence in 2026 that tells so much of the story and can be very difficult for a defense attorney to refute. Placing time, location. Now, on the other hand, I don't believe authorities have the alleged murder weapon. I don't believe there's an eyewitness to this alleged attack. I don't believe there's surveillance footage showing this alleged attack as far as we know. So is that room?
I think there is video somewhat of it. I think he's done. I think his biggest fuck up was leaving it in the car, right? But I think time ran out, or even though it's really stupid because shit, if I'm that nigga, even if I'm performing, nigga, after my show, I'm like, yo, I'm going to sleep and I'm going back. I'm got to get rid of that body. Feel what I'm saying? You got to go do it. But I do think that he's done a lot more to cover up this crime, because I could tell there's a camera everywhere now. You're telling me there's no not DoorDash. Jesus Christ. I'm over here. DoorDash. There's no doorbell camera that caught him, walking out to the dumpster, caught him with the bag. There's nothing in the area that shows him picking up these items he bought. There's no, there was a doorbell camera or a Ring camera that heard the shots getting fired in the Tory case. There's nothing that heard a loud chainsaw. Yeah! Nothing. I think, bruh, well, actually, now, remember, a lot of Ring cameras write themselves over. Maybe it's because of how long it took the police. They didn't get all these details, or they missed out on maybe so much other info they could have gotten. Because remember, due to the parents being absolute fucktards, they didn't get a chance to really go check into this crime for a really long time.
Room for reasonable doubt. And one way prosecutors are going to tell this story and try to prove those special circumstances allegations surrounding the alleged murder will also be evidence of the alleged illegal sexual relationship. Sexual relations with a minor. Digital plus timing. What do I mean? From the evidence list, again in the brief, it says the description of photographs depicting the victim naked, as well as while she was engaged with defendant in sexual activity when she was 13. As this evidence constitutes child sexual abuse material, the photographs themselves will not be presented. While all possible charges that could be proven were not filed, the CSAM is proof of their ongoing sexual relationship while the victim was 13 and 14 years old. So if this material is on his devices, again, quote, numerous text messages between defendant and the victim evidencing their sexual relationship, pregnancy, abortion, and use of Plan B emergency contraception. Messages through March 2025 prove defendant continued to manipulate the victim as she messaged, "All we do is have sex and just hang out. Man, I want more than that for myself." These messages were obtained from defendant's iCloud data. So again, the digital data could help prove the sex charge. And we reported this yesterday on Sidebar, but the death certificate has been updated. This is per reporting from TMZ to suggest that it is unknown if Celeste was pregnant, even though there was nothing in the actual autopsy report, as far as we could tell, to suggest that she was. So it is a little confusing here. I spoke to Joseph Scott Morgan on my News Nation show, Jesse Weber Live, last night. He said they may have to just do that because of the investigative findings of the messages about pregnancy and, Plan B and abortion, and because Celeste was dismembered and decomposed. It can ultimately be difficult to 100% rule out that she was pregnant. So it's not necessarily saying that she was, but how do we know for sure? It's unknown. Although I will say, if prosecutors believe for sure that Celeste was pregnant or had evidence to establish that she was pregnant, they would have mentioned that, right? That would have gone to motive. That would have gone to the special circumstances allegations. Taking their narrative that David killed her to keep her quiet about the relationship being exposed, what's better proof of this alleged sexual relationship with a minor if they could show she was pregnant with his baby, right? They would have presented that. They didn't. So I don't know how much that's going to be a factor or not, but at the very least, digital evidence allegedly establishing the relationship and the narrative. Oh, and by the way, this came out yesterday. I think this might be evidence because of what I just mentioned before. It wasn't made specifically about the prosecution's filings, but I do wonder if this is going to be part of the case because according to reporting from the New York Post, April 24th, so the day after he allegedly murdered Celeste, he does an interview on the Zach Sang show. And he was reportedly very casual, smiling, making jokes, but allegedly said this, quote, like in the process of, getting outside my house and exploring the world and finding friends, losing friends, finding relationships, losing relationships, it's just everything has kind of been shaping and leading up to this project in such a dominant, by the way, too, when she was just Riverside County Sheriff's Department by her family who live in Lake Elsinore in February and April 2024. RCSD telephonically contacted defendant on February 17, 2024 after they identified a phone number in the victim's phone records that belonged to him. During the call, defendant claimed he had spoken to the victim last on February 13th or 14th, 2024, but stated he was unaware she was a minor or that she had been reported missing. RCSD advised him that Los Angeles Sheriff's Department deputies would be coming to his home. On that day, defendant was living at 804 North Doheny Place in West Hollywood. RCSD requested that LASD conduct a welfare check at defendant's home. LASD deputies went to defendant's home that night at 8:15 p.m. and informed him the victim was a 13-year-old runaway. Defendant again claimed he was unaware she was a minor and he had only met the victim once in person in November 2023. However, defendant showed deputies a yearbook photo of the victim he had on his cell phone. Although he claimed to be unaware of where the victim was at the time, she returned home 2 days later. Despite being informed by law enforcement the victim was only 13, defendant continued to pursue her. After the victim returned home in February 2024, her parents took her cell phone away. Defendant drove to Lake Elsinore and paid a junior high school student in the victim's class $1,000 to give the victim a cell phone defendant purchased so they could stay in contact. Throughout 2024, the victim spent a significant amount of time with defendant, including summer weekends at his home in the Hollywood Hills and traveling with him to Las Vegas, London, and Texas to meet his family. And I mentioned timing. So when Celeste reportedly died, so two parts to this. Evidence of this alleged relationship, which again goes into the sex crime charge, which goes into the special circumstances allegations, but timing. When Celeste reportedly died, yes, David was at the height of his career. Per prosecutors, April 23rd, 2025 is the likely date of the victim's death and when all her cellular activity ceased. The night prior, April 22nd, 2025, defendant and the victim engaged in a lengthy argument described in detail in their text messages. The messages revealed the victim's jealousy over defendant's relationships with other women, as defendant led her to believe they had a future together. She became extremely upset and threatened to disclose damaging information about her relationship with the defendant to end his career and destroy his life. We don't know those exact messages, but taking the prosecution's narrative, defendant's first studio album was due to be released on April 25, 2025. He had an emerging multi-million-dollar career already in progress. He also had multiple product endorsements, which were highly profitable. So yes, when Celeste died, there was the tour, sponsorship.
Okay, well, I think we got the gist of things here. Prosecutors laid out their theory. We're gonna find out more and more things. There is some. I seen TMZ publish something that kind of shots fired outside C Breezy's home. Oh nah. Hopefully C Breezy's good. They claim that around the same time, TMZ has put out a video. It said this video shows David apologizing about a horrible smell in his home 2 months after he allegedly murdered and dismembered her in the same house. Now, he claims he was telling them like, oh, nah, it smells a little way because I took a shit. And people are saying, nah, that was kind of proof that this guy was on some shit. By the way, the guy who is being explained to actually went to court eventually. His name is Neo. So some of these guys, they probably did testify like, I ain't gonna lie, I thought someone was up. Check this out.
Well, you don't mind. Can you put...
Oh, his nails growing back.
You, bro. I'm looking at your packing, bro. Go f yourself. I don't even get paid, guys. I'm not even getting paid for this bullshit, bro. This, bro. All y'all, dead ass.
Oh. Now, do we make up? Yeah.
ABC.
Oh, yes,
I
apologize in advance for the way my bathroom smelled. I took a shit like 2 hours ago.
Thank you guys for becoming a member. Okay, I don't know if you guys just heard that. Listen.
Yeah.
ABC. Oh, yes, I apologize in advance for the way my bathroom smelled. I took a
He said, I apologize for the way my bathroom smelled. I took a shit in there.
shit like 2 hours ago.
I don't care. I just took it.
Another one? Type shit. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking
Now,
about.
this video is probably going to make prosecutors think that, okay, not only did he kill her, but what part of the house did he kill her in? Maybe he killed her in the bathroom. I mean, he was using a pool or like an inflatable kiddie pool, which would mean that, there would probably be some type of liquid or fluid around. It would make sense for him to use it in an area that is used to water or wet things, which would be the bathroom. So perhaps the place where he killed her is the bathroom, and maybe, shit, it has that lingering smell. Now, we don't know how long, remember, definitely for 2 weeks, the body was still in the house. They're saying this was like 2 months after. We got to go back in the timeline to see when exactly he moved the body. Okay? When exactly he moved the body according to timeline. And I think that timeline is where they claim he was last driving the car. I don't know if you guys remember what time that was. Let's go back. David. He was driving the Tesla. Yeah, right here.
The video of David's Tesla being drove for the last time before Celeste Rivas Hernandez was found has just been released. Now we know that prosecutors are alleging that David is the last one that drove and parked that Tesla before he left on tour on July 29th of 2025. Prosecutors are alleging that they have video footage evidence of this and also other evidence to prove that David was the last person to park this Tesla. And this one wasn't released by the cops, it was released by the private investigator Steve Fisher, who has claimed he had this video for months from a Ring camera. But we all know that Steve Fisher has been talking about this video for—
Oh, okay. So the Tesla was moved on July 29th. So if we're assuming that maybe the body wasn't being kept in a Tesla, and if we're saying this was the last time the Tesla was used, but it was moving the body to the final location where it was eventually towed, then found out. They killed her April 24th. April, May, June, July. That's like, it's 3 months. So April into May, that's 1 month. May into June, that's 2 months. And June into July, that's 3 months. Which would probably mean that, yeah, if 2 months after anyone complained about a smell, maybe at the home, maybe that could be connected to the body. Wow.
For months, and he has always said that David was not the last person that drove this Tesla, and also alluded to the fact that it was David's best friend Neo and was constantly calling him out. And it seems like after prosecutors said that they believe David was the last person to drive the Tesla, that this private investigator had different thoughts. And he released this video. He also said, now that the prosecution has released a briefing for the preliminary hearing in the David case, we are releasing the surveillance footage of the Tesla being moved on July 29th. The driver is light-skinned with long hair, wearing a red jersey. Even though he didn't name Neo by name, we all know that he is talking about Neo because the last photo of David and Neo that was taken the night before the Tesla was parked for the last time, Neo had on this red jersey. So this makes this all very confusing, but I am going to be 100%. In that uploaded video by Steve Fisher of the last person driving the Tesla, I cannot make out anybody driving the Tesla. So it is still very possible that cops probably have video footage from a different angle, and they also say that they have some type of other evidence. It's still very possible that police do have other video footage that maybe this PI doesn't have, because neighbors have reported that David's car kept moving around for a while. This random YouTuber caught David's Tesla in the same exact spot it would later be towed from, and Celeste would be found on May 14th of 2025. On top of this, Steve Fisher also uploaded photos of Amazon packages that were right on David's doorstep outside of his house that have the same fake name of Victoria Mendez that prosecutors are alleging he used to order the burn cage, the inflatable pool, the chainsaws, the body bag, the trash bags, and everything. This is another interesting thing. In this brief made by prosecutors that was released last night, it said that David lied to friends and business associates and others who noticed the strong smell of decay in or around his home and vehicle before leaving on his concert tour at the end of July. And went on to say that he parked his Tesla on the street around the corner from his home. So in my opinion, it seems like it's very likely for some of the people that testified to that grand jury about David probably talked about this. At the beginning of July, just weeks before they're claiming he took this Tesla for the last time and parked it, there was actually a stream where David randomly brings up a bad smell in his bathroom to another creator. I thought this was really odd because we heard the same thing being alleged by the private investigator Steve Fisher. He was claiming that there was people smelling a very bad smell when they were in his bedroom and his bathroom.
I don't care, I just took a shit. Type shit. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Yep. I had to go.
This literally came out.
You know what's so funny? This guy's eyes, you could tell he knew something was up. Look at this guy's eyes right here.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Yep. Look how he looks at him. Look at his eyes. Kind of like he's like, nigga, that ain't shit. Like I'm not smelling shit. Something's off.
This literally came out of nowhere in this stream because he was around them for a while, and then he literally says, I apologize if you smell this bad smell coming from my bathroom. I just took a poop, like making a joke out of it. After hearing what prosecutors are alleging, it is really weird to watch this all back, and especially seeing the way Neo is making faces. I'll keep watching to see if anything else comes out about this David case, but y'all let me know what you guys think about all this in the comments.
I agree. Crazy shit, man. Crazy shit. Okay, all right, what are we doing? What's up next? Happy Saturday, y'all. Should we check in on the Fulio situation? Is there even an update for the Fulio situation? Fulio case. I do know YNW Melly went for a hearing. Oh, these guys actually talk to the cops? Hold on.
The best place to hide from a white man is in plain sight. All this carpet look, all this niggas come down.
Wait, so they captured this nigga and he just started talking to himself?
I ain't got nothing on the road. You wouldn't believe the shit that came in here.
All right, so they check him first.
That's my way to do have something. It's a what record? Plastic regular. I'm gonna get me a one with too. For real, you gonna give me a cigarette? You gonna give me a back of my? I can't smoke in here, but whenever you go out, I'll have.
Of course, this fucking Negro wants a black and mild after he just got caught for murder.
For you. Come on, man. I swear, hey, I promise. All right, bro. What you gonna do, man? For sure. Hey, I got a piss too, though. All right, give me a second. I can piss in the cup. Oh, bro, that's crazy, man. Last night I had a dream. The day finally came, but these fuck niggas stopped saying my name. Niggas love to start the beef and play victim, but the people in our business fuck the world and all they feelings.
Damn.
And
my boy on his AR-AB shit. So last night I had a dream. Niggas love to start beef, now they playing victim. This nigga got bars. Holy.
Trying my hardest, so close to falling. And it's in my heart, it's on my face. Getting kind of
Bro,
hard.
pull your pants up. You got your crack showing and shit.
To hide my pain. Last night I had a dream. The day finally came, but they stopped saying my motherfucking name. Niggas love to start the beef. Niggas love to start the beef and play victim, but the people in our business fuck the world and all they feelings.
This nigga think he Rod Wave or something?
I ain't had time to put on the fucking socks, bro. Niggas in that bitch sleep that good. Oh, at least I bust that bitch. Plastic? Plastic. Original. Anything to drink? No, I'm good. You don't want, it don't have to be water. I can't buy you beer or nothing, but you want something else? No, I'm good. Pepsi or anything? I'm good. Alright, give us just a second. As soon as you get off the phone, you're gonna take you to the bathroom, alright? I'm just going to get that real quick. Appreciate it, bro.
Boy getting his last order in.
Oh, bro, I've been moving straight. Been out this bitch the whole time, man. Went to them, came back. Went to them, came back. How the fuck, bro? That car said, easy. That car tried to throw me a signal. I know that hood ain't gonna call me no crime. Stop my whole motherfucking self. What the fuck? And that big booty.
You said I know that hoe ain't gonna call Crime Stopper. What?
I'm gonna cry, stop my whole motherfucking self. What the fuck? And that big booty gave me free. That shit killed me. And that bitch sleeping. All I heard was Jack, this is Jack and get a sharing off this nigga. They just got work, so she getting home. The fuck? I'm gonna talk to her. That cracker kept saying, screw you gonna talk to Adam, you gonna talk to Adam, you gonna talk to Adam. That nigga said Adam because he already know that's motherfucker. That shit crazy. Wait, the gospel hear this shit, bro. That shit just broke my heart, bro. That shit broke my heart, bro. I just said this morning, man, I gotta stop having this nigga come down, bro. You gonna be the reason. You out this nigga stealing my name. Fuck whole shit. Take the soul out of my breath, I still be the loudest nigga. Oh, bro, that shit. Oh, pray them cars get my phone. I pray them cars get my phone, that's what I do. Just got that bitch for evidence. Don't let that hoe get my shit, please. Just got that bitch for evidence.
Yo, chat. He says, I pray the C word gets my phone. He's saying that he wants the cops to get his phone rather than his bitch. Somebody got to tell homie, you got bigger fish to fry here. He is locked up for murder, and his number one wish is, yo, I hope my girl don't see what the fuck is in my phone. Please, cops, you take my phone. Cops, y'all take my phone. Not my girl. Y'all take my phone. Holy.
Don't let that hoe get my shit, please. Please don't let baby get my shit. I nigga, man, this shit.
Somebody got to tell him, your baby is now getting donkey fucked by another degenerate in that same Section 8 housing that she was living in when you tried to hide it at her house and they came in, okay? Don't you worry. Your baby's still getting fucked just by somebody else now. Don't worry, brother.
Okay, they gonna be out of the blog. They finna go up like this shit. Oh, this nigga got caught in the bitch. I've been doing my thing, ho. Fuck you talking about? I ain't gotta be in Mexico. The best way to hide from a white man is in plain sight. Fuck you talking about?
Yo, this guy is cooked. Yo, chat, I don't advocate doing crime at all, but if you're doing crime, do an IQ test before you do a crime with a nigga, man. This nigga, before they're getting him food, before they even get to McDonald's, he is telling already. You know what he said? Man, they say I got to go to Mexico, man. But what? Man, the best way to hide from a white man is in plain sight. By the way, if you don't know, he was hiding at his girlfriend's house, and they caught him like a week later, 2 weeks later, okay? And they raided the shit, and, you know what I mean? It's a whole spectacle. It's caught on camera. So he says, why go to Mexico to hide out? The best way to hide is in plain sight. Okay, sounds good.
All those niggas look alike, dirty.
So all those niggas look alike.
The best place to hide from a white man is in plain sight. All those niggas look alike. Who you? Damn.
Yo, he laughing at his own jokes.
Oh, you remember Airbnb I've been in? 6 Airbnb, 7 hotel rooms, been in bitches' houses. Someone told me to take off and leave that bitch last night. I was around there with my... Oh, stay right there, bro. Hey, bro. Knowing I was supposed to take off, bro.
So it looked like he was staying at a bunch of different spots, but just like always, he said he needed that one last hit of the pussy. So he go to his girl's house to go get some good old pussy before he really goes on the run, and he gets caught. Damn. He wanted to go hit that shit one more goddamn time. He said he was staying in Airbnbs, hotels, but he said he needed that last fix of that good gushy. He pulls up, you know what I mean? Probably popped a honey pack. It's lit now. It's time. And then police come. Damn. Cops locked him, bro.
Amazon, man. Police van, man. I'm like, fuck, he got an Amazon police van.
Yo, the nigga said the cops hopped out of a vehicle that looked like an Amazon truck. Oh, man.
Last night I had a dream. The day finally came. One of these fuck niggas got saying my name. Man, chin up, chest out, man.
Oh, yo, this Young Thug shit. Chin up, chest out. What Thug say? Be like, you go to jail for life? Whoop-de-doo. Chin up, chest out.
Kind of hit me in my shit, bro. That shit crazy. When you want the public to know that, though, tell the public how you hit me in my shit, man. I'm talking about old fool. I'm talking about straight elbow, boom. Nah, beat the shit out of that guy. They talking about showing green ass trying to get through that. Nigga, green them motherfucker, man. You can tell out everybody, man. Fuck you. And that shit gonna fuck my people up, man. It's gonna bring some of my people to rejoice. That pussy ass shit, but it's gonna fuck a lot of my people up, man. People will root for not this motherfucker. This is crazy. fuck, man. Come on, bro. That shit wild, bro. That's what it is. That shit wild, bro. That's what it is, man. Man, come take me to the bathroom, man. Man, come take me to the bathroom. I ain't got nothing to talk about. I don't know nothing. That wasn't even me, so I don't know nothing to tell y'all. You feel me? I don't know nothing. I can't tell y'all nothing. That was
He don't know nothing, but that wasn't even me. Nigga, what's not you? This is when a nigga start trying to, like, he started telling on himself without knowing. I don't even know nothing. Nigga, whoever you saw at the bank, that wasn't even me. How you know we know about the bank, nigga?
me. You feel me? Like, I don't even know why y'all got me here. I don't know why y'all got me here. I gotta go to the jail, calling this free phone and hear everybody crying for me, man. Like, I should have left that big again, man. Like, on the road. The whole took out my shit. Bro, that shit crazy. So took my shit out. I'll go get my shit redone, bro. He kept telling me, bro, that shit wild. It was sick something, man. I mean, that bitch sleeping good.
Yeah, that nigga just got some pussy, man. He said he was sleeping good. Cops came in and fucked it up.
This ain't even gonna have my black. This Kirk ain't even gonna have my black, bro. That shit's crazy. As long as you got that black around, bitch, we can walk to the jailhouse. I'll walk to the jailhouse with handcuffs on me.
That nigga said, as long as you give him that black and mom, man, he'll walk to the fucking jailhouse. Nah, he laughed at himself.
Kirk wanted to shoot him. And if they let the dog off from me, I would have beat the dog ass, bro. I don't guess to talk about dog, bro. I'm gonna beat the dog ass. I'm telling you, I'm not gonna just let them dog bite me. Real shit, bro. Just talk to that ass this morning. Just told, bro. Man, keep that young nigga away from me, bro. That ain't gonna be me around in jail, bro. Look, you wildin' doing shit. Man, you wildin', bro.
I wonder if he's talking about Isaiah Chance. He says, I was just saying, keep that young nigga away from me. Now, remember, these guys are older. They're in their 30s. And the young nigga supposedly would be Gathright. Gathright is like 20. And Isaiah Chance is like 24 or 22 or something like that. But Isaiah Chance wasn't one of the shooters. The third shooter is him and his brother, and the third shooter is his 20-year-old. So maybe that's him kind of like subconsciously almost saying, man, it's that fucking young nigga that got us doing this dumb shit. But like that's almost like confession, ain't it?
Granddad on ICU, man. My granddad in ICU. This shit crazy, bro. This shit. The day that's my birthday, my shit Friday, 4 days from my birthday, bro. Like,
damn, they arrested him for his birthday? Well, Fulio couldn't enjoy his birthday. Y'all killed him.
I've seen him do it.
had everybody outside when we got outside. They seen it, I know it. Oh, that shit is here, man. Oh, he got him, he got him, he got him. Bitch, I been moving around, man. Been moving around, man. Kill him, man. Nobody never wanted to drop no loads, man. I would kill him. And I feel like he probably want to try something about it because they know my birthday coming up. You feel me? Like,
All right, you gonna pee? All right, so he goes to pee, comes back.
Asked of you and to have a lawyer with you during any questioning. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before any questioning if you wish. And if you do answer questions without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering questions at any time and consult with a lawyer. Do you understand all that? Do you know how to sign your name? Okay. If you could, just print your first and last name here and then sign your name there. And when you're done with that, I'm just going to sign above you. And then there's like date of birth shit under that I'll ask you. My name's Chris, by the way. Last name's Dravic. 78576. That's my ID number. Some people call it a badge number.
Okay.
Marijuana this morning.
I'm like, alright, that's what it is. I got an old lady. I already know what type of time y'all got going on. Like, I'm faithful to my old lady, so I really can't, you feel me, and hang out like I really want to, you feel me? Y'all must still come through and see y'all. Okay, I was supposed to come Saturday night. When they called me, but I'm like, man, nah, man, I ain't gonna go in. I'm gonna just chill, you feel me? I ain't gonna go, I'm gonna just chill, bro. I'm gonna stay here with her, because she already putting up an attitude, you feel me?
Yeah.
Don't want me to go outside, let alone out here, already in Orlando as it is. She putting up attitude, so you feel me? So I'm like, man, I'm gonna just chill, butter up, fuck the good that night, man, man, I'm going to see my cousin.
So you talking about how you was gonna fuck his girl but then go somewhere else? That's about a murder.
You're in the drive-thru. Driving some silver car. I've seen the video. I don't have it. I can probably get it for you while we're sitting here. I'm going to leave you with this. We're going to step out for a moment. I'm going to leave you with this. If you want to have any conversation after it, it's up to you. He did travel to Tampa with Fizzle, Darius Fields, and on Sunday, that morning, I believe. And when he got there, Rashad gets in the Uber with Isaiah and Alicia and come back to Jacksonville. And Darius goes on his way. That was his story. Darius was murdered. He died with his cell phones in his pockets. Okay? I'm not asking you to say, I just want you to hear me out. Clay County has his phones. They've downloaded all of them. Did Rashad travel to Tampa with Darius the day of the murder? And the answer was no. Darius never leaves Clay County at any point during any of this. In fact, he goes to the Orange Park Mall, which they have video of. So what I'm getting at is the story you just shared with us, right, of you seeing Fizzle and all this and that. It can't be true because Darius never leaves Orange Park.
Sure about that?
Positive.
Sure about that?
Swear to God. Wouldn't make it up. Hear me out.
Hey, listen, man, I ain't had nothing to do with this, man. I don't even know why my face was plastered all over the news. That's why I ran, because y'all got it wrong.
Okay, he said, yeah, I put my face on the news, that's why I ran. Okay, because remember, this was a sting operation to get him. He was the last suspect caught.
Person, bro. It's like,
but the entire story you just gave is a lie.
I know this 100%. We have Fizzle
in Orange Park
in the Foot Locker Sunday morning.
No, he goes to the food court.
He's in the food court, which is right beside the Foot Locker in Orange Park Mall, on camera. The same time that you said that you're dapping him up, giving him a hug in an Airbnb in Tampa.
Well, if y'all feel like I lied, and y'all feel like y'all got videos of him in Orange Park Mall, when I told you for my own eyes, I seen and talked to this man that day in the Airbnb. So it's like,
no, I wanted to share that with you. Obviously, I think it's fair, unless in the event that you wanted to.
No, I know for a fact why I seen and talked to my dog. The last time I talked to my dog, this is sentimental right here. This is the last time I talked to my dog, bro. For a week after, and my dog got hit more than one time and took from his kids. Like, shielding his kids to not get hit. So, like, you keep saying you seen him in a One Park Mall video. I'm telling you, the last time I talked to my dog,
right? Because you know how these things work out. You've been on the road. with the amount of evidence they do have, obviously the videos and shit, what do you plan to like explain through cooperating co-defendants? Like, how do you work your way through that?
I don't know the so-called. I don't know the so-called evidence they have from you. You just showed me that.
Yeah, I don't. You're right. And to be fair, I don't have access to all that stuff.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's like the story told us, the story that happened. So that's what I'm going with, and that's what I'm going to stick to. Like,
so
ain't gonna change, ain't gonna waver, not a single word, not a single none.
They trying to get him snitch, huh?
That.
So obviously your name has been probably the biggest thing in Jacksonville for almost the last half of the year.
Yeah, I can't really say that. But people keep bringing me up. I hate that shit.
I mean, you go on any social media site.
How do you know Strap?
And
how did that ever come up?
I don't know that.
These are trolls.
I don't know that. That's why I told you, like, somebody was playing is me. Like, somebody was playing as me on that. When I seen that on Spaces, like, I'm just thinking to myself, like, bro.
Y'all aren't friends, right?
I don't know that, man. I never met Jig. Is like,
you wouldn't even know what he would like if you saw him.
You know what they refer to us. You know what they refer to my age group. They refer us to old heads. We old heads already.
Damn. That makes I'm an old head too.
Facts.
They're in their 30s.
So I don't know that, man. Like, Jig is a creative player. That's my cousin's Rod generation. Like,
yeah.
Okay, so he's talking about Sean Gathright. That's a 20-year-old. So there's a 15-year gap between them. So they did a crime with the guy who's 20. They're in their 30s, and they're saying, "Yo, we don't know that kid. Like, what the hell? Like, why y'all bringing our name up with them?" You know, they're trying to create separation and say, "Hey, we don't know him."
I don't know that man.
Who would your friends be? Like, who would your best friend be right now?
My generation is everybody. I ain't got no best friend. That's why you never.
I saw Rashad was in music videos, probably.
I don't know them people. Like, I don't know them people, bro. Like, I couldn't.
We're not trying to get you in a trick bag, but like to say you don't notice a prominent member of Out East or like a prominent person on the East Side is kind of crazy. Like, you know who Papa is.
Yeah, I know because he rap. I like his music though. I can feel where he's coming from.
We're not trying to trick you. We're not trying to trick you, man. He's from your neighborhood, and he has made it. Yeah. He is successful in life.
Yeah, I know him as a rapper. I don't know him as a person. I don't know him as a personally or person. I don't know him like a person.
And y'all ever see each other? Y'all would dap each other up.
Yeah, tell you that. No, I salute him. I like your music.
But you know,
it ain't no dapping up and what's up, how you been or nothing.
But like Quelo and Smiley and Fion and all those guys.
Who is Fion? You keep saying Fion. Like, I heard these Quelos and Smiley. Like, I heard them in the songs and Papa songs, so I know who they are, but I don't.
They're your age from Out East.
Who is Fion?
You know who they are, bro.
I don't know who Fion is. You keep saying Fion. Like, who is Fion?
You know Chevy.
No, I don't.
Yes.
They'll tell you this, gang. I promise you. You can put a picture in front of them and say, who is that right there? They gonna say they don't know you. Desi? God bless the dead. God bless the dead.
So did you get back to her?
Huh? Desi?
Yeah.
I don't know what happened with Desi. I don't know what happened with Desi.
That was a big dude.
Yeah,
but he was staying on business in jail.
You know Charles?
Charles, what's Charles?
Stop. I can't think of what he goes by.
Stop.
Well, he's like a little bit younger, but he's like never left out there.
No, I don't know.
What about Baby Cool?
Baby Cool, no, I don't know. Players. Look at how that name sounds. That don't even sound like a generated name from my generation.
Yeah, that's what
like somebody, a generated nickname. That don't even sound like a nickname from my generation that we'll come up with and call ourselves. Like,
yeah.
Baby Cool, like, come on, like, that's a creative player. That's a new generation shit. That's some goofy shit.
Bro, did you see that video from the Tesla from the shooting? Isn't that pretty wild how like Tesla's captured the gun?
I seen that shit on New Line.
That big goofy dude just like trying to shoot a gun. He didn't hit anything. No,
I seen that shit.
What was your opinion of his shots?
Who?
The big goofy guy in the back.
They describing him. Yo, what do you think about the big goofy guy with the gun? Like, yo, that nigga don't really know how to shoot.
They got captured on the Tesla.
I seen that video one time and never looked at it.
He looked like he ain't never held a gun in his life.
Yeah. And he brought his.
Yo, they clowning him to his face, chat. They clap because he not trying to say that's him. They want him to be like, yo, fuck nigga, that's me, nigga. I've been shooting niggas. What you talking about, nigga? What you mean I never held a gun? Nigga, I've shot mad niggas, bro. They're clowning him to his face. Nah, this is funny. Yo, cops be having all type of little. They be like, you seen the video? It's the big goofy guy. Like, it looked like that nigga looked like an amateur.
Wats. Who? The big goofy guy in the back that got captured on the Tesla.
You look, I seen that video one time, ain't never look at
He
it.
looked like he ain't never held a gun in his life.
And he brought his Timbs were like, so big.
He looked like he was.
Papa, I almost killed Sean.
Yeah, he did.
Dude, God bless him.
Yo, they said this goofy ass nigga almost killed the nigga he went on the drill with. Yo, they did some, look, you can see it by his face. Look. Yo, look.
Call of Duty or some shit.
Boys on his Fortnite level right there.
Yeah, trying to get some body.
Yeah, I looked at that.
They had to do that. Honestly, they put the.
Well, the one thing I didn't understand about that guy is like everyone had like a set of balls on them and ran up on Julio, but he like kind of hung out in the back.
Oh, they try to call him a bitch. Yo, y'all ain't gonna lie. One thing I understand about that big doofus that ain't never held a gun, that he looked like he was an amateur. Yo, everybody was walking Julio down. That nigga, he looked scared. look, they challenging him. Look.
Oh, shit.
Rashad ran up with the fucking switch. Through the windshield.
So Rashad was switching it down. Bah! You know what I mean? Showing his he think he on Fortnite. And said this other goofy nigga like, yo, cops ain't shit, bro. Yo, cops ain't shit, bro. Yo, you could tell he kind of feel away. He do feel away. Look, just watch him. Watch. Yo, you know when a nigga laugh at you? You don't feel good about it? You could tell he trying to laugh with him, but then they kept going like, yeah, this nigga was a goofy, man. Like, nigga almost killed his old man's like, and also, I ain't gonna lie, that nigga pussy. Like, he was in the back. Everybody ran down. He's in the back. He's mad pussy. You could tell he's like, yeah, now he is mad pussy, huh?
Fortnite level right there.
Yeah, trying to get some body.
Yeah, I looked at that.
They had to do that. Honestly, they put the.
Well, the one thing I didn't understand about that guy is like everyone had like a set of balls on them and ran up on Julio, but he like kind of hung out in the back.
Oh, shit.
Rashad ran up with the fucking switch. Through the windshield.
Sean was just.
Yo, right here, you could tell he wanted to clarify like, nigga, I ran up. The fuck is you talking? No. Nigga, the nigga that ran up is me, nigga. Fuck is you talking about? I'm Mr. Walk Him Down. I'm Mr. Walk Him Down. I walk niggas down. I don't spray in the back. That's me. I'm the nigga who ran up like, bow. Fuck. Stop it. I walk shit down. I don't know what y'all niggas seen. Go watch again. But that was me right there. You could tell he wanted to do it so bad. Look, he looked confused while watching these niggas laugh at him. He wanted to clear the air, so nigga, I'm Mr. Walk 'em Down. Like, you could tell. Look, he looked confused. Like, nah, y'all seen the wrong video. Like, they start kind of capping to me. Like, yeah, in that one part, looked like he was ready to run more than he was ready to shoot. They be like, bro, what video you talking about? Because that's the nigga who was in front. What are you talking about? He wasn't in the back. He was in front. How you know he was in front, nigga? Yo, look. The smile on his face dry up mad quick, chat.
Trying to get some body.
Look.
They had to do that. Honestly, they put the.
Well, the one thing I didn't understand about that guy is like everyone had like a set of balls on them and ran up on Julio, but he like kind of hung out in the back.
Oh, shit.
Rashad ran up with the fucking switch. Through the windshield.
Sean was
Look, right here, he was like, huh? That ain't true. Look, hold on, chat. Let's see. We got to go find the footage again, though. Let's find, because you could tell he got that look like, nigga, that ain't true. Nigga, I remember this shit like it was yesterday, nigga. That ain't true. Hold on. Julio footage Tesla. Okay. This is it. All right, here we go. Okay, no, actually, yeah. So this is Gathright. Right here. Yeah, this is Gathright. Yeah, so Gathright did run up first. They drove into the bullets. Really, I hate to Monday morning quarterback it, but they should have spun. Julio should have spun. Right? He should have spun this way. And he probably would have survived if he had spun this way, but he drove into three dudes firing at him. Yeah, he drove into it, right? And he's going to drive right by the niggas, low key. See? He's driving straight to them. Yeah, and he's kind of still alive, but I think I think the car crashes right there. Because you can see the light blinking. You see the light blinking right there? Yeah, it crashes or something right here. Shit. There's more shooting footage. Here we go. Okay, here we go.
Auburn.
So, all right, here we go.
Car on the top when the actual shooting occurs.
Yeah, within minutes prior to.
Would it put it on the side of the Tesla?
That would be the passenger.
So I think that's the guy right there. So that's what they keep calling the doofus.
Side of the Tesla. Is briefly there. Ski mask type.
Okay. Is that the individual? Okay.
Foot behind it. Tesla itself.
Camera.
Yes, it is.
And it's all the.
Okay.
Okay.
Right here. You're gonna see somebody run like right here. That should happen.
Just exit.
Or not. It's happened already. Okay.
Is that the Dodge Charger fleeing?
Yes, sir.
And now do we see the pistol?
So this is showing. Oh no. This is the other Andrew's brother because this is a Glock switch.
Shooter running by.
Yes, sir.
And then the second shooter.
Yeah, and the second shooter is Gathright. Gathrit's the one who ran down first. This is the guy they're saying that's in court. They're saying, or that's in the interrogation room. That's why they would call him a goofy. They were like, yeah, this nigga had no balls. Like he was just standing back, like he a bitch.
And now the person.
Yeah, they said, yo, he got the gun over here. He got the gun over here. Bang, bang, bang. They say, yo, they said, what type of gun this nigga? They said, this nigga ain't never had a gun in his life. This nigga shooting the gun like this. Yeah, they said the gun was shooting him. He wasn't shooting the gun.
And then the second shooter. And
look, they say he's shooting the gun like this, like a goof. Yo, chat, I ain't gonna lie to you. If I'm the prosecutor, this is how I'm proving the case. Yo, you seen the whole interrogation footage where the nigga got his ass crack showing? This nigga always got his ass out, bro. Guilty. Fucking guilty, gang. Guilty. This nigga ass is out even during the shooting. It was out in the interrogation room and the shooting. Guilty. Fucking guilty, Chad. Guilty. Yo, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to bring this nigga's ass crack as evidence. Guilty. Guilty. This nigga's guilty, Chad. Guilty. His fucking ass crack is the evidence. Guilty. This bum ass nigga has never bought a belt a day in his life. Guilty.
now the person with the mask on.
That's correct.
Yo, this nigga definitely thought, like, I don't know what movie he thought he was in, bro. Like, what? Yo, he one of them niggas, I think he just wanted to make sure he emptied the clip that he could tell the niggas, like, yeah, I definitely shot. Yeah, I definitely shot. I know. I ain't had no bullets left. This nigga looked like he was shooting with his eyes closed, bro.
And then the second shooter. And now the person with the mask on.
That's correct.
And is that a camera that appears to be on the west side?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That run right there, because the ass crack is out, you're guilty, gang. You're guilty, bro. You're guilty. We seen you in the interrogation room. You pulled your pants up 10 times and the ass crack was still visible. You don't own a belt. You try to run and you was waddling. You're doing the let me widen my stance to keep my pants from falling down waddle. Look, guilty, nigga. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, look at this. Look how he running. Look how he running. Yup. Chat, his ass crack sent him to jail. His ass crack. His ass crack sent him to jail, chat. His ass crack sent him to jail. Little does he know, when he get to real prison, they gonna be using his ass crack like a fucking, they gonna be using that shit swiping all type of ATM cards. Pause. Anyway, let's get back to this. Look at this. They clowning him. They're like, yeah, that nigga was a bum. He ain't know how to shoot.
Rashad ran up with the fucking switch. Oh, yeah. Through the windshield. Sean was just right on top of that motherfucker. That shit was wild. Yeah.
Dude, you know what's funny is that, so that dude, that guy was
Wait, you say what? Say it again. You said
Wait, hold on. Now, we're also figuring out how they died. How Fulio died. I don't think Fulio got killed yet. Remember, the car is still driving. He's driving the car. I think the car crashes. And remember, they passed the shooters. This guy, he's in the back. He's in the back just shooting over his head like, do. They passed the shooters, but Fulio, remember, Fulio's car hit the curve. He hits the curve while trying to get away. Right? You're going to see the car kind of hit the curve. And remember when I told you, I said, look, the car looked like it stopped? Yes, it did stop.
Okay.
No, sir.
So look, so the car does stop. So it goes there, right? And I think they run down on him and they Swiss cheese it through the window. I think so I think the guy with the switch runs at the car, hops up. I think that's what the detective's is saying, and straight through it. And Fulio at that point is trying to get in the back seat because it's no way the car is driving like that and he's in the back seat. So at that point, when the nigga's running down and the car's kind of disabled, that's when Fulio's trying to get in the back seat and the nigga with the switch just, you know what I mean, and kills him. That's what I think. He probably got hit before, though. Did they say how much time he got hit? Was it like 16 or something like that?
Search conducted.
So if you ask me, the guy with the switch probably gave the kill shot. See, that happens.
The area.
That happens.
Now.
Yes, sir.
Also, this is on the other side. You can see the bullets. You can see the bullets
Flashing from the left-hand side. You shoot.
Right.
The alarms. All right. Sure. Is this again?
Okay. Remember, this is right here. He drove past the shooters already. He hit the curb one time though, right? But he's still driving. And something happens because look at the light right here. Look at the light of the car. You're going to notice it doesn't go too far off screen. Look.
Yes, it is.
And it's picking up. Is that the Dodge Charger fleeing?
Yes, sir.
And now do we see the pistol shooter?
Yo, you see right here? You see right here, chat? It looked like it crashes. Look, you can see the backlight right here. Look, it was supposed to be off camera. Look, it goes.
Camera.
It goes. You see like a little dust.
Yes, it is.
And it's picking up. Is that the Dodge Charger fleeing?
Yes, sir.
And then you can see the light is reflected here, which means the car is still here. Like something happened. I think it had to be a turn or something.
We see the pistol shooter running.
And now the other brother is running down, but he got the switch.
By.
Yes, sir.
And then the second shooter. And now the person with.
Look at this goof right here. Nah, the cops are right. This guy's a goof. This guy's a goof. This guy's a goof. This nigga think he's Tony Montana. This guy's a goof. Chat, this guy's a goof. This guy's a goof.
With the mask on.
That's correct.
This guy's a goof. So chat, like I'm gonna do some more research on him, but look like maybe he got shot a few times, like because he's in the front seat and they drove into the bullets. But look like they finished off Fulio when they ran at the car after it got crashed or something, right? That makes sense, right?
Area of Auburndale.
Other 20-year vet
asked them if they could.
Let me look. Fulio car aftermath. Hopefully they don't show me the fucking body. I don't want to see that no more. Yeah. Yeah. It don't really look like it was crashed though, right? Don't really look like it was crashed, like front end damage. Oh, here's when they took the car. That's when they took the car. Yeah. Oh yeah, you can see the tire. Yeah. It got disabled. Looked like you know those those little curves and shit right here. I'm pretty sure in trying to get away, it hits one of them, fucks the rim. Because remember, he's already hitting like fucking like he's running over like curbs and shit. And one of them, the tire just fucking, the rim kind of maybe, probably don't break the axle, but it fucking like, it gets disabled clearly. It gets disabled. because you could tell right here. Yeah, look at the wheel. That's what probably happened. That's what probably happened. Yeah. Yeah. Right here, that's when it gets disabled. I think the dude with the switch runs up and Julio's trying to get in the back. I think he lets off probably whatever that's left in the switch or left in the Glock, you know what I mean, Glock with the switch. And that's when Julio dies. So Julio dies trying to get in the back seat and they dip. You know what I mean? Wow. That's why, you know, even though they were firing a lot of joints at the window, though. Jesus Christ. Anyway. All right. Back to them dissing this fool to his face.
Oh, shit.
Rashad ran up with the fucking switch.
Oh, yeah. Somebody say he wasn't driving. Okay, he was in the front seat then, though. I thought he was driving. My bad. So, yeah, other people driving his car? That makes sense. All right.
Through the windshield.
Sean was
just right on top of that motherfucker.
That shit was wild. Yeah. Dude, you know what's funny is like, so that guy was.
Wait, you say what? Say it again. You say Rashad ran up
with the switch. Yeah.
And
you talking about the switch? See, that's new to me too.
The little button on the back of the clock that makes it automatic.
I never seen them shits in person on the game.
It's just a little button. Yeah.
I swear to God, but that's new to me too. I hear rappers say something about switches. I was in, back in 2018, they were talking about switches.
That ain't old school.
And none of that shit, you feel me? So I
never. So who ran over the switch?
Dude, something else was pretty good. It's like the dude that was by the Tesla was a pretty big guy.
Yeah.
That's him.
They had to have that man in the front seat. They had him in the back seat, and they probably didn't need like butter to get him out. Like get out of that car so fast.
Oh yeah, the black Chevy.
Yeah.
Stand up real quick. Stand up. I want to see something. Yeah, stand right here. Put your head against the wall. Look at that.
That's about the height of the guy by the Tesla.
That's crazy. We measured it before we came in here.
But
I don't know, I just think it's ironic how you kind of look just like him. Take a seat.
You kind of, it's crazy. You kind of look just like him.
And
no, I'm 5'11".
Oh shit.
Damn, bro.
About 230.
No, I actually gained weight though.
Crazy. You've lost a bunch of weight since the murder because you've been stressed.
No, I actually been eating good. I told you, bro. Damn. I drank every day. I was getting high every day. I was smoking blacks every day. Gang, I was eating, bro. I wasn't worried about y'all, bro. I actually gained weight, bro. I wasn't thinking about y'all, bro. I was.
Damn.
For what it's worth, I think it's worth pointing out that Sean, the light-skinned fellow, is pretty much
eating good. I gained weight.
Is pretty much the person that like really broke this thing wide open. Sean did.
I seen him in the blogs. They say they tried to escape from.
Oh yeah.
He tried to get out for real.
Yeah.
That's why
he drives from Tampa back to Polk County. In the black Chevy. They have him on his granny's video surveillance, fucking wiping it down, right? Then he gets back in his gold Toyota and drives back from Polk County back to Jacksonville, which is where we stop him. This dumbass has casings from the murder scene from Julio. Can you believe that? Swear to God.
He kept.
I thought all that shit was
rifles with brass catchers, you name it.
I thought that shit was fake. I thought they was just putting that in the blog. Yeah, I thought no.
His phone is at literally at the scene when it happens.
In the parking lot.
So is Alicia's. Yours is in Tampa for a period of time. I don't remember if it's actually at the scene.
I thought they was just putting out the blog just to get content, get views and stir the mix, because that's Julio, so they gonna try to get money.
Kept it in his house.
Yeah, I wasn't very sure.
He was the biggest crash dummy. You know why God made sidewalks? Because some people just can't hang in the streets. You know what they call people that can't hang in the streets? They call them crash dummies. There you go.
You know what's really wild? So that rifle.
I stayed on that motherfucker. I never got on
that rifle that we got that had the brass catcher with all the casings in it from murder.
Yeah.
When he gets down to Tampa, they're going to take his DNA and it's probably going to hit on that rifle.
Yeah.
Well, I bet you it don't. I bet you don't know. Just
Well, they got Sean's DNA off of it already from the tape.
Yeah, facts though. They listen to like I got $100 that no fingerprint. I don't got nothing to do with it.
I mean,
no fingerprints. No
that could be a completely different rifle for what it's worth.
Yeah. Did you have a good Thanksgiving and Christmas? At least you got to enjoy one.
Yeah, that's true.
Facts. Y'all could have left me for my birthday though, so I could get it. Just like I got too bad.
I'll shoot you.
27 wasn't enough birthday.
I'll shoot you some shebangs though.
That shit crazy, but y'all could have left me out. Y'all could have left me this. I was just telling my people that I'm like, bro, listen, bro. Man, they can try to do what they want to do.
Yeah.
Friday, I don't give a fuck, man. Just let me.
You ever turned yourself in after Friday?
Probably.
You lie.
No, like them top those.
Nah, you just said you
my
head.
No, that was for me to go to. Why not like going to the club in Jacksonville? I just really set myself.
What, Elevation?
Rio.
Going to Rio. Any club in Jacksonville.
You been to Elevation?
Yeah, I've been to Elevation and all before. I like it. It's good. But like I was going out of town to go to the club, hang out, take risks.
Any last words?
No, I ain't got no words. Yeah, I can smoke black, please.
We gotta send off the arrest doc and we'll be.
I will say, once you get down to Tampa, you're going to see us again. We're going to come and.
I'm saying we can just.
You're gonna go to
you're gonna be on the stand.
Yeah, you saw him on the stand for Rashad. That was him.
We're going to go to court. So we'll leave you with this: is that in a couple months or a year down the road, when everybody forgot who Davion Murphy was in Jacksonville.
Not supposed to be. I know y'all not names though.
Once everybody in 6-7 months or so forget who Davion Murphy is, the last outstanding suspect, one of the, I would say probably Jacksonville's most wanted guy at this time. You can hit us up and we'll come back and chat with you. Your fame is unfortunately has come to an end. Just being honest with you, it is truly nothing but respect. You lasted a good while.
I'm gonna tell y'all,
probably made some mistakes along the way.
Y'all made my mama like, cause she's been worried. You feel me? My mama, she's been
You've been
worried.
you're probably not even trying to see your numbers and shit.
Not my numbers, I like switch on.
You have been talking to Casper though.
Not like that though. Periodically.
Yeah, you talked to him though, yeah.
Yeah, check in, periodically check in.
He comes and checks on you.
No, he don't come check on me. I don't even let them come. I don't even let them come towards me.
You don't want to. You don't want to foment that.
Yeah, facts. My brother got a son. He never come to see me.
Yeah.
All right. They basically leave him. And he's still talking to himself.
You know what I mean? That's my key. I got that. That smooth.
They got his foot on the table.
Numb to the pain, numb to the brain, numb to the pain, numb to the brain. You bitch me, come home then. Love me or leave me alone then. Oh, you love me, let me see your phone then. Prove it to me. Matter of fact, lies feel so soothing to me. Never mind, moving like the mafia. Just me and all my twins. Spin through that shit 2 times, spin again. Spin through that shit 2 times, ain't nobody outside. All I really wanna know is who gon' ride off a Peter Fry. Deep off in my feelings sometimes, all I really wanna know is who get high. It's so hard to swallow pride. I just need someone to listen. I'm on the cup sipping, it ain't no better fit. In there, I'm numb again. Up all night waiting on the sun again. I was there for you. I was there for you. Where were you when I needed to do the most? Last night I had a dream. The day finally came. Where these fuck niggas stopped saying my name. Niggas love start the beef and play the victim. The people in my business fuck the word around their feelings. And I'm trying my hardest, so close to falling. If it's in my heart, it's on my face. Getting kinda hard to hide my pain. Drug addiction, loving women, driving me insane. Already high when I came. Numb to the brain, yeah. Numb to the brain, yeah. Numb to the brain. Numb to the pain. Numb to the. Man, they got me 4 days for my birthday. What? Oh, this shit's crazy. This shit crazy as fuck. They kind of talk about putting me in the box. Bitch, put me in general population. Who gonna fuck with me? Who you care? Who gonna fuck with me, man? They fucking crackers around me, bro. What the fuck? That shit crazy. How the fuck they found me, bro? How the fuck they found me? I got me 4 days for my birthday, bro. I know I should have moved around.
He said, I know I should have moved around.
If it's in my heart, it's on my face. Getting kind of hard.
All right. I think that's it. He took pictures of the tattoos.
Is that Lily? I'm gonna go up that bitch and set it up.
Be the parties.
All right. So that is the update. They played that in court. I don't think there's any more significant updates that's happening. They're putting a bunch of detectives on the stand, and those are the people who are kind of, breaking it down of exactly what their investigation was, how some of these guys are damn near self-snitching. And let me play a little bit of the medical examiner.
Good afternoon, sir. Report of diagnosis and autopsy.
Yes.
This is a medical examiner. I don't know if they're going to get as detailed to say exactly when he died.
Is the body x-rayed in a circumstance like this?
Yes, when the body first comes to the medical examiners, the body is given an x-ray before we open the body bag.
Oh, before you open the body bag?
Correct.
And why is that?
For any kind of evidentiary evidence that might be in the body bag.
And in this case, did you, in fact, when the body bag was opened, was there some piece of evidence or pieces of evidence that were located?
Yes, there was a bullet found within the body bag and a bullet fragment within his sock.
An autopsy examination, does that involve an external and an internal component?
It does.
Did you conduct an external examination of Charles Jones' body?
I did.
During the process from the external examination moving forward, is the process of the autopsy documented photographically?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you tell us what those are?
So I number the gunshot wounds photographically with a number, and the scale is basically the measurements and the case number. No.
States 32C, is that just a more close-up photograph of that wound?
Itself, or the fragments, and then I stick it into the envelope. We seal it with evidence tape, and then...
Let me go back to it. Did you find collected blood?
Just blood from the track itself.
From the track itself, okay. Sock is?
Yes.
Okay.
It is hereby stipulated by and between the defendants Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, Davion Murphy, and the state of Florida that Charles Jones, the person named in count 1 and 2 of the indictment in this cause, was found deceased on June 23, 2024 at 11606 McKinley Drive in Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida. An autopsy examination was performed on the body of Charles Jones on June 23, 2024 by Dr. Noah Riley, D.O. And this stipulation has been signed by Mr. Harmon for the state, and for the attorneys, Mr. Wise on behalf of Mr. Gathright, as well as Mr. Gathright himself, Nicholas Sonardi, attorney for. So if you all don't mind stepping out, okay? We'll be with you shortly.
All rise. So basically, no one's objecting to the medical examiner finders, which you could imagine. No one's going to argue that the guy didn't die from a bullet wound.
Selected jacket and there?
Yes.
And did you manipulate the body in any way, checking it or examining it, just doing a summary examination there at the scene?
I did.
Is that common practice in forensic pathology?
Yes.
Is going to crime scenes, is that also a common and accepted practice in forensic pathology?
We usually don't go to scenes, but because of the proximity to the office, I did.
Did you also take account of the circumstances around the victim's body?
Yes.
Did you note damage to the motor vehicle?
I did.
Did it appear to involve bullet holes and gunfire damage to the motor vehicle?
It did.
When you were there at the scene, once Mr. Jones' body was removed, could you explain to the jurors when it's being removed, is it placed onto something or where is it removed to there at the scene?
It's placed on a white bed sheet, basically, and then after I examine it, we put it in a body bag, and a private transport service transports it to our office.
Is that a service that contracts with the MEO?
Yes.
Okay. And when I say MEO, medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Okay. So during your cursory examination of Mr. Jones' body on that sheet or in the scene, did you note what appeared to be gunshot wounds to his person?
I did.
After being transported to the medical examiner's office, well, let me back up. When a decedent is brought to the medical examiner's office from a crime scene like this, with a suggestion of homicide being the manner, is a unique, specific file number assigned to that decedent's case?
All decedents are given a unique case number.
All decedents. That would include people who die from suicide, natural causes that are brought unattended, natural causes, or accidents?
Yes.
Like motor vehicle accidents?
Correct.
Okay. And I'll come back to manner of death and let you explain that to the jury. Did you end up performing an autopsy on him?
I did.
During the process from the external examination moving forward, is the process of the autopsy documented?
Gunshot wounds was the approximate cause of death.
And were you able to determine a manner of death?
Yes.
Now, what does that term signify, manner of death?
So the manner of death is a categorization that we do of deaths based on circumstances, injuries, and it's used for statistical purposes for the state.
Okay. Is that something like vital statistics would look at?
Yes.
So we talked about a few earlier. If someone dies in a motor vehicle accident, would their body be transported for autopsy?
Yes.
And for determination of cause and manner?
Yes.
Suicide, you mentioned?
Yes.
Homicide?
Yes.
Okay. What other types of deaths would be covered?
Any non-natural deaths, we have a Florida statute that tells us what the medical examiner takes jurisdiction over.
Okay. Would that include something like an overdose on drugs?
Yes.
In this case, what was the manner of Mr. Jones' death?
Homicide.
Did you document it, starting with your external examination, wounds that you observed on the body?
Yes.
Now, were some of those wounds obvious to you to be gunshot wounds?
Yes.
Were there other wounds that may have involved some type of projectile, but you weren't sure if they were actual penetrations through the body?
Yes.
Were those documented?
Yes.
Photographically as well as the gunshot wounds?
Yes.
So I'm going to start.
Okay, we kind of get it. Wow. Yeah. I think we kind of have a good understanding of like kind of what happened. It looked like he was probably shot a few times when he drove into the gunfire, and then they ran over and probably tried to finish him off. Yeah. Crazy shit. Okay. What else did we not talk about yet? What else did we not talk about yet, Chad? David has gained an additional 1 million monthly listeners after being arrested. People are curious about his music. Interesting. Iran is reportedly considering using dolphins armed with mines to attack. What the fuck? Brorilla and Glorilla is beefing. Miss me with that bullshit. Anyway, let me see if there's anything kind of pending. If not, I might call it and return later. But I had to stream early today to make up for last night because I know I gave y'all an hour and y'all were tight. I know. When I get off stream like that, I know. I could just hear the fuck you, nigga. It's all good though. All right, let's see. Future or Wack talking about Future. What is this? Basketball stuff. Oh, so we got Ari Spears who now says he's gonna sue DJ Vlad. I'm not too sure where this video came from, but apparently Ari Spears is now announcing that he's planning to sue DJ Vlad for defamation.
I'm about to sue you for defamation of character. This is about to get ugly because now you're just making shit up. I saw the clip where you said your staff, as in multiple people, said that I was disrespectful to them. Your staff, you got one guy that's in the studio with you, and that's the cameraman. And the only interaction I ever have with your camera guy is when he mics me up. And I signed the tablet saying you could use my light. I ever exchanged between me and the one guy in the studio besides you. Your staff, and I'm disrespectful, you have a lawsuit coming. You're lying. To the people that watch Vlad, he is a liar.
Oh my God. When did he do this live? I mean, I'll be honest, he is kind of like, Vlad doesn't have like a huge staff. Vlad usually has the camera guy. So he's telling the truth there. However, I don't know him to be like vouch for him being disrespectful or not being disrespectful. Oh shit. Yeah, I'm about to watch this after too. Wait, let me, Ari Spears Vlad lawsuit. Where's the full live of this? Where is that at?
Okay. Yeah. The one guy in...
Okay. I guess this is just a short clip. Him claiming that he wants to sue Vlad. Yo, Ari Spears, brother. I just want to say this one thing to you. I can't give you advice. I know you probably wouldn't take it. It's unsolicited. But I do want to say, as a comedian, you're handling this thing so wrong. You could have, like, I can't believe Vlad, a guy who's been, persona non grata to black culture and black, just the community in general for years. He's winning the PR battle versus two people who should understand black culture. First is Boosie, and now it's you. You're a comedian. And on your second response, you're mentioning a lawsuit. What you should, like, I don't know why I think that maybe your comedian skills should have a amazing and immaculate way of trying to convey your thoughts and also make Vlad look ridiculous. Instead, you're kind of coming off like emotional and you're coming off like super angry. And anytime a comedian almost forgets not even forgets, but like abandons ship in terms of trying to still remain intact with frame to at least be humorous, you have already lost. Now, I don't think you're going to file a lawsuit. Like, we got to stop with this bullshit of, like, everybody's filing lawsuits. No, y'all not. Like, people, like, celebrate the idea of filing a lawsuit. Then Ari say she about to do something. She sent a weak-ass one-page document. Could you please apologize? No. That's it. Like, nobody wants to spend, like, hundreds of thousands. That's what a lawsuit really costs. Like Meg spent, like, $2 million. Like, nobody really wants to go through all that shit, bro. Like, that's just reality of it. You're not suing Vlad. Like, bro, you get $4,000 an episode. It's going to cost your yearly check. It's going to cost you at least $50,000, right? So $4,000 a month is $48,000 a year. It's going to cost you at least $50,000 to sue Vlad. What reputation you're going to say he destroyed? What maliciousness will you say? Like, what has he destroyed? This idea of everybody using lawsuits, I think it's comical. It's the only joke here. You got to prove, like, Vlad could give his version of a story. That's not defamation. Right? Everybody uses this term and this idea, like, so free and, act like they're about to receive, like, some huge settlement. It's not going to happen. But, again, separate and aside from that, I'm really disappointed that Aries Spears is a comedian and he's said not one thing funny this whole time. Yo, even when Marlon Wayans went against Vlad, I felt like he was trying to roast the shit out of Vlad. And I actually think him roasting Vlad made people, like, want to support his plight. That's why when, he went on the Breakfast Club or wherever else, Uncle Shay Shay, and he did all these millions of views, people kind of came to Vlad and was like, Vlad, you're wrong. And to be honest, Vlad was kind of saying some of the same points. Hey, the numbers don't make sense. I can't pay you that. However, how did it look PR-wise? PR-wise, a lot of people agreed with Marlon. He was funny. He knew how to box on a social media level with Vlad. Bro, you're a comedian and you look like an emotional girl right now. And I'm not disrespecting you because I don't really want to smoke with you, but I've always liked you. But it's kind of disappointing watching a comedian not realizing that the very essence of what you do well that Vlad can't do is how you're supposed to flip this narrative. Is how you're supposed to get people on your side. Not saying you're about to file a lawsuit. Come on, bro. Come on. Please. Aries Spears, for someone who is one of the GOATs at impressions, you do comedy pretty good. I'm surprised that all of your responses, you could have a point and you could be upset, but you're supposed to cloak that in clowning Vlad and also making, the best comedians always have a way either to tell a story or give a joke that got a little bit of hint of truth that make you realize something. And what I'm saying is that Aries Spears just does not, and I won't say he don't got it, but he's not employing those skills in this moment. And that's why I think he looks crazy. Also, could you please stop recording in like 24p? It's not even 240, like 24p. Please. You got to get an iPhone, brother. Anyway, let me watch what's going on with NBA YoungBoy's
I don't know what's
brother. Well, let's watch this real quick, chat.
Going on, but the NBA camp is taking back-to-back L's. Ben 10 lost his ability to stand up for himself, literally, being left paralyzed following a robbery gone bad. This would go down the night of OG3's birthday at his birthday dinner, and 3 would face backlash for being seen on camera leaving Ben 10 behind. But honestly, I don't agree with it. I don't blame 3 for what he did. He was being pulled away. He backed away. The federal reports state that Ben 10 was stiff after the first shot, immediately dropped to the floor, paralyzed. So what the fuck is 3 gonna do? Lay next to him? The shooter slash victim in that case, All-Star JR, who was robbed.
That's crazy. That's crazy, Jake. That's crazy. You know what I realized? In the streets, there's no honor like war. I think I've seen this one time. I've seen it one time, though. I've seen it one time where some dude, they went on a drill. One of the dudes got shot, and they didn't just leave the dude. Like, they actually lifted the dude to safety and brought him to a hospital. Yeah, not lay next to the nigga, but if y'all are street niggas and y'all on that type of time, is in the streets you leave your man to die on the cold concrete like that. If that's what the streets do, yo, y'all better off signing up for the military. In the military, they're gonna have a whole mission to save a nigga life. You know what I mean? Like, they're gonna bring that body back even if the person's dead. Don't tell me in the streets, if you get shot and you like collapse, niggas be like, all right, well, fuck him. I guess I'll see his ass at the funeral. Jesus Christ. Right? Like, niggas on their wife and Lucci shit. That nigga got shot. They just kicked that nigga out the car.
Grabbed one of his attackers' guns before firing off, has been denied a federal bond and will be getting Amazon primed down to the feds in Texas to face a charge of being a felon in possession of a firearm. And 9 days after that shooting, another NBA member would go out bad. Quick pause, because this might actually help you out. If you've ever needed access to your money before, after you complete slightly slow, his criminal history would match his appearance. He'd recently gone somewhat viral after a video from a live would show him reacting to another one of NBA's background dances, NBA Lil Dump. You better know. I can only play the audio of the screen because they're playing music in the background, but the look on Ken's face says,
so supposedly this is NBA YoungBoy's brother? Hold on, let me go back a little bit.
Other than NBA YoungBoy. Because that's literally what it's designed for. Helping people like you. Galden is the brother of Nuts. NBA Ken, aka Kendall Galden, is the brother of none other than NBA YoungBoy. Appearing slightly slow, his criminal history would match his appearance. He'd recently gone somewhat viral after a video from a live would show him reacting to another one of NBA's background dances, NBA Lil Dump. You better know. I can only play the audio of the screen because they're playing music in the background, but the look on Ken's face says enough. Now on April 17th, 2026, Houston police were dispatched to a rundown home in Houston's 5th Ward, one of Houston's historically black neighborhoods. Which is kinda crazy because you'd think these NBA guys were living in luxury with the iced out chains and watches, just to find out this is the view from across the street. Piles of trash, a broken fence, and an
Yo, stop playing with 4K Trey like that, Jake. Yo, stop playing, nigga. You better stop playing with 4K Trey like that, Jake. Stop playing, nigga.
And lot. Houston police would arrive at 2:36 a.m. meeting with a woman named Aaliyah Jones. Aaliyah, who goes by Slim Yella, is the girlfriend of Lil Dump. She'd tell police people were at the house drinking, having a good time, when YoungBoy's brother Ken said he was going to pick up another female using her car. Like, he didn't even ask, he just said he was going to. She said no, he got mad, and he took her keys, leaving the house in another vehicle, but bringing her keys with him. She'd call the police but give no information before hanging up, stating Ken came back and began arguing with everyone. She'd tell police Ken began arguing with Daedric Wright, aka Lil Dump, telling him he needs to control his girl or he'll shoot her. He'd then say, I'm about to shoot your bitch. You letting a bitch call the law. Aaliyah then told officers Ken pulled out 2 pistols, one in each hand, and that's when he pistol whipped the left side of her face. First of all, I've never in my life seen somebody pull out 2 fucking guns like he's in a fucking movie.
Max Payne.
Yeah, this is strange, but let's just continue. Lil Dump jumped in, fighting Ken, and Aaliyah would tell officers Ken tried to shoot him, but the magazine fell from the gun during the scuffle, so the weapon dry fired, and she claims to have heard the click. Okay, let's break this down real quick. He pulls out 2 guns, right? Smacks Shorty with the gun. Lil Dump jumps in. He tries to shoot Dump, but apparently the magazine fell from the gun, but there wasn't a bullet in the chamber, but it was cocked, so it clicked. Like this, the bullshit meter is kind of going off because who cocks a gun but doesn't put one in the head? And it just doesn't make any sense to me, at least. But let's move forward. Aaliyah would show officers Ken's TikTok,
or the girl don't know nothing about guns. So whatever she described to the cops ain't gonna make sense because she don't know about guns.
Account under the name Slither, and that she knows him by name because her boyfriend Lil Dump is his cousin. She told officers she wished to press charges, and officers would photograph a light bruise on her cheek. So again, with the bullshit meter, you get pistol whipped with a gun and you only have a light bruise. Mind you, she's light skinned, right? She's light skinned. You hit somebody in the face, you're gonna see a mark, right? It doesn't matter if it's a Glock, like, yeah, Glocks are plastic for the most part, but they have metal slides. Normally you're gonna hit somebody with the slide, right? Or the butt, or I don't know. I'm just saying, you hit somebody, usually it leaves a mark. On April 20th, Ken was taken into custody, charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and given a $500,000 bond, which is crazy that he even had a bond because he was apparently out on bond at that time. Back in April of last year, Ken FaceTimed a woman who was with another witness who wished to remain anonymous. She recorded the whole thing. He'd show his face, his tattoos visible, and he'd turn the camera around to a dog in a crate with a bullet hole in its face. A broken window could be seen in the background of the video. He'd broken into the house, shot the dog, and messaged them on Instagram telling them to go look in your house. You want to be all tough? Go look in your house. Saying he was in the woman's bed and all that, and telling them to go look at their dog. Now this is fucking insane. It sounds like he pulled up on somebody that he was going at it with. That dude's girl did all the snitching for him. Ken broke into the house, head tapped the dog, and then called him like, yeah, pull up. Ken was also recorded saying, if your grandpa is alive, I promise to God I'll shoot that bitch in his face if I met him. I don't like you, money, and I put that from the bottom of my heart. I put it on my daughter and son. When I catch you, I'm going to kill you. I ain't even going to just do that. Man, I put this on my mama. I am going to cut your head off and put it on a wall. Now, I told y'all he ain't all the way there. In today's society, you're not supposed to judge a book by its cover, but this fucking book didn't make it past the 3rd grade. This kid clearly has no fucking mind. And if you really want to survive out here in this world or out here in these streets, you need to learn how to read people and accept them for who they are.
That's why,
not
brother.
what you want them to be, right? Oh, he doesn't look like a good kid, but don't judge until he shoots your fucking dog and calls you and shows you. So for this, Ken got charged with basically breaking in and killing the dog, something like a burglary with something to do with an animal, but somehow the judge gave his ass a bond. And he was on bond when that happened too, because back in July of 2024, he was arrested for punching his girl in her shit after finding something in her phone, then later linking up with her again, punching her a few more times. So for some fuck reason, Houston judges just keep letting him out, and every time he shows them why he shouldn't be in society. Clearly he can't mentally do much to contribute to anything. If YoungBoy thought that he was valuable, he would have gave him a job. But instead they moved from the trenches of Baton Rouge to the trenches of Houston to live the same sorry ass lifestyle while flexing whatever crumbs YoungBoy leaves behind. Pistol whipping his cousin's girlfriend, trying to shoot his cousin, dome checking a dog, threatening to kill a
Lil Dump was on tour with YB.
Grandpa, cut off a head, beating his own girl repeatedly, and the most motion he has is 16.7 thousand followers on TikTok. Yeah, this is crazy. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't really know much about this kid. I didn't see him until I saw the video of him with Lil Dump start getting posted by all the blogs and shit. But dude looks like he got nothing going on in life. You got people in his comments saying this dude got to be the brokest out of NBA because even I dress better than him. And it's like a lot of people assume that the family of the superstar rapper is living the superstar lifestyle. In a lot of situations, that ain't the case. It's just not, you know? YoungBoy keeps his wolves around him that clearly will do whatever he tells them to do. But at the same time, he's not giving them $1 million salaries. He's not giving them $500,000 or $100,000 salaries. They still have to do what they do, which is the reason why a lot of their asses still be crashing out, because they don't really have anything going on. Ben 10, for example, put himself in a situation he had nothing to do with, tried to get a chain out of it, and lost his legs. And this is why it's important to find your lane in life. If you get any type of opportunity where you're in the limelight, you're next to some...
Now, people were posting, apparently the girlfriend who reported all this to the police responded on social media. This is what she said. Listen to this. I think people said she was like hiding or something like that. Where is it at? Where is it? Fuck. Can't find it. Oh, they said, by the way, they said, so this is Kendall and this is Lil Dump. They're like, yo, Lil Dump sure knew this nigga don't like being around him because of this video. Look at this. Yeah, this nigga, his whole demeanor just changed when he heard the scream.
Scream like a bitch. You better know what you're doing, trying to lift up your fist. I got my cousins in that water trying to kill all the fish.
Or said that I'm hiding from my whatever bitch lied said I couldn't go outside. Or said that I'm hiding from outside. Baby, I've been outside every weekend. Tonight we is out motherfucking side in Houston, Texas. Tomorrow gonna be outside of Dallas, motherfucking Texas. Bitch, get up with me, ho. Cause yeah, bitch, I'm looking very much untouchable to me. I'm looking very much untouchable, bitch. Fuck you talk about. You hoes cannot fuck with me, bitch. I still go outside untouched. Cause you hoes be pussy in real life. The fuck wrong with y'all? Y'all know not to fuck with me. All y'all bitches on this app know not to fuck with me in public, girl. So fuck y'all. The fuck? From motherfucking Houston to motherfucking Dallas to motherfucking Denver to motherfucking Utah, bitch. To anywhere. You hoes know y'all can't fuck with me. So I'm not worried about that. It never is Yella hiding. Yella is never hiding. Yella be outside for real. Yella be out fucking side for real. Yella be all over this motherfucking map. All over this motherfucking earth, bitch. If you know, you know. Bitch, I be all over this motherfucking earth.
All right, anyway, I don't know how this is going to go. Hopefully cooler heads prevail, but I will say I saw Lil Dump was all over that tour. I don't know what YoungBoy's relationship is with Kendall, which is his brother, I guess. But shit, you know, maybe they all chalk this up to, you know, shit happens, or maybe, you know, obviously the police has been involved. Maybe this turns into something where people have to distance themselves from each other. I don't know who YoungBoy would want in the fold. I don't know if I've seen YoungBoy's brother on a tour. Again, I wasn't at every date, but like I don't remember seeing him. I seen Dump was performing, so I don't know if YoungBoy has to like pick a side here, or you know, maybe he could tell both of them like, yo, listen, man, y'all niggas get in a room, lock in, and go fight it out or some shit, or get over it. So I don't know, but hopefully cooler heads prevail. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think YoungBoy should make sure all his niggas is living luxurious lives, or they need to get a fucking job and work? You know what I mean? He don't gotta. I'm kind of like stuck in between. I don't know if like, yo, taking care of grown ass men just because you have a lot of money, it's gonna make them even bigger degenerates. So I'm not too sure if that's the solution, but you know, I would hope some of these guys ain't living in the projects, especially when you know your friends or family with one of the biggest rappers ever. But handouts is not the thing. So, you know, I don't see nobody complaining. So, you know what I mean? I guess everyone realizes they got to work for what they get. And unfortunately, these situations happen. So they'll figure it out. They'll figure it out, y'all. Chat, I'm getting off here. I'll be back later. We did 5 hours. A little wake me up. It's 3 o'clock on the East Coast. You guys still got time to go do some errands. I know you guys been busy during the week, but I'll try to get back on a little bit later. Appreciate all you guys who got up with me today. We were rocking out with around like 12,000 people. I really appreciate you guys. Remember, I got tickets on sale for my birthday event. Thank you guys. And hopefully I made up for last night, but it's all good. Somebody said 3 streams in one day. Last